you tell me about the importance for India having 4 excellent women chess players here playing the tournaments and representing the country?
Yes, Michael. It's a rival moment for India, and this game has ordinarily and traditionally been a king's game, so as to speak. And to have the queens rule it and break these barriers, like I said before, it's an example. They are like a beacon for all the women out there.
Greetings from Pune. In a few minutes, the 6th round of the Women's Grand Prix will start, and all the action will be covered here, live from our commentators. Have you ever wondered what players do to refresh themselves during a 4-hour game? Come with me and I'll show you. This is the refreshment area. There's cakes, chocolates, all sorts of nuts and sweets, and a wonderful refrigerator with all types of cokes, of lemonades, of water, everything that a player can need in the middle of a hard-fought game. This is one of the favorite areas of all chess players. Now this is the game we've all been waiting for. Humpy Koneru, Jiner. The winner of this game will probably take down this event. Will it be Humpy, who's making a comeback, 2 consecutive wins? Or will it be Jiner, who's playing even better and winning game after game? But this is not the only game of the round. There are other very interesting games. Let's see who's playing here behind. Come with me. Polina, Shuvalova, won a great game yesterday. And Harika, who's just done 2 very short draws in the last 2 rounds. Who will prevail? Difficult to say. Polina is fearless. She plays aggressively, attacking chess, doesn't fear anyone. Harika, she's a solid Indian, makes no mistakes. Which of these 2 players will try and catch the leaders? Stay with us and follow the action this afternoon on our YouTube channel.
Welcome. It's round 7 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Pune, India, and we will have liftoff very, very soon. So let's quickly show you some glimpses of the tournament hall. As we can see, a very, very important clash. There's 3 rounds to go, and we have the 2 leaders, like the first place Jiner taking on second place Humpy, in a very, very important battle. And as we see the chief arbiter giving the last instructions, all the players I think are seated on the board, and we will have liftoff very, very soon. It's actually going to be board, if we can have the Humpy board, please. It's board 3 between Koneru, Humpy and Jiner, where we have the most important clashes. And here we see our chief guest of the day making the first move. Humpy showing pawn to c4. That's actually the father of Grandmaster Harshit Raja. So nice to have some chess parents in the tournament. Pawn to c4 has been suggested. Humpy played this move against Divya, remember. And she takes it back. Will she play it again? That's for us to see. But Humpy, half a point behind Jiner. Can she beat the Chinese star and overtake her in this tournament? And do note, Humpy has to finish in Seoul first. And there we go, handshakes, lift off. What does Humpy play? c4, d4. A nice little bit of psychology, maybe just before the games by Humpy. And pawn to d4, knight f6 quickly played by Zhu. Does Humpy go for the London, which is going to be an exciting contest, or else does she go pawn to c4, the more well played approach? And yes, pawn to c4 on the board. Now it's up to Zhu. she wants to play an attacking line like the King's Indian, or does she want to go pawn here and pawn to e6 on the board? One of the Indian openings, as we know, is Nimzo Indian will happen after the knight comes out and the bishop comes out here. Knight f3 played, so good chances of having a Catalan on the board, and that will definitely bring a smile to Grandmaster Srinath if he's watching. And pawn to b6, we have the variation of the Bogo Indian here. And yeah, chat, if you could just, while we see out the opening phase, if you can show the standings very quickly, just to show what's at stake in this game. So you can see the top two players, Jiner on 5 out of 6, Koneru Humpy and 4.5 out of 6, and Divya Deshmukh rounds out the podium because she is on 4 out of 6. So the most important clash, as you can see from the YouTube thumbnail, our featured matchup is going to be Humpy with the white pieces playing Jiner. And remember, Humpy, if she wants that women's candidates qualification spot, she has to win this tournament outright. That means she cannot have the same points as any other player. And then we have the Grand Prix standings for 2024-2025. Humpy has played 2 events already, so every player can only play 3 events. Goryachkina is in the lead and almost qualified, but Humpy will have to win this event outright, and let's see if she can do this here. And if you can show the pairings as well for round 7. So Nurgyul Salimova, she has been playing amazing chess. Her last 2 games, could be analyzed for hours. And that's today she takes on Salome Melia. I mean, one of the lowest seeds of the tournament. So Salimova will want to win this one. And she has been a little unlucky. She was winning in both of the last games, so she'll want to win. Vaishali takes on Alina Kashlinskaya. Kashlinskaya played that amazing defensive game yesterday and was able to save the game against Salimova. Koneru Humpy versus Jiner. We know that is our featured matchup. And lastly, Divya Deshmukh takes on Munguntuul. And Sahil and I's favorite opponent, because our favorite player here, because she has been playing decisive games in all 6 games so far. So Divya on 3rd position, she will want to beat Munguntuul. And lastly, it's Polina against Harika on board 5. So plenty of action, plenty of nice games, and we'll have a lot of action coming in. But board 3 is where you want your eyes locked in for today. So let's have a look. Bishop to a6 played, and Humpy having a little bit of a think. We'll see if she plays anything in the next move in the next minute or so. If she takes like a 5 or 10 minute think, then it's like she was not expecting this game from this opening from Zoo. And it's like, I mean, Bishop a6, I'm pretty sure Humpy knows what to do. She's just trying to remember which setup, which opening idea, and what to take, because white has about 5 good moves. They are, if you can just round them out, pawn to b3, protecting the pawn. And there we go, pawn to b3 on the board. Well done. The most commonly played move in the position. We still have almost close to 10,000 games that have been played in this variation. So we're not in unknown territory or so. Bishop comes out with a check, hitting the white king. So I think maybe bishop d2 is the most common reply, because you don't want to put your knight here and kind of block your own bishop. So bishop d2 is the most common reply. Let's see what Humpy plays. After the next move, I think we'll try and switch around and show you the opening stages of the other games as well. Let's just wait to see how Humpy tackles this check. As you can see, Harika also coming in and looking at everybody wants to see what's going on in this game. And hello, chat. What is chat saying? Nilesh in the chat is saying best wishes to all the participants for round 7. Take care. Pepsi Cola in the chat says good evening and good vibes to everyone. Good luck to all the players. Edmund in the chat is saying let's go Munguntuul, and yes, definitely a very exciting player. And Yusuf also says hello. Bishop b4 check. Meanwhile, bishop d2 played by Humpy, and bishop drops back to e7. So black's point of giving this check was, you do not want the bishop coming to the long diagonal here, and you also kind of make white fight, for those two squares are going to be fought amongst the white pieces because they both want to go to this crucial critical c3 square. So yeah, I think we will still have a lot of opening prep and ideas coming in from this game, but it's a good time to have our first roundup of all the boards. So we'll start from the top and go one by one, skipping the Humpy game for a bit. So Salimova versus Salome. I think this was an opening played by Divya against Polina, I think. So Queen's Gambit exchange variation, which can happen, once white will take on d5 sooner rather than later. So a very nice queen's pawn opening there by Nurgyul. She would really want to win a game after playing very good chess in the last couple of days. Bishop to be kind of transposed into opening, and here is the amazing bird's eye view that we have. So the bar looking in the middle, so it's around 0.1, 0.2 advantage for white, so not a lot. Game still in the balance. We are about 10 minutes in, and we don't see any big opening change or opening surprise. So it was like Salimova versus Salome was pretty still in the opening stage. Can we go to Vaishali's game, please? So board 2, it's Indian star Vaishali won, and she is playing Alina Kashlinskaya. Alina, remember, still winless, but she played a great game yesterday. So let's see it from the start. d4, d5, knight f3. We have the Slav defense here. Pawn to e3, bishop to f5. Pretty much standard theory here. A lot of games, more than 10,000 games being played in this position. Knight comes out. Pawn to e6, bishop d3 takes, and this is the live position. And you can see both players pretty much in the preparation. Both have 1 hour 30 minutes on the clock. Vaishali would really want to win. I think she is on 2.5 out of 6, which is almost mid-table. Yeah, she's around 6 out of 10 people. So would love to get a win under her belt and get that confidence going. Even if you're an Alina fan, it doesn't matter how you start the tournament, but you want to end well. As they say, all's well that ends well, and you want to end on a high, take some good wins, take some good memories from the tournament here. But she has a task cut out because Vaishali is not going to give any easy wins here. And after queen d3, white really wants to get in the pawn to e4 so that this bishop can also have a nice square here. So Kashlinskaya having her first real thing of the game. I think she knew the opening theory before this. Just checking if we have a few interesting players who have already played this position. So Mikhail Tal has played this, Vladimir Kramnik, Srinath, Alexander Alekhine, one of the world champions, and Nodidbeg, Abdusadrov. Plenty of stars have played this already. So about 900 games in the current position. So Kashlinskaya should be knowing. I think she knows. She may know the move, but she's just trying to see what setup is best for her. And on that note, we'll come to board 4 directly because board 3 was of Humpy. So board 4 is another important clash between Divya and Munguntuul. So let's come to start of the game. Pawn to d4, d5, c4. Slav defense again. Yesterday we saw was the day of Sicilian, and today is the day of the Slav defense. Pawn to e3, bishop to f5. Knight comes out again. I think similar position that Vaishali has against Kashlinskaya as well. Knight h4. I think in the other game we saw after e6, bishop come out to d3, but now it's kind of like a reverse London system that black is playing, but in this white has the opening move advantage. And like we see in the London, knight h4 and going after this crucial light squared bishop has been played, and bishop e4, f3, and a few trades by Divya, and after knight d7, long castle. Will we see short castling by Munguntuul? Remember, the Mongolian star has had a decisive game in every round. 6 games, she's played 2 wins and 6 losses for Munguntuul. So she definitely would like to change that, but it's Divya actually who is in third place, and she definitely would like to go up the standings as well. And yeah, on that note, I'm just actually curious to see if how many games we have in this. So 34 games in the current position. And look at Divya's time. Chat, if you see that, it's 1 hour 34 minutes and 10 seconds. She started the game with 1 hour 30 minutes, so it's kind of like she's gained 4.5 minutes on the clock. This just shows this is full prep of Divya and her team and with her coaches, and this just looks so nice for white, and she looks the more comfortable. Humpy played a very nice opening idea yesterday to beat Munguntuul, and maybe, just maybe, Divya and her team also have something very strong prepared, and it may result in a decisive game. In fact, if Munguntuul plays short castle, we will have another game with opposite side castles. And it's a nice trend to see in this tournament that when players are castling on opposite wings, that is on different sides, on the left side, on the right side, the queen side, or the king side, however you may call it, we are seeing action, and one of the players is managing to win rather than seeing just a bunch of draws. So short castle, the two best moves in the position for black are, one is just capture the pawn. So when white recaptures, you just push the pawn and attack and try to get going against the white king already. As we know, if you are castled in opposite wings, you have to open up lines against the opponent's king. So that's very crucial. So pawn takes pawn is one. The other option is pawn to a6. And I think the idea being pretty similar, that I will capture here because I want, after pawn comes to a6, you want the bishop to come out, waste a move, as we can see here. And now black takes, white takes back, and pawn to pawn to b5, and the next one comes to c5. So Munguntuul already in the tank with the black pieces. If you have if you've used up about 8 minutes of thinking time on move 11 in a well-known theoretical position, that doesn't sound like good news. And maybe she's trying to outsmart Divya's opening prep, and she wants to play something different that makes Divya play on her own, because she looks like she's prepared a very strong opening novelty in this game. So that was board 4. We'll let Munguntuul think while we check up on our last game, that is between Polina and Indian star Harika. So let's take it up from the top. Pawn to e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. So the Petrov opening, we saw the Petrov, I think, in yesterday's game of the day. That was between, Alina was playing white and Salimova was playing black. So I think it could have been a game of the tournament as well. But as we see Harika playing a move on the board, Shuvalova coming back. Shuvalova had a nice win yesterday, and Harika drew Divya in yesterday's game. So we'll get through their position very quickly. Knight takes pawn. Let's just check out the opening from the start. Pretty standard stuff. Very common opening. It's also known as the Russian defense, where with the Petrov, black is playing solid chess and wants to, keep a knight in the center, keep a pawn in the center, and try for equality first. So, short castle, pawn to c4, c6, queen comes out to c2, trying to hit the h7 pawn here and asking a question to the knight. Pawn to h6, knight c3. Knight takes c3 was the move that we saw Harika play on camera. Pawn takes knight, and Harika is thinking. 6 games in the position. From the time clock times, we can see Polina has 1 hour 30 minutes, so looks like she's more prepared. She has some ideas that she may want to, execute in this game. And Harika down to 1 hour 24 minutes. I wouldn't say like out of prep, but this definitely looks like white is better prepared. And in terms of games, I'm just checking out. About 6 games played, and black has won 1 game, and 5 of them have been draws. So, not quite sure what Polina has prepared here, and all of the games have been played in the last 5 years. So, maybe it's a new idea, or Shuvalova is happy with a draw, taking some risks, not going over and beyond. But all 3 results are possible in this, I think. So, on that note, if you could go to the bird's eye view and just make our predictions for the day. So, here we can see all the boards, all the 5 boards. I would say, chat, before I start, do let me know your thoughts and your comments as well. If you're predicting, 5 results, 4, 3, just put it in the chat, and I'll see if your thoughts match mine. So, starting up on the leftmost board, we have Nurgyul against Salome. Nimzo Indian, again, a part of the Queen's Gambit exchange variation there as well. So, I think Nurgyul is going to win there. So, that's one result. Vaishali versus Kashlinskaya looks a little bit equal, but maybe, Vaishali is in decent form, Alina not in form at all, but she played a great game yesterday, so I'm predicting a draw in that one. In on both 3, I feel, rank 1 plays rank 2. I'm guessing there's going to be a result in that one. I don't know if Humpy is going to win that there, or Jiner is going to spring a surprise with the black pieces, but I'm predicting a result there. So that's 2 decisive results and 1 draw. Divya versus Munguntuul, as we know, Munguntuul always has a decisive game. So we are predicting 3 decisive games there. And Polina versus Harika from the Petrov defense. Pretty solid opening, just 1 open file. I think that might be a draw again. So I know normally I always choose 2 or 3 decisive games, and today is that day again. I feel we will have 3 results and 2 draws overall. So let me know your predictions as well, Chad. And I'm just checking out if we have some other comments. And Peter says, let's go, Salimova, beat them all. And somebody, that's not a real handshake. I'm not sure what he's talking about. But hello to Human, Benjamin, Peter, everyone. And it's round 7 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in India. So, on that note, let's get back to our feature clash between Humpy and Zooj. Let me refresh the board. This is not the opening chart. Yeah, there you go. So we left it around here where bishop b4, bishop d2 block, bishop goes back to e7. And I said both of white's pieces, this piece, the knight, and this bishop that I've highlighted, want to go to this crucial c3 square. So white wants to play this as well as and this as well. So that is where white is having a kind of a dilemma, because both pieces want to go there, but only one piece is nice. or actually can go. So knight c3, is that played? Let me just check. Yeah, knight c3 on the board. Pawn to d5 by Jiner after 1 minute and 12 seconds. So looks like she is very much in prep. And Humpy is down 15 minutes. Chat, can you believe that? We are just, uh, you know, 20 moves in, and out of that, 15 minutes have been used up by Humpy. This is not looking great if you are from, Humpy's team or if you're a Humpy fan. This should mean that Humpy is completely out of her prep, or this is a new position. She may have been surprised by Zujiner, and kudos to Zoo and her team for coming up with this idea, or playing something offbeat that Humpy has not prepared so far. But Humpy is the reigning women's world rapid champion, so even if she comes in time pressure, I would not be worried because she is a two-time women's world rapid champion, in fact. So would not be really worried about a time situation. But in terms of opening, yeah, it might look like Zhu Jiner has won the opening battle. And the pawn coming into d5, it's asking some questions already. I want to capture this pawn. What do you do? And the whole point being, if Humpy captures this pawn, let's say you capture a pawn in the center, black just recaptures. But now look at this beautiful bishop cutting across the board. You have, no opponent to challenge. White cannot push this pawn because bishop takes, king takes. Now these light squares will remain weak for life, and that is what she wants to avoid. So pawn takes pawn, played as we expected, chat. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Zhu recapture immediately. And there you go. E takes d5. Humpy now down by 17 minutes. And bishop g2 immediately play. That's good news. That's good. It looks like Humpy has some ideas. She thought about it. I think she took about 11 minutes before playing knight c0. So that was the move. And bishop g2 was played by Humpy. Instantly, Zhu replies with short castle. This is a very crucial game, and not just from the tournament situation, but also from the overall Grand Prix situation, because remember, Humpy has to win. And short castle, we already see a mistake. Was that an orange move? Yes, it looks like, but I don't know what's wrong, because it's not like there was anything else. But yeah, nevertheless, short castle, both players have castled their king on the right side of the board. White is going to play rook c1, get some pressure along the c line. I'll be drinking some water. Let me check if the plenty of games. I mean, 900 games still played. Maybe Humpy is banking on her experience to find a nice, positional idea or some knowledge from the other openings that she plays. So there can be a transposition, and Zhu Jiner suddenly having her first think. Humpy realizes that has gotten her from the chair for a quick break, and looks like Humpy is also comfortable now, while Zhu thinks of a way to completely equalize the game. Just checking out if we have updates on other boards. I think 1 versus 2 is on the board, so it just makes sense to go to the third place player currently. So if you can go to Divya's position here, and we left it around a couple of moves ago. Yeah, so we've seen long castle, and I was telling you guys that there's possible for black to play a6 or pawn takes pawn. Munguntuul wastes no time in capturing the pawn, but this allows the bishop to get captured. The best move in the position was pawn takes pawn, so kudos to her on finding that. Bishop takes pawn, pawn to b5, attacking the bishop, asking a question to Divya, who plays bishop e2 with almost no thought, and looks like she is still in her prep chat. And after this, Munguntuul is thinking, the Mongolian trying to find some nice, ideas to attack the White King. The E2 played, and it may seem strange because we are only on the 13th move, but Black has already been thinking for about 14 minutes, or has used up 14 minutes throughout. But the critical moment is Black has to play a6 here. This move protecting the pawn, and then ideally you want to push the c pawn, that the ones that highlighted in blue, up the board by one square. So looks like Munguntuul might be in some trouble because a6 pawn coming here and protecting this is the only move. Because if she doesn't do that, let's say if she plays something like castle, you see that bar rising that much, it shows that Divya almost has an advantage of being a pawn up because she has strong ideas like h4, g4, king b1, and Munguntuul has played something rook to c8. Not the best move in the position, though completely logical and a very, very human move. You want to play pawn up one square and open up this file, this line. And it's always nice to have your rook in front of your opponent's queen and king. Let's see if Divya has seen this or her team has prepared a move against this as well. Best move in the position, slide the king over, get out of these tactics. But we'll see if Divya is going to play that or not. No games in the position though, so very nice to see. Rook to c8 was the best move. Well, wasn't the best move, but is the first new move in the position. And king b1 gives white that advantage she's looking out for. It might happen, that Munguntuul loses or wins again today, and 7-on-7, or like all 7 of her games will be decisive. That just shows that she is a very fighting player. But rook c8 played, Divya having her first thing of the game. It's probably the first time she's under 90 minutes. That is the allotted time which the players get at the start of the game. It's if you go to the bird's eye view once again, we just see this is the only game where white has an advantage. All of the other games still in the opening stage, still kind of level. And I'm just seeing if there is something exciting in any of the games, or we are still in the opening stage. Yeah, I think we can actually switch to any board, but I'm just trying to also read some comments in the chat that which players are you supporting, which game would you like to see more analyzed. um Kirti says show point tables. Yeah, we already I think showed that standings. And Faizan is asking any results yet. I don't think so because it's just been what, 30 minutes into the game, so no results for sure yet. Yeah, let's I think again do our second roundup. We go to board one and see if Salimova has some nice idea against Salome. We check out the moves from once we last left it. So we left it around here. Yeah, bishop b4, cd5, ed5. So making her intentions clear that white wants to play the queen's gambit exchange variation. Pawn to e3, bishop takes knight, giving a check. White recaptures with the pawn, interestingly, because if you capture with the queen, black gets a nice tempo with the knight to the center of the board. So pawn to c3, short castle, and here white is thinking. Maybe white is trying to uh, figure out where to put the bishop here. Should it go to f4? Should it go to oops, not there. Should it go to g5? Or you want to go pawn one square and use the bishop on this diagonal. Remember, black has just given up that bishop for white's knight. So these are three options where the bishop could go. And also bring the other pawn to e3, maybe push this pawn up the board. Bishop comes out to d3, and you also want to short castle. So plenty of ideas for white, and she's just trying to figure out what's the best way to go about it and how can she execute it with perfection that gives her an advantage. So white is thinking 1 hour 12 minutes, and Salome looks more confident. She's not having the best of tournaments herself. 1.5 out of 6, still winless, and I think let me just quickly check. Yeah, I think those two are the only players who haven't who are winless in the tournament. So Salome and Kashlinskaya are the two players who haven't won a single game so far here in Pune, and they would definitely love to change that because they have just 3 games to get a win here in India. Right, I think while Salimova thinks, we'll switch to board 2. Let's come board by board today. It's Vaishali versus Alina. And I think last we left was here. As you can see, queen takes bishop, pawn coming to e4, the bishop coming out. Very common motif here in the Slav. And just checking if we have yeah, we have a few moves. Bishop comes out. Short castle, bishop d2, pawn to a5. Black looks more comfortable, just by the body language here. And actually thinking, what setup does she take? Does she want to go rook e1 and pawn to e4? Or, one more option is just push the pawn up the board so that bishop takes knight and you recapture with your bishop. And you get the bishop at the bishop pair, or you play a nice endgame with bishop versus knight. Yeah. Board 3 is our featured matchup. If you also have a quick look there, not a lot of moves, but yeah, Humpy low on times is the only critical matter there, because it looks like Jiner has won the opening battle. Rook c1 played rook e8. I'm thinking, Humpy might go queen to c2, bring the other rook maybe to e1 or to d1 and try to get the most of the advantage here. Divya, on the other hand, on board 4, as we saw, it is completely her prep, and she has played the best move in the position that has given her an advantage. And look at her accuracy, 99.9 accuracy. That's such an amazing score. And lastly, if you round up board 5, that is Polina against Harika, where knight takes knight, pawn takes, rook comes to e8. Shuvalova having her first think. And as we head into a pretty quick break, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. And I'll also have Sahil with me. Hello, welcome chat. We are back after our first break. Sahil, 5 exciting games. Where should we jump into? And welcome.
Thank you, Rakesh. I think our producer has already jumped to one game. So we have the most exciting game ready. And whenever the H pawn is pushed, Rakesh, when kings are on the opposite side, it promises to be a treat. And the bar tells us that one side is clearly better. So did we look at the initial moves here, Rakesh, a little bit? Would love to kind of quickly go through them. If not, it's not a problem. So we can see, white has this black is Slav structure here, knight h4, trying to win that bishop. But, black is saying, okay, not easily. I will weaken you with f3. And now you can potentially take that. Queen c2. Yeah, Rakesh.
So just one minute. If you go back, I was telling chat, it's like the reverse London.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Yeah. The extra tempo helps white to potentially grab that bishop, takes, and now the H file is open, but that's why white doesn't castle on the king side. If, for example, bishop e2, queen c7, castles, queen h2, very quickly things can go south. So, we see here queen c2 and queen side castles from Divya Deshmukh. Now t takes c4, bishop takes b5, so black also starts attacking, does not waste time, but bishop e2, rook c8, king b1, and now black commits, Rakesh, finally. So I thought maybe, even a couple of moves like knight b6, just waiting and testing out the air, but maybe she was right about e4 and d5 ideas breaking in the center. She castles, but now instantly h4 by Divya after a 12-minute think, and as she takes her seat, her opponent is still calculating after a long time. So Rakesh, so far this game seems to be the one which has taken, a very sharp turn.
Yeah, and our producer is very smart. He knows this is the action game, and the answer, Sahil? It is Munguntuul's game.
Yeah, always.
6 games, all decisive, and Divya was, blitzing. She had 1 hour 34 minutes on her clock.
Yeah.
And this is the only move, like just before h4. She takes her first long think, about 14-15 minutes. And so I really like it, like White's idea. Simple. G4. HY, blow open this lines against the opponent's king, and it looks like the bar is also agreeing, and white is almost a pawn up.
I agree, Rakesh. I mean, just look at this, right? So queen and rook are converging on that h7 square. That is the perfect, geometry for white here. You remove the h pawn for the g pawn, and suddenly the game is close to being over. So black has to be absolutely on point, and we have seen Munguntuul not go for defensive choices, Rakesh.
Yeah.
He clearly believes in counter-attacking, as you can also see here. So if Divya can put on a lot of pressure, there's chances that, things can go wrong, but there's also chances that things can go very right. And not to forget the standings, where Divya is in 3rd place with 4 points. She's 1 point behind the leader. She's really hoping Humpy defeats Jiner, but she's also hoping that she wins her game. So if she wants to win the entire event, a draw might just put her out of contention for first place.
Exactly, and Sahil, you were telling us about the standings. It's very important because Divya is in fact playing Jiner in tomorrow's game, so it makes perfect sense for her to beat Munguntuul in this game, beat Jiner in the next game, and try for that first place in this tournament. And 18,000 euros up for grabs for first place, Sahil.
Absolutely. As we've seen that famous Bollywood movie, nobody remembers the man who came second, Neil Armstrong, the first person. Of course, it's more of, a joke there. But at the end, you are the winner. That's very, very high stakes. You are the winner. You remember for years and years to come. And everybody wants first place there.
Yeah.
So they were, of course, a contender right now. Rakesh, would you agree that there are 3 contenders for first place, or do you think Shuvalova also has an outside chance with 3.5 points?
I don't think so. I think this is a 3-horse race. So it's the winner's pretty much going to be Zhu, Koneru, Humpy, or Divya. And all 3 of Zhu is going to play
Both of them.
Yeah, Humpy. She's playing Humpy today and Divya tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I think the task is the toughest for her, but she has a half-point lead, Sahil.
And also for Zhu, right? It's clear. You win today and tomorrow, you're first. It's because you will push back the 2nd and 3rd ranked player. You automatically win. You could literally lose the final round and still be confirmed of first place. So easiest and most difficult task for Jiner there. But as of now, I think Divya also fighting it out. And she, I think, is this game is the only one, in fact, where one side has a clear edge. But not to forget a star game of today, Humpy against Jiner. We have this very, very solid setup, Rakesh, but there are imbalances. If you can have the cameras quickly on screen, you can see how black has this structure of A7, B6, C5, D5, and white does not have a C pawn. That's very important. If this pawn was here, Rakesh, I would say this is very close to a draw. But with this imbalance, I would still say that either side could win this. And you know what? I ran into Humpy, while coming back from breakfast or lunch, I think, and she was very, very serious today, very focused. So she understands the stakes of this game. She still has chances, outside chances to qualify for the candidates. If she wins this outright, so this game is the most crucial one for her. If she loses this, I think Jiner is very likely first. If she draws this, she will have an outside chance, but then it really depends on other players to stop.
She's waiting for Divya to beat Zhu.
Yeah, and also she will lose her white pieces, right? So she will also have to win with the black pieces. That becomes very difficult. So Humpy really wants to strike today, keep things within her grasp. And if she wins, she will guaranteed have sole first place, Rakesh. That matters a lot, right? Because they will have a point behind. So everything can turn around this tournament if Humpy can win. And Jiner, who's had a miraculous escape a couple of times and has played some fascinating chess overall, has impressed us all. I think she would love to seal the deal right here, right now, defeat her strongest competitor, the second place person here, and she could seal the tournament for her. So very high stakes. I do not predict a draw here in this game, even though right now it's equal.
Fully agree there, Sahil. You summed it up perfectly. And Humpy has to win this game to have any chance. In fact, Jiner, on the other hand, she also is playing for that, candidate spot. So if she manages to win this tournament, she is the winner of the last Women's Grand Prix. As we see, she plays knight coming out to E6. While only issue I have with, Humpy is her time. The opening did not go her way, and Jiner has just fought for 3 minutes, whereas Humpy has been thinking for more than 40 minutes now.
I think that's the pressure talking, Rakesh. She understands the stakes here. And Jiner, coming from a couple of, very, very tense games, I would say. First against, I think it was Nurgyul, right? That crazy game, that queen sacrifice, that she survived that lost position. And then she also had that crazy game against Vaishali. So I would say these complications, the nerves will be on Jiner's side, because Humpy has had pretty smooth sailing so far. No crazy, off and off games where either side could win. She's had a smooth winning chances in multiple games, smooth draws a couple of times. So I think those nerves might be on Jiner's side, and you can see it on the clock, as you correctly pointed out. Zhu has only used 3 minutes so far, and Humpy has used 37 minutes. So that's a huge, I would say imbalance there on the clock. But of course, the main choice right now, bishop on f4, Rakesh. What do we do about that? Do we bring it back to
bring it home on its birth square?
So bishop c1, Rakesh, but then, we've brought the piece back. What if black just goes c5, challenges the center, and somehow I feel black is better developed, even though it's black.
Yeah, and I have to play e3, but I have a question for you. If you are Humpy, do you go all out today, or maybe you say, okay, let me take the draw and try again tomorrow?
No, I think I'm going to play normal chess. I don't want to change anything right now, because, of course, Jiner is playing fascinating chess. He still has to play 2 more games.
Yeah.
And Humpy, having not lost a single game, should feel that, okay, I am stable enough, in my play right now. My play is amazing. So if I play normal chess, I will put Zhu under pressure, who has faced a lot of pressure in the last 2 games. There are chances to win this. And even if it ends in a draw, I'm still half and in the race. If I lose, I will have absolutely no chance of winning this event, and Zhu will be, 1.5 points ahead already? So that's pretty much over. So I think just normal chess. Of course, if there's a chance, it's a slightly risky chance, you take it. That might be the difference. But overall, she has to just kind of play normal chess.
Got it. And speaking of the opening stage, we are 14 moves in. Do you think that Jiner has, won the opening battle in this game?
I think one is a strong word, but she will be content with what she has right now. Every single piece is developed. I would still say that c5 is the move that we are waiting for at the correct moment. And how we see that reaction from white there really matters. So let's see what happens. But I agree with you. I think she will be pretty happy with this. Humpy maybe not so happy.
Yeah, actually, yeah, one is like a strong word, but who would be happier of the two? And I think we all agree it would be Jiner.
Yeah.
So, Sahil, should we go to our bird's eye view, where you could decide the next game and you could tell us which game you think will take off?
Yeah, and I think yesterday we had predicted, 3, you had predicted before, and you were correct there. So today I can see only one game so far where one side seems to be better. I do predict a result in the Humpy Zoo game. Vaishali also looks very interesting. I think a lot of interesting games there. I'm going to predict 3 results today, Rakesh. What's your prediction?
Just before you came and we took our first little mini break, I had predicted 3 results.
Oh, wow.
Well.
So, in that case, I'm going to take a risk and I'm going to predict 2 now. So, let me play on the safer side.
Today you're safe.
Yeah, I'm playing it safe today. So, let's see how it turns out. And maybe it's time to head off to the Divya game again. The only game where we have some attacking chances as of now. And H4 on the board, it's already close to +1. She's in a deep think. Munguntuul already 17 minutes behind as well. So, I think the last few games have really not gone in her favor, Rakesh, and her style is kind of, backfiring a little bit.
Yeah.
Would you expect her to kind of be a bit calmer and, defensive today, or do you think she'll go all in regardless what happens?
Sahil, this is a question, that is easily answered if you look at the kings. Opposite side castles, pawns are flying off the board. So it definitely looks like she is not backing down. And I think it's nice. She's sticking to her style of play and she believes in herself, but it's going to be difficult for a player to beat Divya, who is in good form. And Pepsi Cola in the chat says, wonderful comedy, thanks for the explanations and analysis. And when I had asked them about their favorite players, he says, or they say, honestly, hard to choose. They all good players. And Kufin is asking us, where can I see the results, guys? You can head to chess.com/events where you're seeing these games live.
Yeah, you can also go to the official, I think, website of the Women's Grand Prix. That can also give you all the updates. Or you can just...
That's in the description as well.
Yeah, and you can just keep in touch with the broadcast and we'll let you know all the results. So no stress there. And as of now, we have this intense game. Rakesh, I love the fact that the H file is open. I already have a hook. I want to play H5. So let's kind of imagine what could be a move for black. I think knight B6 feels very logical. I kind of open my queen's path, then I can knock up to D5, C4, potentially B4. And I also kind of prevent knight A4 to some extent. Because if I play B4, I'm pretty sure white's move is going to be knight to A4, blocking the queen side. So knight B6 makes a lot of sense. And let's say this happens. Do you kind of sack the pawn with H5 instantly? Do you try to go G4? Do you try to go knight E4 to remove the defender? So what is your preferred move here?
I like knight E4. Creating the knight and also making sure, that once I go H5, you don't have this knight into pawn.
I have a huge preference for H5. And the idea is if knight H5, then of course I can play G4 at the right moment. Maybe right now or after doubling up rooks. I love G4, just open the H file. And if you take with the pawn, then I anyway want to go G4. Just open everything up. And I don't care about the number of pawns. I just want to attack the king. So I love H5. Reminds me of a line in the London when black plays knight F6, one knight F6. And I think Divya is definitely considering both knight E4 and H5 and even just G4. I think that is the most traditional way to attack here, bringing more pawns, launching a pawn storm. So very interesting position, and that's why black is under pressure. And she's not able to come up with the best move. So knight B6 clearly maintains the attacking chances. Is there a move, Rakesh, to distract white enough where white's focus shifts to the queen side?
That's a great question, Sal, and I think that's what Munguntuul is thinking. She has not played knight B6 yet. Maybe she wants to play pawn to B4 side. That's the distraction you were just mentioning. Kicking the knight away. Maybe the knight comes into A4. Maybe the knight goes to the rim on the corner of the board. Both moves look good for Divya. And, Munguntuul really wants that queen coming out to A for the side of the board. opening up lines is equally important for black as well.
Yeah.
Like the h5 line. But
So-
I just feel white is kind of faster in all of the lines.
So let's say I play c5. Again, my entire purpose is to distract you enough that you never manage h5. That's my entire goal. I break through here. How are you capturing on c5, Rakesh?
I mean, I have to capture first, with
Yeah.
the pawn. That makes
Yeah,
that's
because
just logical.
yeah, pawn takes. And now maybe knight takes c5. So again, I just want to gain tempos on your queen. I just cannot allow you h5 at any cost.
And what if I chop your pawn on b4?
That is also
And
hanging.
opening up the rook's line. That
Yeah.
was the main goal.
Ooh, this doesn't work, yeah? Oh, knight cd7 maybe is the move.
Yeah, it's like pin and win.
Yeah.
Now I go queen d2, I think. Yeah, my idea is bishop takes bishop, yeah. Queen takes. But Sahil, for the last 5 moves, you have managed to distract me at the
Yeah,
cost of
yeah.
one pawn.
And also, I think I move my queen somewhere. Next, I play rook b8, and I would rather play this as black, Rakesh, somehow, rather than that position where I'm, handling h5. Even though I've sacrificed a pawn, not to forget, it's the pawn in front of your king. So here also, I think white is clearly better. I think it depends on your style. I would prefer something like this. Maybe there's a better way to play this as well. So there could be better versions, but I cannot allow white to go h5. If this happens, I think it will be a one-way street, and all you'll be doing is defending. And knowing Munguntuul, I think this is exactly up her alley. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of style she prefers.
Absolutely, Sahil. I wouldn't be surprised if she plays this move c5. B4 and then c5.
Yeah.
Because that looks logical. It's like, normally my Russian coach used to teach me, play on your playing side.
Plays a6.
No, that is a bad
That
move,
is
Sahil.
very slow. That is very slow. She's planning c5 without sacrificing the pawn. I think she's really, really underestimating the attack white could have here. That is not a great move. We were thinking of the same idea, right? b4, knight a4, c5, just to open this up. And in this variation, black had to sacrifice this b pawn, and that was the problem. So that's why she plays a6 to defend this pawn. And let's say white just passes the move. Yeah, white does nothing. Let's assume a random move. a3. Now c5, and see how black's position opens up. This is her plan. But Rakesh, it's just too slow. And now Divya, if she senses the moment, she will, because her last move was h4. If she goes with h5, she goes with g4, or any attacking move, I think Munguntuul might not even manage c5. And I think h5, Rakesh, again, focusing on the king side feels very, very strong.
Yeah, and let's showing the importance of opening up lines. Whoever will open the lines against the king in opposite side castling will win. So let's show sample variation while Divya thinks. Knight takes pawn.
Yeah.
G4.
Yeah.
Knight goes back. I'll play just the bishop near the king. Bishop to c1. Just to highlight, like pawn to b4, attacking the knight. You simply ignore everything and capture the pawn in the corner with bishop takes a6. And Sahil, you capture my knight. But no, you just slide across with the queen and you're threatening checkmate there. So white has these ideas because of which white is sacrificing the pawn. Black has to be very careful here.
Absolutely. Once the queen gets in, the path is a bit complicated. It will be over. In fact, Rakesh, maybe instead of moving the bishops, maybe directly rook h2 or rook h3.
Yeah.
And once you play before rook h1, and it's mate in one threatened, and that's even faster. And of course, if needed, we can always get more reinforcement very, very quickly. So I think as of now, Rakesh, this game would end in the next 15 to 30 minutes if Munguntuul doesn't find counterplay. And to be honest, I don't see it. I just don't see it. It's so simple for white here. h5, just opening up the file on the rook near your king feels like an automatic move.
Yeah, and also kudos to Divya and her coaches, her team. She won a very similar game against Vaishali, where Vaishali blundered her opening her opening prep into, mixed up the opening there. And now also she looks in a great position. So kudos to her on that. And Sahil, do you think she'll play h5 or she'll play the g4 h5 idea?
I think h5. I think g4 is also strong, but I just like opening the file anyways. Also, not to forget, you don't want to, once h5 happens, you ideally, you might not even capture with the pawn. Yeah? Ideally, you want the h file open. That's why you want to launch an attack. So I love h5 directly, not giving any time for black to potentially play c5. Just pushing that pawn. I think g4 also very strong. I'm just wondering if c5 distracts me enough because I cannot now play h5, Rakesh. I get a feeling because c takes, pawn takes, and b4 just loses that knight on c3. So I will have to first decide what to do here, and I don't want to decide that. I don't want that complication. I just want to play h5 and just attack. So no space, no room for you to even play c5.
And Sahil, that makes sense because you want to start out with h5, where black now does not get an option. How you were not giving me an option to play h5 in the earlier line. You just want to go bam, 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 not allow. It's like a boxing match. You don't know, once you start punching, you don't want your opponent to come back and punch you.
Yeah.
And I really like h5, but Sahil, if you just go back one move, because Divya is still thinking, pawn to a6 was played. Do you think Munguntuul would have played this hadn't she lost the last two games? It's completely against her style, I feel.
I know, but also I think she's kind of underestimated her opponent's attack on a
Yeah.
few occasions.
Yeah.
So it might have happened anyways. I think she's really had faith in her own attacking abilities. That's great, but I think white moves first, and usually in this case, white will leverage. Just imagine, if black was to play, we already saw one move. Black is absolutely fine, right? So it's just a matter of one move and not giving black that c5 move that liberates her pieces. So you can see in deep think Divya, she knows this is a critical moment. I think g4, h5. I think we also considered knight e4, but apparently c5 now is a kind of a strong threat. Again, you can see how this is pointed towards your queen. So maybe one of these moves should give Divya a winning advantage.
I fully agree. I think the more I think about it, h5 just looks deadly for black.
Yeah, by the way, chat, all the other 4 games looking pretty balanced. We can have the bird's eye view for once. We can see no crazy, chances for either side, but no dull draws either, Rakesh. So I think we'll see the battle build up gradually as we reach the time trouble phase, as we've often seen it. We think there are 5 draws, 4 draws. Suddenly we have 4, 5 results. So that's pretty common. And Bishop C1 was played in the Humpy game, so no other updates there. One look at the Polina and Harika game. This is a very interesting structure, Rakesh. I mean, who's better and why?
That's that pawn on c5, pawn on b6, pawn on c3. A very weird constellation of pawns on the left side of the board. And yeah, we had left it around here in the Petrov defense. And queen a4, Sahil. I don't think any side has the advantage. Like we know the Petrov defense, notoriously known for its drawish tendencies.
Yeah.
But if I just go something like pawn to b5 is what I like. Maybe not. It may not be the best move in the position from the Indian side, but humanly it just looks nice.
Yeah, I like it also. I think you kind of not open up the queen side, but there are multiple moves. Also, I like, similar to how Vaishali had her bishop pointed, I like the bishop on c7. That's the star piece for black. So I'm also considering rook e6. I don't know if I can bring the rook somehow. I want to bring the bishop as well into the game. So this knight is kind of blocking my path. So I want to decide that quickly. So very interesting. C6 pawn is right now attacked, and there's no easy way to defend it, right? I mean, bishop b7, you're putting the bishop on that closed diagonal, so that's not an easy choice. So I agree with you, Rakesh. b5 does feel like a potential move. The queen will drop back, and then white will challenge this with pawn to a4. So regardless, Polina still swinging in a chair. She had a great game yesterday. That rook f2 tactic was brilliant. Let's see if she can, put pressure on Harika here.
Yeah, and she is having a good tournament, and she would love to win with the white pieces here and get to that 4.5 points out of 7 and try to find do a late surge for the podium, because there are also gold, silver and bronze medals up for grabs.
And also not to forget, if she can have like a dream run in the last 3 rounds, like wins 3 on 3, 6.5, she could potentially still finish tied for first. So you never know. But she has to win for that today. So very important game for her. Harika also, by the way, on 5th place right now, half a point behind Polina. So very important game for her as well with the black pieces.
Sal, before we switch to another game, I would like to remind you and the chat that Polina is going to play Munguntuul a decisive player in tomorrow's game. And round 9 is against Jiner. So Polina,
Wow.
like you mentioned, she could make a case for joint or even clear first. It would need a 3-on-3 score, but is still possible.
Yeah, she will have that match against Zuzina, who's the likely favorite. So she could potentially, if she wins 2-on-2, have that, within grasp. Zuzina could be a point ahead. And
Yeah.
if she wins, she could tie with Zuzina. So that is still a
And she wins
possibility.
on tie breaks, that head-to-head clash. So
Yeah.
stranger things have happened, Sahil, but definitely a chance for Polina Shuvalova here.
Yeah, an outside chance, definitely. And by the way, can we head to the Divya game again? Has she played something? I'm just kind of curious about this game now because this attack is so dangerous, Rakesh. H5. And just to kind of go deeper here, if H5 and you take with the pawn, we again saw pawn to G4. That was the idea. We do not want to just grab this pawn. And if you take this, Rakesh, after F takes, look at the queen and rook. Already looking at H7, G5 is incoming. This is resigns.
Yeah, this looks game over.
So
Sahil.
literally, this is the current position, right?
Yeah.
One move. Okay, this is not a move. One move and two moves, and it's resigns. So it could be resigns literally two moves later. That's how deadly the attack is. And I mean, G5, the knight will have to move, and Queen H7 is simply checkmate. And I don't even need Queen H7. I can play Rook H3, Rook H1, and mate you on H8. So it's my choice, my game, my rules. And as of now, G pawn is pretty strong. So this is the current position, chat, and Divya should be ready to push that H pawn any moment now.
And Sahil, when you're attacking or when both players are attacking, do not worry about material.
Yeah.
Just focus on making sure you get faster.
That's the advice Munguntuul should have, kind of stuck to, because
Yeah.
she focused on the B5 pawn. There was no time for this. She had to push through C5 at any cost whatsoever. And now she is struggling. And not to forget, Rakesh, she's lost the last 3 games in a row. So this is, her confidence might be very low, and this might potentially be her 4th loss in a row, and her next opponents will definitely not make it easy for her as well.
Yeah, and she started off so strong, 2 out of 3 in the first 3 games, but she might be having a 4th loss in a row, and then she plays Polina again. That's not an easy pairing. So Munguntuul looks like she might have to, change a few things. And Sahil, I just think maybe if she had not lost those 3 games, she would have played C5 in her spirit, which was the need of the hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the need for the hour is to push that H pawn. What is Divya calculating? I think, if you're playing bullet chess, G4 H5 is automatic. Yeah, you don't even look at the piece. There could be, a piece, the knight dancing here on D7. You will not look towards it. You will just push one of these pawns. So is there any other option here? For example, pawn to E4, that central break that she might be considering. And if C5, then D5. Is that an option?
Yeah, that's definitely an option. But if you just played H4 on your last move,
yeah.
E4 will come. I mean, Divya is very close to a grandmaster already, but I think that is like a 2700 move, like just complicating things.
I agree.
I love H5 and throw open the open file. Try to put opponent under pressure, and I'm pretty sure Divya knows that Munguntuul has lost the last 3 games. So she is playing great chess. Trust her instinct and just push H5.
Thank you, Pragin for the compliments there, and I think it's just the amazing games that the players have played that has kind of helped us along. I mean, the last game yesterday, Rakesh, was just stunning.
Yeah, that was one of the best games I've seen, Sahil.
I've ever seen, Rakesh. The twists and turns. It was like a thriller that should be on Netflix. It was amazing. And we are going to see a few games just like that as the tournament comes to an end. 3 more days to go, Rakesh. And right now, Divya has a chance to win this event and maintain her chances to win the event. And by the way, if she wins today, she joins Jiner in first place. And then, depending on their result, we'll see she might be in second place already if she wins.
Yeah, if she wins, she's in clear second place because 1 versus 2 is happening today. And in fact, she will need that win because she will play Jiner tomorrow with the black pieces. So it is imperative for Divya to score the win. And I think Sahil, she is on her way to win. What do you rate her chances, like out of like 10.
I think that after the next move, I can decide. If h5 or g4, if h5 is on the board, I'm going to 10 and 10. It's over.
Yeah, if she plays h5, it's absolutely game over. And the tradition continues of we can have Divya in the commentary box once more, because I feel kudos to her and her team for finding these amazing ideas throughout the tournament.
Yep. So maybe it's also time to just have a glance at the Humpy Jiner game, a super, super important game in terms of the standing. So 96 is where we left it last. And bishop c1, your move, Rakesh, bringing the bishop home, as you said, c5. So finally, we see the challenge to the center. Very, very logical. And now pawn to e3. Sure, you defend the center, but how is the bishop on c1 feeling about that move? Not so happy. Pawn takes pawn. Okay, black solved that problem. But now rook to c8. And now bishop to b2. Rakesh, if I'm being honest, this is now a symmetrical pawn structure. Black is already developed. Every black piece is developed. You can, of course, try to move the queen, connect the rooks. But this does feel, close to equal and a likely draw unless either side makes a huge mistake.
I agree. And black, as we said, definitely would be the happier of the two. And again, also the time situation, 30 minutes ahead is Jiner, and just shows that black's position is easier to play.
Yeah.
The pieces are developed, and you just you don't have to do anything fancy. And Jiner is in the lead, so it's Humpy who has to take the risks if needed.
And we know what happens when you take risks. It can backfire as well. And it's not easy to take risks also here, Rakesh. Black's pieces are so well developed. And to be honest, if I had to choose a certain side, I might just even choose black. So I think this game, even though the stakes are very high, this might just lead to a draw. And by the way, we have an update. Divya has played h5.
Let's go.
That is a brilliant move on the board, opening the H file, and now Munguntuul is under huge pressure. Somebody chat saying Divya losing. Why? Good news if you're a Divya fan. She is not losing. In fact, she's close to victory here, unless Munguntuul comes up with a clever retort, which I don't see it. So good evening, says Mr. Whitmore. Good evening to everyone in the chat. We are already looking towards potentially our first result for today. Pawn comes to h5, Rakesh. We saw gh5, knight h5, not so good. Is there any other option? Can I potentially counter attack, which is Munguntuul style, with pawn to b4? But what happens if I just move the knight somewhere? I mean, knight e4, knight a4, both look very tempting. Again, black has that uncomfortable choice, and she doesn't really want to take either way.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I really like the knight to a4 as well. In the center, it doesn't really matter. The thing is, Sahil, because the pawn is already on h5, you are so close to opening up a file. It's like basically a check on the h file and the game is over.
Yeah.
So we're getting that close, and you mentioned just 3 moves can effectively end the game, and I think Divya is on that path.
Yeah, and it's so hard, right? For example, you try to think, okay, I'm going to play rook e8, maybe knight f8. You can't, okay, this is already losing. So let's say you take with the pawn first, and then I play g4. You try to play rook e8, try to defend it somehow. I might not even take on h5, Rakesh, because that closes the h file. I will play g5 instead. I attack your knight, and once the knight moves, now I can take on h5, or I can even first play g6. And once you move this, now I will take it. And this is where puzzle rush tactics come into picture. Bishop d3, some queen, rook h8, queen h2, and queen h7, some mating patterns. And this is just really, really bad. The bar tells you everything. Yeah, plus 4.3. And we're just 3 moves into the variation. So h5, brilliant move. What do you expect, Rakesh, that Munguntuul will play here?
I think she will have a think. It's not easy how to defend this, because as you were showing the lines, all of them look so easy for white to play, and just like free-flowing chess. Very tough choice, I think, but I might expect something like knight h5, Sahil. I don't know.
Ooh, knight h5. I expect, I think b4. I think she will at least...
Yeah, actually, you have to go b4. Actually.
Yeah, at least you give an option for white. Okay, where do you push the knight? White has to make a choice. The problem, it's a very pleasant choice. It's like choosing between gulab jamun and rasgulla for sweets. Knight to e4 and or knight to a4. Both options really just working for white well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a sweet choice for white after b4. But I think Sahil, the word that you use is so apt that Munguntuul, to have any chance in the game, she has to distract Divya from that
Hmm.
h5. So pawn to b4 is absolutely that move. Knight goes on the side. Again, pawn to c5. Distraction is the key. Like, I'm going to capture your pawn in the center. I'm going to attack your queen with my rook on the c line. So, and she plays g. What?
What did she play?
Oh my god, what is
G5.
g5, Sahil?
Oh, she's trying to keep the position closed. She's trying to keep the position closed. I kind of get the move. And now, very important, if you play h6, that would be a slight error in my opinion because g6 now and everything is closed. So, Rakesh, I would say that's a practical try which we did not kind of look at. g5, of course, it is bad because, Rakesh, very simple. What if I now go pawn to e4 and say, give me that pawn?
Yeah, if you even just say hello to the pawn on g5 from the bishop on d2, how does black defend knight h7? Like,
You really can't move the knight. If you play knight to h7, I think e5 now, I have control this square, knight coming to e4, knight coming to
bishop coming to
bishop to
d3 and
d3.
attacking.
Yeah, you can't. And rook e8 trying to save the knight. Let's say bishop d3, knight f8. I mean, this is, maybe it saves for the time being, but f4 I'm considering already. But at least the game is going to last longer now. So maybe Munguntuul at least has come up with a decent defense because everything else seemed to lose on the spot.
Yeah, but I think pawn to e4 idea is pushing the pawn to e5 looks super strong for white, and there you see locked in g5, a great practical resource by the Mongolian. But can the Indian
Oh,
player?
Divya shook her head. Can we go full screen? She's shaking her head for some reason. You can see, right?
Did she miss this move, Sahil?
I think she missed it. She's shaking her head. I think she completely missed g5. That's my first guess there because she was shaking her head. She was not happy with that choice. I don't know. I wish there was a recap feature here, but I definitely saw her shaking her head there. So g5, maybe it was a move she either missed or underestimated there.
Yeah, I mean, also looking at the player body language and the cameras, it looks like Munguntuul is attacking with white and Divya is little stressed defending. But actually,
yeah.
that's not the case, and that is I mean, g5 is not a natural move that comes. It's not the first thing that pops in your mind. But with this, do you think Divya will be able to find e4?
I think she has to because I think, for example, there are not many alternatives. She knows h6 is not that great. The file is still closed. g4 now makes no sense. So I think e4 or maybe f4. These are the only two moves that kind of make sense. But f4, I think, it's like black can also ignore this maybe. And again, even if you take, it's not opening any files. This feels like winning, but it's also slow. I think e5 again forces the question, what do you do about this pawn? And that's a choice black will have to display with a particular move. For example, if you play g4 trying to do this, then I already can take this pawn now. I'm a pawn up. Now, what is your defense there? And I'm still coming with g5. So I think black will have to make a critical choice. And if it is knight h7, you've already distracted a piece back. And that means even without the attack, your position should be clearly better.
Yeah, I think pawn to e4 might be played by Divya, and she might just take a little bit of time. So meanwhile, can we have a look around, Sahil, on maybe board 5 this time, Polina versus Harika, where we saw that interesting pawn structure.
Yeah, queen a4, but bishop b7 was played by Harika. She didn't like that b5 idea. Pawn to h3, keeping an eye on this bishop, reducing its power a little bit. And now knight to f6, and the position is still, I would say, evenly balanced. Both players having their own plans. Now black can potentially bring the knight to e4 at the right moment, bring rook e6, try to play on the king side. White, of course, might try to play on the queen side as well with some tension here. The queen might drop at some moment, Rakesh, maybe to c2 or to a3. And I kind of prefer black, Harika's position a little bit. I like the bishops. I'm not sure what white's plan is here.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. And there's only one open file, that's the E line in the center. So only trades can happen on those on that line. And I feel Harika will be the happier of the two after how the opening has gone.
Yeah, Mr. Whitmore saying a very important point. Opposite side cashling games are always interesting. The one who starts the low roller of the pawns usually ends up winning. That is so true. And that's why, opposite cashling, you have to be absolutely sure that, your calculation is on point. So once you see those pawns moving towards you, it can get very, very difficult psychologically to play.
That's, I think, very well put by Whitmore. And Sahil, if we also have a quick look at Vaishali's game,
Mhm.
because I think Vaishali did her opening prep very well yesterday and just studied her opponent, because how smartly she has, played a extremely positional line against the attacking Kashlinskaya. If you remember yesterday's game.
Yeah, I think the position itself looks very, very solid, slightly better for white, maybe with more space. Black, of course, has ideas of e5 incoming. So, Rakesh, this position does look quite, I would say drawish to me, maybe high chances of a draw.
Yeah.
I think both players would be decently happy with a draw here.
Yeah, I mean, Alina having the topsy-turvy of a game yesterday, but still winless, if you remember, in this tournament, whereas Vaishali had a tough loss yesterday uh, against Jiner. So White, is trying to play on the left side of the board. You see there's only one open file, just might want to push this pawn on b4, trying to get the minority attack going at some point. And I think Sahil, this is a position of two results. 80% it's a draw, 20% Vaishali wins.
Yeah, I will have to agree with that. And also, Vaishali's time is a potential problem. So maybe a draw would be even more likely. And I think Alina, after yesterday's game, what a game it was again, I think would be very happy with a calmer game today.
For sure. And I think it's about time we show our featured game now between Humpy and Nurgyul, because it's good news if you're a Humpy fan. Zoo having her first long thing and has not played for the last 20 odd minutes.
That's very interesting. And Bishop B2, this is where she's trying to come up with her plan, her next plan. But Rakesh, even just
great timing there, Sahil, because Bishop B4 played.
Bishop B4 played. So Rakesh, what's the threat here? So let's say I play a random move, pawn to h3. What is black gonna do here? The bar just went down.
Yeah, I think I'm going to start attacking. Put the bishop on a nice diagonal. Bishop to a6 in the corner, attacking your rook. And if you go rook e1, now your knight on e4 is pinned. So I throw in my knight in the center.
Wow, so black has a winning threat here, just using these pins, the bishop pair, everybody says, why is the bishop pair so strong? Because it can help you win the Women's Grand Prix. And right now, bishop b4, a deadly move from black. Humpy has to be on point here. And Rakesh, what can white do? I was thinking of a move like a3, trying to force matters a little bit. Does that work?
I mean, that works, but it leads to a bunch of trades. Let's show chat. Bishop takes knight. I don't know how you recapture.
Rook takes, let's say. Rook takes, bishop takes, yeah.
And now I also bring the knight to e4.
Yeah.
As the tournament leader, half a point ahead, I'm very, very happy. I'm delighted to play this position as black and just go queen d6, maybe. Just easy to play. But yeah.
I at least have the bishop pair. I guess, so to cut you off there. But at least have the bishop. At least have something. Because in this current position, I seem to have nothing. And black has a winning threat of bishop a6, just kind of, destroying my rooks here, giving me no space at all. So if a3 happens, I would be happy, actually, slightly happy, if black just takes on c3 and hands me the bishop pair. Black could just drop back also. I mean, black is not really risking much here, Rakesh.
True, but as white after bishop b4, on the contrary, I just think the winning threat for black is bishop in the corner. So I'll just save that by moving my queen up 2 squares.
Right. So it's bishop d6.
No, just even before this.
You mean here, yeah? Queen d3. Yeah. Also possible. Also very possible. Controlling e4 and a6 both. Two very, very important squares here from both black's angle there. So Very interesting how black handles this. Also, I can double up rooks now very quickly. So also a nice move, queen to d3. And Humpy calculating. I think she is under some pressure on the clock, but the position is so solid, Rakesh, that if she really has to hurry with moves in the endgame, she will be able to do so. So not really worry about the clock here, but very, very important clash. That doesn't change that fact. So yeah. And meanwhile, as both players think, I'm wondering if we have seen a move from Divya there.
Because Sahil, that is the most exciting game of the day. H5, G5, Divya still thinking she has to play E4, which would be great, but that's the best move in the position. She has not yet played anything, still thinking.
Yeah. And 53 minutes for white, 51 minutes for black. Rakesh, I'm going to say maybe my guess of two results is going to be correct today. I am sensing a few games where it's so evenly balanced, and maybe today might be the day of draws. What do you think?
I think you made the right choice there. Normally you go higher results than me. Normally you say 4 results, but I think 2 results is more likely today.
By the way, can we head off to the
E4 plate.
E4 plate? That's a great move from this one. She changes her plan slightly to focus on the new weakness on g5, and that pawn is really under fire right now. And not to forget, we are not only now attacking on the king side, we are also setting up the threat of d5 if black were to go to c5. That's very, very important. So you're kind of hitting two targets with one stone, and this is going to be very difficult yet again. If c5 happens, challenging the center, we go d5. You might take this, we might take this. Now threat is bishop takes g5, followed up by d6, simply trapping the bishop on e7, and black still doesn't have that open file that black wanted. Yeah, it's completely closed. So I think it's again a one-way street. That's the main problem for Munguntuul here. So very good by Divya. I think she has great chances to convert this game, and Munguntuul again under huge pressure.
Absolutely, silent. This is the mark of a champion. This is a mark of a very, very strong player. You do not just stick on one idea, but you also, switch smartly to other plans. Like you don't just blindly go h6, but you knew kicking the knight away and gaining control of the center was crucial. So Divya takes her time, thought for about 11 minutes there and pushed the pawn to e4, Sahil.
Yeah, and now Munguntuul, I think, will have a very, very long thing, Rakesh, because her main plan of g5 was fantastic, but now Divya has come up with the best attack counter to that. So what does she do now? I think her choice is not simple, so maybe it's time to also check out the game of Nurgyul against Salome, because Nurgyul also was part of that crazy game, and maybe this game is slowly moving towards the end game. Rakesh, let's have a look at the current position. So basically a5 was played, and usually black would not take on a5. But black does take. And now after castles, rook e8 takes on c5, knight c5. Black is a pawn up, Rakesh. This is very weird structure. So what to do?
Yeah, it's a very weird structure. I don't know. It's like that pawn on is like you are asking questions, Sahil. Is the pawn on c3 weak or the a5 pawn weaker?
Yeah.
Because game, like the action is going to be decided on the left side of the board. The right side of the board, like the king side, seems so calm, very demure. But on the left side of the board, there is complete chaos.
Yeah.
And I just feel, white has that little bit of an edge. I don't like those double pawns on the left side. The two bishops are going to be the difference and may give Nurgyul her much deserved win now.
I agree. It feels like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's very, very, one personality here, very, very calm, and complete chaos, as you said, on the queen side. So pawns are just everywhere. 3 slightly weak pawns for black and 1 slightly weak pawn for white. But of course, black has an extra pawn. So roughly balanced right now, but it could go either way. And as of 35 minutes for Nurgyul, and what happened?
Only 35 minutes.
Yeah, 35 minutes and 64 minutes for Salome there. So very, very interesting position. And white also has the bishop pair. And once the bishops come out, Rakesh, they can really, really create problems. And don't forget the very, very nice d4 square for my knight.
Yeah, and plenty of comments coming in. Pepsi Cola says definitely great show of games. And somebody Vanch or Vanch, I think it says great games there. And Rohit Sharma, shout out to him, is in the chat. Left my IPL training to see these games being commentated by Rakesh and Sahil. So shout out to the hitman there.
Absolutely, and I would love to see Rohit comments in Hindi as well. I've heard he's quite, um, loud and very clear in his comments. So would love to see that. And as of now, knight d4 played by Nurgyul there, controlling that d4 square. So Rakesh, will come back to this. Very, very interesting position. By the way, we have a move from Munguntuul. She played c5. She played c5, challenging Divya in the center, and now d5 has to be the counter. You cannot allow the c file to open up. d5 just takes the initiative again on the king side as well as in the center to black.
Is d5 the only move that wins, Sahil?
I mean, I think it's the only move that actually wins. Yes, I think dc5 would also open the d file, but gives black a lot of counterplay for d4. So d5 probably the only move to get a very, very clean advantage.
I think we were kind of expecting Munguntuul to think, but she made good use of Divya's thinking time, where she played quickly, so that she's trying to put Divya under some time pressure. Divya had a huge lead of about 35 minutes on the clock, but it's gone down now to just 1 minute.
Yeah. But I think she should be happy with what she has. I think she has a great position as white. And Rakesh, also not to forget that g5 pawn is still hanging. So once I do play d5, do you defend this? Do you attack this? Like, what do you do as black? I think you have to take on d5, right? Is there any other move apart from e takes d5 for black?
What if black? Oh, no. You can't go e5 because then I go d6.
Yeah, I mean, I would just take on g5 and next go d6. I mean, just pawn up, threatening to win a piece. Seems no problem there.
Yeah, so no time for e5. Let's say now, if I have to be chaotic, let's be fully chaotic and let's just throw in b4.
Wow. So really,
I know it's bad.
Yeah.
Let's gamble.
Yeah, very interesting there. So what do I do? What could be my best attempt? Because I am also threatening d6 to win your bishop.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering what is the best way to finish black off. Like d6 also looks very tempting because you kind of weaken some light squares. So a lot of options. Because if I go knight a4, right, I think ed5 and maybe that's not the best version for white.
It feels like I'm somehow back in the game, but I don't know, something just like pawn takes pawn.
Oh,
D6.
I got the idea. I just checked the engine because my idea was to kind of take on e6, but the engine has a specific idea. It's h6. On the move, which was really not great earlier.
g6.
Yeah, because of g6 now is a brilliant move because now when you take black, if she takes with this pawn, after e5, queen g6 would just win on the spot. So I think h6 there is just a brilliant find. So white could first play the h pawn, shift to the center, and then again move to the h pawn and just win the game.
That would be really high level play, and pretty sure Divya is finding that very soon. And Sahil, if Divya manages to find this d5 idea, she's almost, like the advantage the engine is showing is that white is going to be 2 pawns up.
Wow, that is amazing. And d5, as we discussed, the only move. And for Divya Rakesh, she's had, I think, 3 wins in this tournament, couple of draws, and that sole loss to Humpy.
Yeah.
So this win could mean she would have 4 wins. And that is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and she goes into second place for sure. Doesn't matter if Humpy is leading or, Jiner is leading. But Divya really wants to win to keep her chances of a podium finish alive as well.
Yeah, and Munguntuul, on the contrary, wants Divya to play a mistake. So let's see what Divya comes up with here. I think d5 is pretty awesome. I think dc5 is the other option, right? You open this. But after, let's say, rook takes c5, black is actually threatening b4. So I'm Rakesh, I'm a bit distracted towards the queen side, right? I will have to kind of focus on the queen side now. That's why I'm not liking dc5 here. Is there any other move apart from dc5 or d5 that comes to your mind?
No, while Divya is thinking about her move, chat can also make a move, that is by liking the stream and subscribing if they haven't. More than 350 people in the chat, and it's amazing to see so much interest, in this exciting game, round 7 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
Yeah, definitely. And Rakesh, how much time do you think they will take here?
About 7 to 8 minutes at
More.
least. More, because if you find D5 style, you win the game. It's as simple as that.
But she still has to find h6. So, it's like you have to be absolutely sure that it works.
Yeah, but I think she's super strong. She will definitely find h6. Finding d5, or it's not about finding. She has seen d5. Choosing d5 or choosing dc5, choosing h6. In that, choosing d5 is a little tricky. But apart from that, I think white is just completely better.
And you know what I thought? We saw d5 and then d6, h6. What if we start with h6? Because now if g6, then d5, and it just transposes. So what's the difference? Why is h6 not so great? After h6, the best move is cd4, allowing hg7. So,
wow, this is craziness.
And king g7, and now bishop g5. So even this is crazy, Rakesh. If you take the knight, now e5, and you know what? This is happening. You can't take with the knight because the queen will hang, and then the queen drops to h7. For example, c takes b2, attacking your queen, but now simply e takes f6 check. Bishop takes his queen h7 mate, so you will have to take with the knight. Now bishop f6 check. Bishop f6 is queen h7 checkmate. So king f6, and now queen takes b2 check, and you win the queen on the next move. So it's trouble everywhere for black.
Wow, but what a very, very nice variation you showed. And Sahil, at their level, I think the players can calculate all of this till the very end.
Yeah, the top players of the world, they will not miss a single detail, especially with time on the clock, and that's exactly what Divya is considering. So the fact that h6 is also a pretty decent try for white is good news for Divya. d5 also, of course, the best move. I'm not so sure about dc5. Just kind of distracts white a little bit towards the queen side. So,
and Akira in the chat is saying, are there any results done? No, but this game that you see between Divya and Munguntuul might be our first result of the day. And Kufin is asking, who won, guys? Humpy or Zoo? And Sahil, on that note, let's check out that game.
Absolutely. We left it at bishop b2 and bishop b4. That tricky move to kind of play bishop a6 and harass these rooks. So Humpy does play your move, Rakesh, d3, controlling the important e4 and a6 square. So no knight e4 and bishop a6 for black right now. And now queen e7 played, preventing a3 in some cases, connecting the rooks. Now rook c1. And you know what? I think white's last two moves have given me some confidence, and maybe Humpy can put on some pressure because this pawn is still under some pressure.
Yeah, +1 to that, Sahil. Rarely we agree on things, but it's nice to see the Indian player, consolidating yourself. You mentioned a great point, Sahil, that, Humpy does not need to go all out.
Yeah.
If you get your chance, of course, grab it, but otherwise, no need to take additional risks. And both rooks coming to the c file, looks like Humpy is ready to, drop those some knight into d5 tactics, which let's show the chat what happens, if black plays a null move like h6, for example. Suddenly white is better because of this bishop on b7 that is overloaded, protecting the rook and the pawn. So white goes in with
knight takes d5, winning on the spot. So black has set up a tactic, and now white sets it up. So there's attack on the queen. If rook c2, you play knight e7 comes with check,
intermediate,
and that is game over. So you have to take, if you take with the bishop now, there is rook takes c8, winning the rook. And if you take with the knight, then there is rook takes c8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, bishop takes, and the knight is now loose. And white has won a pawn and a central pawn. And now with the bishop pair, this should be game over. But of course, Jiner, in the form she is, she will not miss this. She puts the queen back on f8. But Rakesh, that's not where the queen belongs. That's a passive square. And that means Humpy definitely, just comparing the pieces, doubled up rooks against not doubled up rooks, the active knight versus a slightly more passive knight, and the attacking bishop versus defensive bishop, and the active queen was slightly worse queen. I think Humpy should be slightly better here.
For sure, and Sahil, Queen F8, very a timid move, I would say, but it does the job. Now the rook on C8 is defended by the queen, so the knight D5 tactic doesn't work. But Sahil, I completely agree. I mean, that queen does not belong on the first rank. In fact, if the black king moves and there is a way currently all of black pieces can end up on the back rank, and we can, to start a Fisher random game.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting. Fisher random there. But as of now, Queen F8 on the board. 36 minutes for Humpy, so she has 20 moves to make. I will not worry too much about the clock, as I said yesterday earlier, because I think at the end, the position is solid enough that if Humpy wants to play quickly, she easily can. So I think here, Rakesh, maybe bishop to h3 could also be a move, putting pressure, pinning that knight. And again, black is wondering, so how can I kind of, exchange a few pieces? Because black wants to exchange.
Yeah.
Exchange of the rooks, exchange of the queens. The structure promises to give black complete equality. And then I think they can shake hands and go home. And a draw would be amazing for Zuzhino here.
For sure, I really completely agree. But you mentioned a great point there that I am getting some confidence in White's position after, the last two moves by White. But, I'm getting a confidence for a White win as well, because Divya Deshmukh has played D5, Sahil.
Oh, wow. Let's head off to that game. So D5, again, the best move. And anybody wondering, about the accuracy, it's been 92.1 for black. And Rakesh, Chad, you can take a wild guess. What is Divya Deshmukh's accuracy in this game? So
Let me guess, Sahil. 98.5.
Rakesh, you know what? You are really underestimating the accuracy by a big margin. It's 99.7.
Wow.
So that is quite impressive for a game which has already lasted 18 moves. And I think the next, if she's played D5, she's seen the next few moves and it might just go higher.
I mean, what a game. Flawless game there.
And I think that's one of the players blocking the camera. And now we have the board again. And now, and by the way, we're taking not as much time to find these moves. That's also brilliant, because sometimes you can think, you know what, I want to attack, I want to find the best move, and you can lag behind on the clock. And then in the crunch moment, you do not have time. So great time management skills as well. And now Munguntuul is again under pressure. And if you look at the bar, Rakesh, it's already showing +2. And that's objectively lost.
That's objectively, and it's like the advantage of Divya being 2 pawns up in a way, Sahil. And she's been playing amazing chess. Pawn to D5, as we showed the variations earlier. White is in complete control. And I think, Munguntuul needs a miracle to not lose this game, Sahil.
I think the best she can hope for is to sacrifice one of these pawns. So I was thinking, for example, what if she plays, queen to b6, just to kind of activate the queen, get out of this file. Maybe white takes on e6. Now you can take with the queen, and now bishop g5. And maybe, Rakesh, something like this can be defended purely because you h6, there's still g6, and you've not opened up a file. So next, maybe rook f d8, maybe c4, b4, maybe something like this. You can at least drag on the game for a long, long time.
Yeah, I agree. That's one very good way to, put up a defense. But, Sahil, you are giving up a pawn now. Whereas what I had liked was the idea of not playing a6 in the opening and giving a pawn back.
Oh, she takes d5. She has just grabbed the pawn on d5. The most ambitious choice, but it also opens up the queen's path. Once e takes d5 happens, you can see the queen pointed towards h7, and that is very important. If you take with the knight, that could be a potential mistake. Maybe knight takes d5 is hoping for the best, because after knight takes d5, e takes bishop f6. Black also gets an active piece pointed towards white king. So maybe e takes d5, threatening to trap the bishop, is very important, and Divya has to take with the pawn.
Yeah, and that H file hasn't been open, so that's a good thing for the black player. But pawn takes d5, Sahil, things are going to get heated up in this game.
Yeah, pawn takes is super important here. Let's see if Divya can find it. I'm pretty sure she's already looked at these variations. That bishop on e7 is a liability for black right now. Imagine a pawn on d6. defended pawn, the bishop would be trapped, and that's what you're hoping with e takes d6. So you don't want the bishop to come to f6, a natural square that can happen with knight takes d5, knight takes, pawn takes, and this. And here I think black is still fighting. So white is better, but of course black will threaten c4, c3, and you can see how that's extremely double-edged. So take with the pawn, threaten a pawn move to d6 at some point. Let's say black just passes, yeah, rook a8, bishop g5, rook c8, d6. The bishop is gone, the king is gone, and the game is pretty much over. So very important, take with the pawn, and white should be on her way to win this game. So full pressure on Munguntuul as Divya calculates. The only game so far where one side is just clearly better. All the other games right in the middle. So we can see as the tournament comes to its latter half, all the players are playing great chess, no mistakes. Only this game, white seems to have a huge attack. Munguntuul hoping against hope that Divya takes with the knight. Will she take with the knight or the pawn? Chat, you can take a guess. This is the moment she has to find e takes d5. Who won, guys? Humpy versus Du. That game is still on, and slowly but surely Humpy is, gaining an edge there because she is putting on pressure. By the way, knight to b5 played by Humpy. Very interesting because you're offering a trade, but you're also attacking the a7 pawn. And not to forget, for example, there could be a threat of a3, and the bishop has to go all the way back to e7, blocking the queen on f8. So not so sure if black would be happy with that. So for example, if you play a pawn move like a6, saving the pawn, there might even be knight c7 ideas. So knight takes c7, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes. And of course, with the rook on the 7th rank, white should be teeny tiny better here. And maybe rook e7 is the only way for black to hold on to equality. And then white has a choice. Do you play queen c2 defending this? Do you bring the rook back? And the game is again close to equality. But with the active knight, with a slightly active rook, I would say, and the slightly active bishop and the queen as well, white should be slightly better still. But knight b5, an ambitious try. Let's see what Jiner replies. The form she's in, she should be able to come up with the best defense, and that should be to push pawn to a6 to ask the question. Hello, Mr. Knight. Oh, she plays something else, I think.
Rook c2, Sahil.
Yeah, she exchanges the pair of rooks, and maybe next she will now play a6, yeah?
Rook into c2 played immediately by Humpy. And I think that makes sense because you still want your queen to be on the strong central square. Otherwise, if you had captured with the rook, black could have also played the other rook to c8 that challenges your queen.
Yeah, and now a6 is asking the question to the knight, where do you want to go? And of course, there are other moves possible. You could play a5, but that would be kind of leaving the knight there. By the way, bishop a6, that is a slight mistake and an inaccuracy from Jiner, Rakesh, because now you can play pawn to a4, keep this knight there forever, or you can even play bishop to f1, defending this knight. The queen will next move somewhere else. And look at the bar, it's plus 0.6, Rakesh. Some pressure.
Sahil, I would say in the first hour of play, Jiner had completely neutralized white's opening move advantage. But after about 90 minutes into the game, the last half an hour has been amazing for Humpy. Firstly, she not only managed to get out of that situation, that bad opening situation, but as also is now managing to get some interesting ideas in the middle game. And Sahil, you never know, but this might also be nerves on Jiner's side.
Absolutely. She has everything to lose here, Rakesh, because she knows she could be one game away. Imagine if Divya draws, or even if Divya wins and Jiner wins, right? So Jiner would be a point ahead of Divya with 2 games to go.
Yeah.
That is literally, unless Divya beats Jiner with the black pieces, it almost guarantees her first place. And with the white pieces, she can choose a safer opening and go for a draw. And that would ensure her victory. So she knows she's almost there, almost at the finishing line. This is the one game stopping her from achieving her dream. And that's why she's under pressure. And here, Rakesh, after bishop f1, I feel somehow, a there's some pressure on Zuzina. So she's calculating and Humpy is piling on the pressure. And we'll come back to this game because Divya has indeed played a couple of moves. Let's head to that game. After E takes D5, E takes D5. Brilliant move from Divya. And now pawn to B4, Rakesh.
Mistake.
That is another mistake and Divya is now completely winning. If she finds pawn to H6, Rakesh.
Pawn to h6, idea of taking the pawn near the black king. And let's say if you go g6, Sahil, as they say, ignore material. Try to open up files and keep attacking. So you do not save the knight, but instead you play bishop captures g5. And the idea being, let's say you capture the knight, for example, then pawn to d6, you still get black's piece. And look at that king.
Oh, played! She played H6. That's a winning move on the board by Divya now. Brilliancy. What a sacrifice on C3. And she looks confident. She's seen it all. And not to kind of ignore 99.3 accuracy right now. That's near perfect game from Divya. Munguntuul never had a chance. Pawn to H6, attacking the pawn. There is no way, Rakesh, you can allow H takes G7. You, as a human, have to play G6. And now Bishop G5 is the winning move. You can sacrifice the knight here, pawn to D6. And the problem is everything is pinned. I mean, let's say you play a move like Rook to E8. D takes E7, Queen takes E7, H7 check. And let's say I don't know where you put the king, King E7, simply Queen takes E3. And Rakesh, one pin, two pin, some attack here, H8 queens. I think this is pretty much over.
This is pretty much over. But Sal, just a quick question. Pawn to h6 has been played. If you go to the live position there, g6 is like the more human move. Is bishop takes pawn the only move or Divya has some other choice?
You mean, let's say bishop, here. I think she can also start with d6 probably. And it does the same kind of concept there. And if black takes here, this might be even a better version because I take with the bishop now. And my bishop is also defending my king on the right diagonal. So you will have to kind of take this pawn on d6. And now you take on g5, attacking this bishop and pinning this knight as well. So for example, if you move the bishop back to e7, now I think the knight can move anywhere. And again, there's a lot of pins. One pin is here, one pin is here, h7 incoming. And white should be winning. But I think after h6, g6 is an automatic move that we will see on the board right now. And then Divya, if she finds bishop g5, that is a winning move. But you know what? Let's say I decide to save the knight. That could be an option, right? Knight e4. That is not as great. After knight takes e4, queen takes e4. Again, the bishop gets that comfortable square. That's what we have to avoid at all costs. Because after h7, king h8, honestly, I'm not even sure if white is better anymore because the king on h8 is very safe. So here, after h6, the game is not yet over practically. And we need to avoid the bishop coming to an active square. So Divya getting off the lead. She's kind of relaxing, walking around probably because she knows that the position is completely under control.
Absolutely, Sahil. And if you saw Munguntuul's reaction there on the zoomed in camera, she does not look happy. I think she did not expect a move like h6 because normally, Sahil, they say once, you're taught in your childhood about your chess childhood. Once you're attacked, you have to defend your knight. But this is high level chess by Divya Deshmukh, and Sahil, you would agree because it's 99.3% accuracy.
And you know what? If you're wondering, why can't I take this knight, bro? Why can't I chop it off? You know what? I can ignore everything. Of course, I can take on g7, but if I just play bishop takes c3, I've just sacrificed a piece for nothing. But now you look at the position. I'm threatening to trap your bishop now. I'm threatening to open up your king side, and there is no defense for black. So let's say you say, I'm going to play queen b6, allow my bishop the d8 square or the d6 square. If you play d6, I will take the bishop. But now h takes d7, Rakesh. And now if you take with the king, guess what? This knight is pinned. And can you find the best move, Chad? What is the winning move for white here?
And Chad just think it's a mate in one move, Chad.
Yeah.
Can you find that?
So using this bishop spin, we can play queen to h7, and that is checkmate. And now you see the power of the bishop on c3. So h6, a beautiful move from Divya Deshmukh, and now Munguntuul under huge pressure. She's also behind on the clock, Rakesh, and this just looks like we're going to see the first result of today.
Yeah, and a very important result. Divya will go to 5 out of 7. And chat is having a very important discussion because you know what, Sahil, apart from the Grand Prix points, apart from the standings in the tournament, Divya also has a great chance to get a Grandmaster norm in this tournament, and that is why this win is absolutely crucial for her norm.
And I think she's already touched the rating of 2500, so I think she's getting very, very close there. And H6 kind of takes her one step closer to that goal.
Absolutely, and
we never see Munguntuul hold her head. Yeah, she understands how sad this position is. With black, there is no counterplay whatsoever. I mean, you had counterplay, and why just ignored your threat? So that's really hard to tackle psychologically, because if taking the knight is not great, then what do I do as black?
Yeah, it just shows that your attack was too slow, Sahil, in a way. And I just feel, the game turned on its head on the 15th move.
Yeah.
Where, this move that black has played, Munguntuul played just b4, pawn to b4 attacking the knight, had to be played 5 moves ago.
Yeah.
So black's counterplay is only 5 moves late, Sahil.
And basically, this pawn move, pawn to a6 right now has zero relevance in the position. Like, it's weaker on a6, I would say, right now hanging. So I think black would love to push this pawn back and play some other move here to hold the position. But yeah, this...
if Munguntuul had a chance to time travel and play that move before, she would have, because she is absolutely regretting playing pawn to a6. And look at that. I mean, you can see from the body language, Divya just knows she's in the zone. She knows she's winning, and Munguntuul knows that it's game over. 4th loss in a row, Sahil. How do you ever come back from that? You might have some experience.
I think I have a lot of experience, but not in coming back, Rakesh. That is the problem. So, not sure if I'm the best person to advise on that, but as of now, 4 losses in a row, and it will not get easier because she still has to play Polina next and then Harika. So this is only going to get tougher. Complete control for Divya here. What move do you expect from Munguntuul?
G6. I mean, G6 has to be played, Sahil.
Yeah. G6 has to be played, well said. And meanwhile, all the other games right in the middle, no chances for any game. So let's stick here and see what happens. Such a crucial game, Rakesh.
This is definitely the most important clash of the day after Humpy and Zoo. But Humpy Zoo has seen that development style which we were discussing. But this is the action game.
Yeah. And it might be over any second, by the way. A4 did happen in that game. So coming back to the Divya game, any moment we can see a decisive blunder from black, and that might be resignation. So Munguntuul already 8 minutes behind. And by the way, black's accuracy is 89.8. So there's a 10-point difference almost. And that tells you why the bar is, in white's favor.
Yeah, and 34 minutes and you have to make 20 odd moves. But I don't think black's going to reach the time control or the 40th move.
Yeah. So that would be a 4th heartbreaking loss for Munguntuul there, unfortunately, in a row, as she tries to contemplate what could be one defensive resource where she has some chances to outfox Divya.
I mean, it's very tough, Sahil. You might expect a player who started with 2 out of 3 in the opening to, have a great tournament. But sadly, things have not gone her way at all.
As white, Rakesh, so what are you thinking? Are you getting anxious as black doesn't play? You really want to win quickly, right? I think it can sometimes play with your mind a little bit.
Yes, maybe. But, Divya is a very experienced player now, and she knows all these things. She will be, in fact, very happy to see the position. And, black is not playing something immediately. It's a good sign, in a way.
Yeah, for sure.
Munguntuul down to almost 32 minutes now. She is just figuring it out. What's best? What can she do? She's looking at, I think, the G6. I think pawn to G6 looks highly probable. Looks like she's about to make a move.
G6, yeah.
She's looking, on that
I
side.
think she has to play G6. I mean, I cannot imagine allowing capturing on G7 in any case. You have to play G6. If you allow white take on G7, H file opens up, queen gets in, rook gets in. I mean, you're just
That's
playing
game
on,
over.
yeah, you're playing on borrowed time there. So you have to play G6. At least hope for the best.
And I have a very interesting variation to show chat. Like let's say if you don't play G6, pawn takes knight. You can go to the bigger board, which will really demonstrate the power of the two bishop style. Bishop takes pawn, and now you say, okay, now I want to play pawn to G6. Fair. Pawn to D6. Bishop takes. White does not even need to recapture the bishop because now you go bishop to C4.
Yeah.
And black says, okay, I'm happy. I'll save my bishop. Bishop to E7 and now queen to G6.
Wow.
Using the pin. Look at the queen. Look at those two diagonals. That pawn on H6 is worth more than a piece. And that's game over. It just shows that white's play is so easy. Like white has 4-5 winning options. It's like a buffet.
Absolutely. In fact, the bishop on C3 feels like, it's underused right now because King H.
This guy's on unemployment.
Yeah, exactly. And H6 played right now. So 31 minutes for Munguntuul. So,
and Sahil, can we quickly jump into the Humpy game? Looks like some exciting updates if you're an Indian fan.
by the way, bishop a6, we're looking at a4 or bishop f1, but bishop to d6 is apparently a slight error from Jiner. Now, at first glance, Rakesh, you want to chop this bishop off, so maybe you move the queen somewhere, maybe queen c3 or queen f5, trying to grab this, but that's not the best idea. Apparently, it is knight to c6.
Okay, wait, let me just think. The idea is maybe to capture the pawn simply.
Yeah, if you play pawn to h6, simply taking this pawn, and I'm a pawn up now, Rakesh. So you have to defend this pawn. But if you, how do you defend? You can't go queen e7 because the e7 square is controlled. If you play rook a8, first of all, that's so passive. And now I can move the queen somewhere. Maybe queen f5, attacking d5, also attacking your bishop. And this feels like a lot of pressure on black.
Yeah, and let's say I make a very bad move like, not here to save the pawn. What if I go bishop to b8?
Oh,
not here.
Okay, here, yeah, bishop b8. Bishop b8, but again, this just feels so passive.
Yeah, that's why I said it's a very and please do not go bishop a3 thinking you can trap the queen because queen takes a3.
Queen a3.
And there's a pin and there's queen moves.
Oh, queen f5 played, so no knight c6 unfortunately, but it's still possible, Rakesh, because next move she can play that unless black just takes her. So Humpy missing that moment, but very difficult to see knight c6.
Very difficult, but you expect these players because they're super strong, and I think I would say Sai Queen F is not a miss to win yet because it was like just a little bit better. But I think practically to face Knight C6 was much tougher in an over the board game for a human.
I agree, but I think black has a very simple choice here, just to chop both of these off. And
give up both the bishops.
Yeah, but somehow now if you take with the queen, you can see already there are some backhand issues as well. I just feel somehow with no available squares, I think maybe black is okay. The structure is also a bit broken and it feels like black is doing okay, Sakesh.
But what if I capture with the pawn? Where do you go then? Wait, am I winning a pawn here?
Maybe you are, Rakesh, after takes, but rook d8 and maybe black has sufficient counterplay because the bishop is potentially a bad bishop. And you know what reminds me of yesterday's bishop on d6 a little bit. Looks very active, but it's possibly a paper tiger. So queen f5 kind of forcing matters, and maybe knight c6 avoiding that trade was a bit more challenging for Jiner to face.
Yeah, queen f5, and it's also that case where does black see everything and capture? Give up both the capture both the knights, play a pawn down endgame, or you try for something more active, or you think is it necessary? Like what if I just go, for example, pawn to h6, Sahel, just a random move.
Yeah, now maybe you again have that option of knight c6, Rakesh. It might not be as effective now, but at least it forces black to defend that pawn. And it's not easy to defend that pawn. Yeah, I mean, rook a8 is always going to, I mean, see, you already lose the pawn on d5. So I think this is always uncomfortable. And now there's no pin here. So you can anyway take this pawn, Rakesh. There's a double attack on the pawn.
Yeah, true. And now, in fact, bishop goes to b8. Now you have that bishop a3 idea. Maybe
Yeah.
he has that in mind.
Yeah, that's always in the air. So queen f5 also a threatening move unless black accepts that you will have two knights against two bishops. So let's see if that happens.
But yeah, also, Sahil, if you just look at the camera, you see a shift in momentum. You see the player's body language changing, and Jiner looks like tad bit more worried, and Humpy looks more confident.
Yeah, although she's ahead on the clock, so she can utilize that time to get back in the game, and trading off these active knights seems to be the easiest way to do so. So as Jiner thinks, Rakesh, maybe it's time to go back to the Divya game and see if there's an update. No update just yet. 26 minutes for Munguntuul now. So Divya looks very, very confident, and there is no defense. But I mean, g6 is the move we are expecting, and that at least asks White the question. So how are you kind of finishing me off here? Otherwise, if I take on g7, I think that is over.
Yeah, I think pawn to g6 has to be played, as we have seen. So, Sahil, can we just hop around and have a quick look at the games which we haven't seen so far?
By the way, something in chat, make a song if Divya makes e takes d5. Go Divya, go. Similar to the song Go Gukesh Go that we had in the World Championship. And maybe what we can do, Rakesh, is have a bird's eye view. That will make it easier.
Yeah.
Because I think I want to really capture these final moves in the Divya game possibly. So let's have a bird's eye view. G6 on the board, by the way. So G6 on the board. First of all, let's have the bird's eye view of all the games. Rakesh, board number 1, right in the middle there. Most likely, they will have some imbalances, but looks equal. Board number 2 as well, that Vaishali game, we saw White had more space, but Black has played e5, so looks very, very equal. Board number 3, Humpy with slight pressure, and Black has the option to give up the bishops and try to hold that. Board number 5 as well, I think that interesting Harika structure, right, with that queen going to a4. So even though it shows equal, I would say that has chances to go either way. But finally, board number 4 with that huge lead for White. I mean, I think it's time to check out that game depth.
Yeah, we should pawn to g6 plan. This is the only game where we see the bar showing a considerable advantage. And Sahil, let's show chat once again. How does Divya convert this?
And before we show that, 16 minutes and 7 seconds taken by Munguntuul to play g6. So that tells you how much she calculated to come up with a defense, and there doesn't seem to be one. And now g6, so you block the queen's path. Now, what you don't want to do is play knight to e4. We saw this earlier, because after knight takes e4, queen takes e4, bishop f6, you are activating that troubled piece on e7. h7 king h8 would be a dream for Black, and suddenly things are turning. So no knight e4. You can potentially put the knight on a4, but again, it's moving in the wrong direction. I feel if we are all in, we should go all in now. Simply take this pawn on g5 and threaten the pawn move to d6, trapping that bishop. And if Black were to take this, we don't care about this. We play d6. And if you take on b2 now, I mean, everything is hanging. I don't know how I finish it off, Rakesh. Do I first take on e7? Do I play h7 check first and play queen c3? I think queen c3 is a very, very common idea. Which one do you want to do?
I mean, I like the pawn on f6, to be honest. So yeah, queen c3 is just
check, king g7, and now queen c3 maybe, yeah? That is such a beautiful move, queen to c3, pinning that knight. And what does Black do right now, by the way? I don't know. But even just take on e7, Rakesh, I mean, even that wins. That is so simple, right? You have bishop h6 as well, winning, I mean,
at minimum.
At minimum. And this pawn on b2 is a nice shield to have, for your king. Now, Black doesn't have any attacking chances also, so pretty safe. And if I really want to, I can have some tactics in the air as well.
Yeah, this is game over, Sahil.
Yeah, for Divya, somebody of Divya's level, this should be game over. And that h7 pawn threatening the queen at any moment is not going to make black's task easier. So as of now, g6 on the board. And this is not over yet, of course, but I think this seems to be going in Divya's favor. And she would go to 5 points, Rakesh.
Yeah, going up in the standings of the fifth leg of the Women's Grand Prix, and more importantly, one step closer towards that Grandmaster norm which she needs to become.
By the way, Zuzina has made a mistake apparently. So we saw,
Bishop b5 was correct.
Queen f5 played. She played the first good move, bishop b5, pawn takes, but she did not take the second knight. I don't know if you've seen that Bollywood movie Gajni. If you remove one person, you remove both. Otherwise, they come back for revenge. This is exactly that scene here. Queen e7, and the second knight can now come to c6, Rakesh, and attack the queen. And that knight on c6 is worth any rook on any day. I mean, attacking the queen, gaining a tempo, putting pressure on the pawn, and now the bishop can be utilized to gain an edge. Knight to c6, the queen goes to d7, for example, and now pawn to h3, h4, just giving the king that escape route, and I think white is simply better here.
Absolutely, and white is completely in the driver's seat now. Sahil, I don't remember that movie. Maybe it has something to do with it, but it just shows that Humpy is on course to get the sole lead at this tournament.
Yeah, if that happens, if you are an Indian fan, I think it could be that we would have Humpy in first place and Divya in second place after this round ends. So that could be a huge boost to Indian chess. But as of now, Zuzina, having escaped from extremely tricky positions, will have the faith that she can do so here as well. And of course, first Humpy has to find knight c6, which is the only move in the position to get a better position.
Yeah, and Sahil, you can see the blue color arrow on chess.com that shows that knight c6 is the only winning move or winning idea for Humpy here. Do you reckon she finds it?
Yeah, I mean,
She missed it the first time though.
No, I mean, if we are the commentators, they will find the only moves, as we can say from experience. So knight c6 should happen because now there's a pawn on b5, Rakesh. Now it's so logical to understand why the knight belongs on c6. It's basically untouchable there. You cannot remove it, and it just kind of dominates the position, controls so many squares. Yeah, I mean, and also gains the tempo on the queen. I mean, it's so common to kind of attack the queen, right? You gain a free move. I mean, that itself should make knight c6 the first move you consider in this position.
Let's maybe dig a little bit deeper, Sahil. So queen d7. Do I have time to capture bishop takes d5 and go a pawn up?
If bishop d5, so people in the chat, there's a beautiful tactic for black here that just wins the game, and maybe that's what Zuzina is hoping for, and that move is knight to f4.
Oh my god, that's beautiful, Sahil.
Exactly, because you're controlling that g2 square.
She plays knight c6.
Oh, knights on the board, and that gives Humpy an edge going into this crucial game. And white is better attacking the queen. The queen has to move, and that queen d7
played. So Sahil, why, let us show chat why bishop takes d5 by Humpy could be a disastrous blunder.
Yeah, bishop d5, knight to f4, simply controlling the g2 square, and rook e1 is a mate threat, and also your queen is actually hanging. There is no way the queen can come back and control the e1 square. So that would be game over, and Zuzina would be the clear favorite to win this tournament. So Humpy should not make that mistake, but she can give her king an escape route with a move like pawn to h4, Rakesh, allow bishop h3 as well to put pressure, and I think that would ensure Humpy a clear edge with the bishop pair, the strong knight on c6, and black's pieces, a queen tied down to defending a pawn. That is not a good look for the black pieces.
And I really like that idea. Pawn to h for an alpha 0 style idea. You want to go pawn to h5, pawn to h6 as well, trying to soften up the knight on f6. This looks great. Pawn to h4 has to be played. Do not be greedy to capture the central pawn. Just play slowly and you will get there if you're white, Sahil.
And also now the very important task is the knight on c6 defends the d4 pawn. That frees up the bishop for greener pastures. You can now bring it to c1, potentially to g5 to attack this knight. And you can see how it puts pressure on the d5 pawn. If I can capture on f6, then this pawn also falls. So Humpy has very, very
And
simple.
she's about to play bishop f1. She touched the bishop. My heart sank a little, but bishop f1 looks like a good move.
Yeah, a decent move. The bishop can now come to d3, setting some ideas in h7 if the knight moves. So a decent try at that. And of course, white is better. That knight on c6, it has the potential to be a paper tiger if black's pieces enter white's camp. But as of now, it's really, really making black's pieces passive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the queen was not born to defend the pawn on a7 for sure.
Yeah. And of course, the point is, even if you try to, play a pawn to a5 move, the knight is actually also defended. So I can just take this and you cannot really grab the knight. So the a7 pawn is there to stay as a weakness.
And this looks great actually for Humpy. We were talking about maybe does Humpy have to offer a draw, play for a draw from there to here, where she's actually pushing. It's a nice development if you are an Indian fan or a fan of Humpy.
By the way, can we quickly head off to the game of Divya? Because at the end, it's like this is the game which is the sharpest, and white is right now thinking what to do. Such an important game this is. There's a piece hanging on c3. And Rakesh, which game do you expect to end first? I think this one, yeah? Simple choice.
Yeah, this one for sure. Checking out, other games look pretty much in the middle game stage and will take at least an hour to finish, but I think Divya's game could finish in the next 20 minutes or so, I think.
Basically, I think it depends on how long the players take, but I think it could end in the next couple of moves as well. Right now, g6, that's the last try for black, and bishop g5 would be a great move. In fact, you can also play d6 as we discussed. d6 also very logical. You gain a tempo now with bishop g5. But I kind of like the fact that, bishop g5 is so forcing, right? There's only one move. If you don't take the knight, then I've won a pawn. I'm threatening d6. You can pretty much resign. So it's a bit more forcing, I feel. They were about to play a move, I think. By the way, lot of support for Divya in the chat. Why is that a brilliancy? Somebody's asking. It's a brilliancy on h6. I think this move they are considering. It's a brilliancy because you've sacrificed a piece, some material, and it's still the best move in the position.
Alfredo Pastor is asking, is Jiner winning? No, sadly not Alfredo, but in fact it looks like she might even lose because she is currently on the defensive. And Neen is asking, Vaishali won? Not yet. She is fighting against Kashlinskaya. And finally, Shrija says Divya, and definitely Sahil, a lot of support for Divya Deshmukh here.
Yeah, and she promises a spectacular game with an accuracy of 99.3. I mean, that is pretty impressive. So can she convert it with that accuracy, Rakesh, just to kind of crush black here? That's the question.
Yeah, it's highly possible, Sahil, and it looks like she is thinking, so it definitely does not want to give any chances to her opponent by playing something fast. And more than 450 people are with us, so do like the stream if you haven't, and subscribe also if you haven't. And exciting finish there in the last 3 rounds here. We could see the tournament lead being shifted from Jiner to Koneru and Divya Deshmukh joining her in second place. So all results possible. We are getting into the third hour of play, and looks like Sahil results will start coming in.
Yeah, and we've seen often, I think one result comes in, and by the time we have, discussed the moves, 2 other results come in. So it's very, very common, I think, all players, as they reach that, time control of the 30 to 40 moves, when they have less time, you can see blunders happen, at the same time, and a bunch of results as well. So, and yesterday's last game also told us how we can always have some beautiful, game at the end. So it's always good to stick around. But as of now, this game, I think, will be the first one to end. E6, 29. So Divya finally falling below the 30-minute mark. So do you think time is playing on her mind her even a little bit here, Rakesh, or do you think like she's very, very comfortable?
Not at all. I mean, it might matter somewhere else, but not here, side.
Hmm.
Because you can see White's position is completely winning. All of White's pieces are on the attack and just looks super, super strong.
Are there 350 people watching on the FIDE channel alone right now? And I be saying maybe we should also look at other games. You know what? Let's do a quick roundup of all the 5 games, Rakesh, and then head back to this because Divya should be able to play a move. Board number 1, it's Nurgyul against Salome, where Nurgyul again under some time pressure there, and there's a pawn on a4. Whether it is weak or strong might just decide the game. But again, black is a pawn up, but you know what? Black's pawn structure is kind of damaged. So I would actually say the game is roughly balanced. Which side do you prefer?
I like White, and Black can lose her extra pawn at any moment with Bishop takes a4. So that's not a very strong advantage. And, like White is controlling the game, I feel overall.
Yeah, the accuracy for both players 97.6, but I think there's potential to make mistakes because you can see 18 minutes for White, the lowest any player has, I think, and they've only played 18 or 19 moves. So Nurgyul could fall under time pressure. So we'll see what happens. Very, very interesting
But
game.
Sahil, do you reckon she will give us another game, another good, exciting game, like 3 games in a row?
I got scared for a second. I thought the bar just went up. Yeah. So I have full faith. I think we'll see a long game here, a long grind. Maybe it will not be as tactical as yesterday, but we're going to see a very, very nice game. So as of now, equal game, but very, very dynamic. Vaishali against Alina, however, I think feels more like a draw to me. Whenever this exchange happens, I think there might be a bunch of trades. And yeah, this game looks like a draw to me.
Yeah, it was looking like Vaishali is trying to push in the opening, the later stages of the opening and the middle game. But, the game didn't really get going. And, out of the 2 players, definitely Kashlinskaya will be happier with the draw, not having the greatest of events. But, yeah, I think Vaishali was also hoping to win. But I feel this game has kind of fizzled out into a very, very equal position where both players have very few chances to win.
Yeah, and again, White having 16 minutes. So time can definitely be a factor. But I think both games looking equalish as of now. Then we come to board number 5. That is Polina against Harika. And that interesting structure finally might liquidate at some point. But again, Rakesh, this also feels like it's roughly in the balance as of now.
Yeah, Bishop has come in to the enemy camp and it's like 7. White is a pawn up though, Sahil. But the problem is the bishop is coming into that beautiful d5 square. You have no light squared bishop, and I would rather be have a pawn less but still be black because of those beautiful bishops on the long diagonals.
I agree. If the bishop, you could have an option of exchanging these 2 bishops, maybe I would change my mind, but I might even prefer black. And again, Rakesh, White having 16 minutes. So all the 3 games we saw, White is worse on the clock by a drastic margin. So there is the potential of having a bunch of results.
And we have...
I think we'll go to that game soon.
Some moves. D6 played by Divya.
So we'll come to that soon. Also, Humpy, by the way, after Rook C8 was played, by the way, and Bishop comes out to D3. So Humpy having a solid slight edge there and also not too behind on the clock. So Humpy pushing Rakesh. Better chances for White plus 0.8 edge. And finally, the star game so far where Divya, instead of Bishop G5, she plays the second best move, also pretty efficient, pawn to D6, attacking the bishop, sacrificing the piece on C3, and Black has taken it back, and she's taken on G5, a brilliant move now, and the bishop is attacked. There is a pin here. For example, Rakesh, just to point this out, let's say the bishop decides, I'm tired of staying on E7. I want to, diversify my squares. What is the move, chat? Can you find the best move for White here? Rakesh, what's your guess?
Wait, is it like queen takes g6 or something?
Oh, that would be insane, but I don't think it's that actually because king has the h7 square. But the best move is rook takes d7.
Okay, yeah, that was
Yeah, taking the knight, you can't take with the knight because the queen is lost. So queen here, and now bishop f6, threatening checkmate with the pawn. Rakesh, that would be insane. For example, you take the knight, h7 is just made. So lot of tactics. After bishop g5, bishop e7 will have to be played, or maybe the queen has to step out from this pin.
And bishop e7 and what? Sahil, she has played bishop e7. Even something like bishop c4 idea, queen g6 check is also possible.
Definitely bishop c4 with the idea of queen g6, but maybe there's king h7 there, which kind of is a bit. I don't see the final blow, Rakesh. Like, how am I finishing this? So, is there a cleaner way to finish this off? That's what I'm thinking. Or do we have to kind of grind this out like in a long game now? Because as white, you want to finish it off right now.
Yeah, because it's not easy, Sahil. I don't see like a clear-cut path.
I agree. There is no clear-cut path, Rakesh, and that means maybe black has found at least a chance to continue the game here.
Yeah, good practical defense by Munguntuul, and of course, we can see the computer, suggesting bishop a6 on the bar has kept rising. But look at that, bishop takes a6. What if I capture on c3 or I play rook b8? It doesn't feel like +4 advantage, I would say.
Yeah.
Feels like a +1.5, +2 advantage.
Yeah, bishop a6, definitely not the move you consider after kind of going after the king for, let's say, the last 10 moves. I think you really don't want to grab that pawn. And if not bishop a4, then the knight is now hanging. So you will have to commit, this knight to some square. Again, we've discussed, you don't want to play knight e4, exchange, giving the black bishop a comfortable square. For there's some tactical ideas as well now. So it's not super easy on how to finish black off, and maybe Divya will have to go for a more pragmatic choice here, Rakesh. Maybe like knight a4.
But again, that's what it's similar to bishop a6. Like you said, white is focusing on the right side of the board for the last 10, 15 odd moves. Suddenly, you don't want to play something on the queen side.
Yeah, but if you play a move like knight d5, for example, this is how you lose as white suddenly. After knight takes d5, there's a discovered attack on the bishop. If you take with the bishop, I'm going to take it back with the knight. And if you take the knight, I'm going to take the bishop. And now black is actually winning. So you can't, and if knight e4, I think you will have similar ideas with knight takes e4. So I think you can't really move the knight to the center, Rakesh. So either you sacrifice the knight, commit to that with bishop c4 or bishop a6, or you have to move the knight to a4, unfortunately.
Yeah, knight a4 looks like the more practical reply, in a way.
So Munguntuul at least coming up with a way where she can fight on for longer, because as it looked earlier, it felt like the game could be over any move, and at least the game will last longer. The longer it lasts, the more difficult it gets for Divya to kind of, keep finding best moves.
Yeah, and Divya, of course, can't afford any slip-ups. She needs 2.5 out of 3 games to get her next Grandmaster.
Agreed. And a win here would really, especially if Humpy wins, I think her chances to even win the event rise dramatically. So very important game here. I think Divya needs 6.5 points to, I think, finish in first place. I think that's the bare minimum any player would need. As of now, Jiner in the standings with 5 points. She is leading the event, but she is worse against Koneru, Humpy, and Divya 23 minutes now. Black has 25 minutes. So Munguntuul at least maintaining the par on the clock. So if something goes wrong, she has the potential to strike back. A look at the clock from Divya. So it is getting to her a little bit that there's no finishing blow here, and she will have to play a longer game than expected. Will she play knight a4? Will she take a risk? Because, as commentators with access to the bar, we can understand that, sacrificing pieces doesn't make as much sense now. But will she realize that it's time to Now hold off a little because the king has the h7 square. That is the major problem for white. There is no way to get the king off that square now. So you can play bishop c4 as we saw. If you take the knight, queen g6 and queen g7 is made, but black will simply not take the knight and play king h7. Now the h pawn can't move. There is no more checks, and basically white is a pawn up, and that's a very dramatic strong pawn on h6. But it's not checkmate. It's not checkmate, and the game will go on for much, much longer. So will Divya have the mindset to realize there is no finishing blow available here and just go for the long win, the long grind? What happened to Divya? This is the game right now, Mr. Kufen. We are looking at that game in action. And Munguntuul also looking a bit more confident, honestly. Like, you can see her arms crossed. He was holding her head half an hour back. And now bishop a6 played. That is the best move. So Divya having huge, I think, control over the position, choosing the right move, grabbing that pawn, and now she's not even material down. In fact, she's how many pawns? So if you look at the pawns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns for white, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 pawns for black. So she's a pawn up and she still has some level of attack. So +4 says the engine. Now great move there and great plan. And now the rook has to move. Let's say you play rook 8, attacking the bishop. Now the bishop drops back, attacking the f7 pawn, again threatening queen g6. For example, you take the knight, queen g6 wins again. So you have to play king h7 now, blocking that check. And now, very importantly, the bishop defends the a2 pawn. So there is no queen a5 and queen a2 ideas. That is super important. So let's say you play a move like knight to b5 now, getting another square for your knight. a4 didn't look so tempting. d5, e5 was a mistake. So knight b5, maybe even threatening knight d6, another option. So ideas there. Now the rook can also come to e1, and there could be rook d7. So for example, let's pass the move for black. Rook he1, rook 8, and now there could be ideas of rook e7, rook d7 in the air, and that could be deadly as well. So pins again. But I think the game will last for longer still. So Munguntuul at least can drag the game for a while. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, the only game where one side is completely winning is this one. As Divya gets up, Munguntuul calculates. Let's have a look at the game of Humpy against Jiner, the important game today. And I think this is where we left it, where bishop f1 was played and the bishop came out to d3. Rook c7 from black. So very pragmatic move, defending the pawn. At least now the rook worth 5 points defends the mere pawn on a7 worth 1 point. The queen is now free at least. But even if she's free, where can she go? There are no active squares. And now Humpy plays pawn to h4. So following the principle of two weaknesses, there is one weakness on a7. So the knight attacks it. And now you have to create another front. It's very common for top players to first of all make all your opponent pieces passive, defending one weakness. And then you create another weakness. You keep switching between these two weaknesses until your opponent crumbles. So pawn to h4, h5, h6 in the air, and black under huge pressure, I'm going to say, especially with this battery pointed to h7. You can't go g6, the knight hangs, and h6, I mean, you can play this, but now bishop c1, and you can see how there's a bishop h6 threat. So for example, queen c8, simply bishop h6 wins, pawn takes because there is queen takes f6. So Humpy, huge practical chances to take sole lead in this event, defeating the tournament leader and potentially winning this event. So let's see what happens. Although she has 18 minutes, we've seen 29 moves already. So only 11 moves to go. I would say she will not face any serious time trouble here and seems to be in the driving seat. Meanwhile, I think Vaishali is also under 10 minutes, the first player today to fall in, under that zone. But to be honest, I think looking at the position is very solid for both players. Will Alina be able to use that clock to her favor is a question I would love to be answered. But as of now, you can see the pawn in front of pawns. There is no potential to create a passed pawn here. And that means unless either side blunders, I think this should still be equal. So for example, there's some activity, potential attack on the queen. So let's say I play knight to f8, revealing attack on the queen. I can play queen c4, let's say knight g6, and now probably bishop g5, offering a few trades. Knight takes c4, bishop takes c7, queen takes, of course, queen takes, rook d1 check, king h2, and this does feel like it's close to equality. There's some threats here, but king f8, and the game should be a draw. For example, rook d4, knight d4, and this game should simplify pretty soon. So unless one side blunders, I think I expect a draw here. No major update. Meanwhile, I think, Humpy has, wait, what happened there? Humpy has made a huge mistake. What? Oh, she has made a huge mistake here apparently. So h4 was the ambitious move. Black responded with h5, and here we needed a bishop maneuver, not a knight maneuver from Humpy, and she has plundered her advantage in one move. Bishop c1, an automatic choice, and look at the bar. It would have been plus 1.3. Oh, it would have been close to winning for Humpy. And let's say black passes a move. Let's say queen to c8, for example. Bishop g5 is winning on the spot. Humpy has squandered her edge completely. She had a winning maneuver, close to winning maneuver. Rakesh, h4, h5. Bishop c1 would have given her a close to winning edge. Bishop g5 incoming, with especially the only defender of the h7 square vanishing. But she plunders with 95. This makes no sense.
Completely no sense. If we keep the knight back on c6, you can see such a simple idea there, bringing the last inactive piece. Your worst place piece is the bishop on b2. Just reroute that to g5. Go into the sole lead of the tournament and win your candidate spot. But Humpy, spoiling that advantage with knight to e5, has it completely squandered, Sahil.
Yeah, I think that idea is pretty logical. So for example, let's say, black takes, which is I think the defensive move, d takes, rook takes, bishop takes. It does look like, I'm getting to h7 now. So we have knight e8, queen h7, and white is now winning. The problem is black, similar to a variation we saw earlier, Rakesh, black can play knight e4. And you might potentially win a pawn here, takes, queen e4. But then there is queen d1 check, king g2, and queen takes b3. And guess what? The queen and knight are always a tricky combination. Yeah. The bishop
better, in fact.
They are better, and black is the only one who can win this game.
That is possible, but Sahil, I have spotted a fancy line. Maybe what Humpy has missed. It's speculation, but I thought Humpy's plan was bishop takes e5, pawn takes e5, rook takes c2, and Humpy thought I have the interment, so ef6. If rook takes bishop, there is checkmate. Queen h7, queen h8. But intermediate move is met with an intermediate move. Black goes g6. Do you think she might have missed this tactical move?
Also possible, Rakesh. I think she kind of, regardless, overestimated the possibility of the queen reaching on h7 in one or the other. And black gets a huge chance. Again, Rakesh, Zuzina getting, luck is on her side here. She gets that opportunity to potentially remove another opportunity to remove that knight. And you know what? The knight just came from, e5 to c6. Moving it back intuitively just feels wrong when you think about it. I think bishop c1 was the move to activate this. I don't know what kind of, Humpy didn't like about this move, but bishop g5 just feels an automatic choice. And now Zuziner, if she draws this, she could take a huge step, Rakesh, towards winning this event outright.
Yeah, and Changma Cholan saying a very nice thing that this tournament should have a watching of 40 to 60,000 people.
By the way, if you go to Divya, by the way, she has taken the knight. So Zuziner fighting for her life, and she finds the best move. The position now completely equal. By the way, Humpy takes back with the pawn. We will see rook c2, bishop c2, and knight e4. I'm pretty sure, and the game will be a draw. And Humpy
rook c2 played, Sahil.
Yeah, I don't think she missed EF. Yeah, she will take the rook now. She will take the rook now, of course. I don't think she'll miss g6 there, Rakesh.
Yeah, I mean, even if you hadn't seen it from far, you definitely see it now. And you don't take on f6. Because bishop, of course, e into f6 is completely lost for white. So you just take on take the rook and hope.
Rakesh,
That
the fact
somewhere
that she's thinking, you know what, her elbow slipped a little bit there. If we have that moment, I don't know if we could have win the recap tech there, Rakesh, but her elbow definitely slipped, and that could be a shocker. Maybe you are correct. She did miss
Yeah,
that
it's
EF6
possible.
leads to G6 there, winning on the spot for black.
Because as a player, you consider rook takes bishop or rook c1 check. You got both those bases covered, but not that one key element where black also has time to chill.
This will be hard.
She's thinking a lot, Sahil. It is not normal.
Yeah, it is not normal. I think it is possible that she
You are rook down.
completely missed G6. It is a possibility. And Rakesh, while Humpy thinks Divya is close to winning, if we go to that game, she did find Bishop A6. Black,
Wow.
instead of saving the rook, took on C3 now. And that is a huge mistake because now, after Bishop takes, Queen takes, H7 check, brilliant move, King G7. The Queen gets to the square where it wants to be, pinning the knight, and this should be over now. Queen C3, by the way, 98 accuracy for Divya, just flawless chess there. And once the Queen comes to C3, I mean, everything is pinned, Rakesh. I mean, everything is pinned.
Yeah, looks like completely it's game over. And Sahil, if we just go back to the Humpy game very quickly, what is Humpy thinking? Because she's a rook now. I can't believe this. She definitely missed that G6 idea, Sahil, the more we look at it.
Oh, that is really sad if Humpy missed G6. Can we have another angle? We can see her expressions maybe, but this will be really, really sad if she missed pawn to G6. So the move which you're looking at is E takes F6 and now G6, an intermediate move. And once the queen moves somewhere, the rook can move somewhere, and black is basically just winning on the spot. So that is really sad. And the fact that she's thinking, Rakesh, tells me that you are absolutely correct. G6 is what she missed.
Yeah, and if your opponent captures your rook, you're not expected to think 5 minutes for a recapture. You immediately take it.
And Rakesh, maybe also she could have also missed this, right? Because this is also a possibility. But now she takes the rook.
It.
But now it is dead equal. I think Humpy missed an important trick there, a chance to win, and black plays knight e4. The only move, and Rakesh, now only black can be better.
Yeah, and I mean, if we could just quickly go to the 30th move, Sahil. 95. Yeah. Can you just tell chat the evaluation year and after playing 95?
Yeah, 95 is just dead equal, but bishop c1 and bishop g5 would have given white a plus 1.3 to plus 1.4 edge, which is like a slight inaccuracy away from completely winning. So
yeah, it's almost like Humpy blundered a pawn in a row.
Yeah. I think maybe she was worried about one move like a6 because you can't take this and the knight would be hanging, and maybe this was the problem. But bishop g5 is actually winning on the spot. So for example, if you take this pawn now, bishop f6, and you can see how queen h7 is just game over. So she missed something there, but bishop c1 was the way forward. And now after knight e4, Jiner is comfortably okay.
Yeah, and it looks like she has made the comeback. Remember, Sahil, this is the most crucial game of the round, and it might happen that if this game ends in a draw, Divya and Humpy will be on 5 out of 7. And Jiner will be the sole leader on 5.5 out of 7. And then tomorrow's pairing, this, Sahil.
Yeah, it is Jiner with the white pieces. Very important against Divya with black. So Divya will hold the cards on whether she can stop Jiner from advancing. But Rakesh, as of now, I think Munguntuul as well as Humpy will not be happy with what's happening. So going to the Divya game now, Queen C3 is the move we are expecting, chat. There are other moves. You could give a check and just grab the rook, also very possible. Of course, you will not take on h7 because now this happens with check. You will have to go to h8, Rakesh, and keep the pawn here on h7. And now I can take, let's say, bishop takes queen c3. This seems to be great. Or even just not even doing this. Is taking queen c3. Like, this is not going anywhere. If you play rook e8, trying to save yourself, I think anyways, queen e3, bishop h6, or just rook h1 also seems very dangerous.
Yeah, and if you want to get out of that bishop h6 check, it would be a howler to throw in the rook to h8 because then it's just bishop h6.
Yeah. King h7. I mean,
Perfect.
bishop f8 check, king g8, and there would be some sort of mate
this is
incoming
all.
pretty soon. So yeah, 15 minutes for Divya. I mean, she's getting low on the clock. She still has to be 15 moves, Rakesh. So there is potential to go wrong in the position.
Yeah.
And we take stock of the material right now. In terms of pieces, we have a queen versus queen. We have a rook versus rook. So we have a bishop versus bishop. So we have a rook versus two knights, Rakesh, right? That's the dynamic here.
Correct.
And in terms of pawns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have a rook and a pawn for two knights. And that's technically equal. So it's basically the attack on the king that makes it really bad.
Yeah, but it's one of those higher level chess principles that the first thing you notice in any given position is the king safety, and only after that comes in the material balance. So looking at the king situation, the white king completely safe, tucked away in the corner of b1, whereas the black king is in shambles. Divya has not played for a few minutes now, Sahil.
Yeah, I think she's trying to find that finishing blow, but I think she can also play it slow. So as of now, king on g7 does look very uncomfortable. There's always this check. I think she's tempted, yeah, to grab this rook because she can get ahead on material, right? So that really is tempting to kind of play. But I think queen c3 is a very, very logical move, pinning that knight on f6. And always h8 tactics you have to keep in the air and take into account on every single move as black.
Also, I think there are a lot of other options as well for white. So I'm pretty sure that she is going to win.
Rakesh, can we have the bird's eye view? I want to show you one thing there. Apart from this game, every game has an evaluation of 0.00. That is insane.
No way. What?
All the 4 games, it's right in the middle. You could literally take a ruler, a scale, and try to measure it. It's literally 0.00. So this game right now is the only
Queen
game.
c3 played by Divya.
Let's go to Divya's game now. So
No, but wait a second. Look at the bird's eye. It's not even like 0.30 or 0.5.
completely in the middle. So we might see a bunch of draws today.
4 draws are possible, and let's get into the Divya
Yeah. So
Munguntuul game now.
So queen c3 played by Divya and rook e8 instantly played. So black avoids bishop h6 check and winning the exchange. And now Divya has to prove how can I convert this. But Rakesh, I think there's a simple way to win this, and that's rook to e1. Maybe rook d e1, pressuring this, and let's say black passes the move with queen to c7. There is rook takes e7. Distracting the rook, and guess what? I got a new queen, so a lot of pressure there. Even if you play queen d8, yeah, defending this, there will still be a lot of pressure. Maybe just a4, a5, pushing the pass pawn. I'm wondering if I should give this check or not. Should I double up rooks? Like, there's so many ideas for white. I hope Divya doesn't kind of take a lot of time here, though.
Yeah, I agree there, Silent. It just looks very close to finishing. Like, I think 2 or 3 powerful moves by white, and black throws in the towel.
And also there's this idea of queen c4, which I really love. So for example, let's say black, I don't know, passes the move. Let's say rook f8. Yeah, the idea is h8 queens, you take, and if you take with the king, there is, rook takes, king takes, there is queen f7 with the idea of rook h1 mate. And if you, of course, take with the queen, then the bishop on e7 hangs. Again, queen f7 in the air. So that queen f7 idea is also very, very interesting.
Yeah, both. I think rook e1 should be played for sure. And with that, as we head almost into up 4th hour of play, Sahil, 500 plus
500 people joined on FIDE right now. So very, very interesting. Meanwhile, let's have a brief look at the Humpy game. She has 9 minutes, Rakesh, and she has to make this critical choice. I do not think she should take that knight. She still has the bishop pair, maybe just bishop d3, defending this pawn on b5 and hoping for the best. Now, there's still potential for either side to go wrong, but if you take this, I sense, this is going to potentially even be losing for Humpy long term because, the knight is such a good piece here. And again, that reminds me of that bishop on d6 every single time. Yeah.
And Sahil, you're absolutely right. Queen and knight combination is better than queen and bishop. But as long as you have both the bishops alive, then it's slightly, White is in control. And I think even though she has 8 minutes and she plays Bishop D3, Sahil.
Yeah,
So that's good news.
it had to be done. I think Humpy will be on a slight tilt here, chat. Not to forget, as we saw her taking a pause after this move, it's very likely that she missed after e takes f6. There is g6 for black, winning the game, or maybe even just after takes knight e4, she might have missed. So she is. I mean, she potentially was shocked, Rakesh, and she might not take this well, right? It's very, very difficult to tackle a chess player when you just make a blunder and you completely spoil a better position.
Yeah, very true. And she had to cope up with that. But good thing is under 8 minutes, but has to play only seven more moves.
Yeah, that's the good news there. And maybe it's time to also look at once the Salimova game, because we see a rook on h5. So black has swinged her rook onto h5, threatening queen h3. But I still feel this is more optical than real threats, because I have clear defense of the second rank right now. And I am also threatening to grab the a7 pawn. The knight on d4 looks strong. Rakesh, this also feels balanced to me.
Yeah, and I think all three results still possible. Rook takes pawn is possible. Wait, is it possible? Rook c3.
So if rook c3 happens, Rakesh, queen a7. And I think if queen h3, then you see the problem. There is queen b8. And you know what? This is completely lost. You might play rook c8, but now rook a8, Rakesh, sacrificing the queen. And there is no rook to come back to e8 to support the rook. So there are chances to go wrong. But as of now, with these two weaknesses, I'm sensing a draw here as well.
I think so. And very good fight by both players. And are they near the time control? Yes.
Yeah, they will. They should
14 minutes for like 1 minute a move, basically.
Yeah, they should be okay overall. Also in the Vaishali game, I think we have a bunch of moves: knight f8, queen c4, knight d5, knight g3, and this game has not changed much. Maybe white is tiny bit better thanks to the active queen, the bishop coming in, h5 incoming in. But again, very, very close to a draw. Although 6 minutes for Vaishali to play 18 moves, that could be a problem.
Yeah, and
so maybe, Rakesh, it's time to head off back into the Divya game, because
there have been some few moves.
Yeah, and rook d1 played. So Divya not giving even a single move for black to recover. Rook d1, pressuring that e7 bishop. Queen d8, we saw this. And now, wow, by the way, Rakesh, here, there are multiple moves, right? We saw queen c4, a4, and doubling up, whatever. But g4, the best move in the position, has been played. And the idea is, let's say, what does black is in some sort of zugzwang, by the way. What can black do? Let's have a look. Okay? So if knight b6, you move the knight, it's completely lost. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, rook takes e8, queen takes e8. And now apparently there's a beautiful move to finish the game. And that is queen to e3, sacrificing the queen. And you, of course, queen h6 ideas are there, so you have to take. And now h8 queens is checkmate. So you can't move the knight, Rakesh. If you move the bishop to f8, it's mate in one. If you move the bishop here, I mean, there's bishop f6 check, knight f6, and I don't know which one is the winning move, but rook takes e8 seems like it's gone on the spot. Again, with some ideas of h8 queens, queen e8, h8 queens, and I win your queen for the pawn. So
yeah,
you can't move the bishop, can't move the knight. If you move the rook to f8, at least I can win the rook here. That doesn't seem to be working out. So what is black going to play after this incredible move pawn to g4?
I think, Sahil, we might see resigns. Or, just c4 once on the left side of the board.
But queen c4.
You could also see Divya play pawn to a3, like continuing the zugzwang.
Yeah, I think maybe king h8, Rakesh, might be the move, just to, kind of say, how are you kind of crushing me at the end? Just stop that h8 idea at least. And how are we crushing black here now, Rakesh? Maybe queen c4?
Queen c4 is possible. Still trying to think of, some way to exploit that diagonal. One idea is just bishop h4 and g5 also.
Yeah, that's also a convincing idea. I don't see a defense actually to this.
It's using the same, like black's pieces are in their best positions.
Yeah.
They can't do anything.
Yeah, there is no defense. So bishop h4, very, very strong. So bunch of options for Divya, and you can see her walking around. She knows that the game is over. So Munguntuul knows as well. And the problem is there is no counterplay here, which is true to her style. So she will have to just sit there and defend.
And Sahil, as the games are heating up, so is our chat and the viewerships. More than 650 people in the chat now.
Nice. So as Munguntuul has played something, I think King H8 played. So we did
Your
see King
move.
H8, and now I have experience with these positions, Rakesh, as black. So Bishop H4, your move now played.
Wow.
And G5 could be the winning move. And Munguntuul looks towards the right. She's not happy with the current development, has a sip of coffee, and now will we see resignation, Rakesh?
Yeah, I think she wants to finish off that coffee before she resigns. Maybe a couple of moves, Sahil, but definitely.
But
it's
what are
over.
these couple of moves, Rakesh, is the question.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but it was around the opening stage where Munguntuul's counterplay didn't really get going, and that's what maybe she's thinking about now, regretting not playing that.
Yeah. And guess what? That a6 pawn didn't even survive. And that was the pawn Divya captured and got the winning position. So that really hurt Munguntuul a lot there. I think this is again, I think great opening prep by Divya and her team that to get that position with h4. Such a smooth attack, right? It was such easy play for white for a long while, and then create conversion with that h6, bishop a6, beautiful moves. And now 15 minutes for Munguntuul to kind of come up with the move, but there is, I mean, she can play g5 to stop the piece sacrifice.
Remember, this is the second time.
Second time. But now he'll again push it back and threaten g5 again. So I'm not sure if it's
brutal.
Yeah. In fact, just to highlight how bad this is, the best suggestion for the computer is queen b6, simply giving up this. And now it is apparently queen d8. I mean, I don't even know what the idea is with queen b6 and then queen d8, Rakesh.
It's just wasting a move, I think.
Yeah. Just taking the bishop, and look at the king on h8. I mean, there's a mating thread, by the way. So that's a bishop d6. I don't know, bishop g5, bishop h6, bishop g7 is literally mate.
A lot of winning ideas here for white. But what a powerful game by Divya, right?
Yeah, amazing game. Meanwhile, let's have a slight look at the Jiner game. Why is the bar in Humpy's favor again, Rakesh? So we saw this position, right? And g6 played by Zhu, which is a great move, by the way. She's defended so many positions. The queen drops back. Knight comes to c5. She wants that bishop. Yeah, she wants one of the bishops. Humpy drops it back to the king. And now d4. That could sharpen the game dramatically. Rakesh, I feel Zhu could have calmly defended this. There is no way white can advance here. If you play b4, the knight sits on e4. We've already seen you cannot grab this. But there was no play from white. But Zhu, I think, becomes ambitious now, as she did against Salimova, right? When she had a draw in hand, she overpushed and had a lost position, escaped in that game. And d4, by the way, a great opening try. The passed pawns must be pushed, but this opens up the bishop's diagonal. This gives this bishop a task. Now it's attacking the pawn. And what is the best move for white here, Rakesh? And also loses the e4 square for the knight.
Yeah, and more important, it opens that queen's diagonal to c6 and a8. I think it was the knight coming on that square. Now the queen should come on that square. Let's play that move. Remember, you cannot take that. If you take that, it's absolutely game over, Sahil.
Wow.
Because that pawn is going to get white is going to get a new queen.
And you might grab this, Rakesh, but bishop c4, and we will see the power of the bishop's knight going back. And now bishop takes e4. If you take this, goodbye, and it's a new queen. So there could be another twist. So Zhu becoming over ambitious a little bit and has given Humpy another chance. So we'll come back to this. Meanwhile, Vaishali is better.
Wow.
So we are seeing a lot of twists in time trouble. Let's go back. This was the position, Rakesh, where she expanded. Alina played b5. And this was a mistake. C takes b6, knight takes b6. And now apparently this is a huge weakness. Queen e4, attacking the bishop, putting pressure here, centralizing the queen. Seems like it is better for
G4 played.
also very active. And now you can imagine h5 incoming, bishop coming to c3. This is a knight coming to f5, Rakesh. This is a potentially a deadly attack for Vaishali now.
This is looking very bad for Kashlinskaya, who was playing a great game up until now. And I think it's
Rakesh, I jinxed it for some players. I literally said, the bar is right in the middle on every game apart from Divya. And suddenly we are, oh my God, seems like a great day for Indian players. Harika is also better.
and is exactly changed after you said, the bar is exactly at 0.00.
Wow. So let's have a look at this. Apparently, rook takes c1, bishop takes c1, and now queen to e6, threatening this pawn. If you try to save this, there is f6, Rakesh. The knight will go back. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen e1, winning a piece. And here, white under huge pressure. If Harika can find rook c1, bishop c1, and queen e6. So all the Indian players suddenly have a dream opportunity to win today, and she takes on c1.
So that is the best move. White recaptures and definitely a good chance this side.
Wow. So if we have the look at the bird's eye view again, it will be in stark contrast to what we saw
Yeah, not
10 minutes back.
0.0.
Look at the board one; it is still balanced. Board number 2, Vaishali better. Board number 3, Humpy better. Board number 4, Divya better. And board number 5, it's Harika better. So all the Indian players have a chance to win today, Rakesh.
Yeah, that's great news. And in fact, Divya is the only one who's completely winning, Sahil.
So let's have a look at that game. Let's see how she finishes off her opponent here. G5 was, by the way, King G after Bishop H4, King G7 has been played. G5 simply winning that knight on F6, which has been tortured for this entire game, trying to get control of the H7 square. Rook goes to H8. I mean, you could just chop off the knight. There must be other options as well.
Winning you can clearly, capture a free knight.
I mean, this will be the cleanest, right? Because you take the knight, you have to capture with the bishop. You don't want to pin it again. I mean, that would be horrible. So bishop f6, bishop f6. You don't even want to trade queen. So probably knight. But okay, knight f6 is another pin, Rakesh. I wish I had another g pawn here.
But also, Sahil, there's something called delayed gratification. And Divya has been doing that. So instead of, capturing the pawn, the knight quickly, just play rook to d1.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I could also speak in Hindi, but g5 now, rook h8, Rakesh, and it does feel like the game is about to be over. And Rakesh, I mean, if you're an Indian fan, suddenly the games are shifting in your favor. You have a lot to cheer for.
Yeah, completely. And all 4 results. I don't think that has ever happened, right? All 4 Indians winning in this event.
So, I would say this could be a huge twist. Let's have a look at the game of Humpy again, because Humpy...
Wait. Let's stay with this. Divya has captured something. Rook e7.
Oh, that's a brilliancy. Another brilliancy from Divya Deshmukh. The best move in the position. Grabs the bishop. I think we are going to see resignation on this move itself, because queen takes e7, g takes f6. Look at the fork. You have to take with the knight, and I'm guessing there could be multiple ways to win this. We could just probably take this and even win, Rakesh, but what's the easiest way?
I think just play bishop g5, and that pin is eternal, I feel.
Wow.
You can't do anything.
Yeah, that is actually...
Munguntuul captures queen e7. Sahil, I think we might see the end of this game. Can we go full screen, producer G, and get the handshake moment?
Let's go. So, important moment there. Queen takes e7 played. I think g takes f6 will happen any second now.
And Sahil, still the accuracy level is pretty high by Divya. What a flawless game from her.
Yeah.
G takes f6 is, this is a great scene there as we see pawn takes knight, knight takes r pawn, and even something like a4. It should be game over, because there is absolutely no way that black can untangle this mess that her pieces are into.
Yeah, and 600 people watching channel. We are focusing on this game because it's about to be over, and this game has been super sharp from the start. And at one point, literally 15 minutes back, we had all 4 games equal, and she has taken on f6. And knight takes f6 on the board. And Rakesh, I love your move, bishop to g5. Just keeping that pin forever. I would even play f4 next, just defend that bishop. And
That is why you might lose time.
oh, queen e4 check. Yeah. See,
that will be a oh my god blunder moment.
yeah, maybe I'll put the king on a1 first. Like,
Yeah,
of
yeah,
course I'll put the king on a1. Of course. But I think, yeah, bishop g5 could be a nice move. So Rakesh, from Munguntuul's perspective, like she would lose 4 games in a row. That is really hard to, kind of psychologically handle. So what can she do now to come back in the last 2 games? She also has, very strong opposition in Polina and Harika. So how can she kind of tackle this going forward?
It's very, very tough to answer, Sahil, because the problem is even though you might lose a game, you're tomorrow playing against a stronger opponent.
Yeah.
So that's very rare, and
Yeah.
we should see the resignation, I think, in the next move or so. And even something like pawn to a4 is winning, I think, Sahil.
Yeah, basically black is stuck. Yeah, so whenever you take on h6, so let's say pawn to a4, and you decide,
Yeah.
okay, I am now going to take this pawn, it will be lost because bishop takes, queen takes, king takes, and rook takes h7 would be a rook up for white. So black can never really take the pawn on h7. And in that case, white could literally just put the pawn all the way to a8. And there is no defense to stopping that pawn, Rakesh.
Correct. And it's a zugzwang because let's say pawn to a4, Sahil, there is no time for Munguntuul to play rook a8 because now you go h8 queen and do the same scenario again.
Yeah. This is, and everything comes with check. I think Munguntuul might even resign after a move like pawn to a4.
Yeah.
It's a show of dominance that black has nothing that black can do. So this is such an effective plan. By the way, I love your move bishop g5 because there is no g5 and king g6 also.
Correct.
So that makes a lot of sense to me. Queen e6, you can just kind of start. Can you push a4 already? Oh, queen f5 is losing, by the way. See, I found another way, Rakesh. There are ways to use this. So you potentially should kind of even just take. I will make it simple.
Let's quickly go to Polina versus Harika because I see a repetition.
Ooh.
That is potentially incoming.
So
Harika has to be careful.
Bishop c1, queen f5 was the slight error. Queen e6 was the only way to push for Harika. She misses that. And now queen e8, king h7, and knight d7 was the only move that Polina has come up with. So now there's a simple repetition of knight f8 check, king back, and knight back somewhere, knight g6 or whatever. So this should be a draw. Is there a way to avoid the repetition, Rakesh? I don't think so.
Absolutely not. I think, Sahil, it's not allowed to pre-move over the board, but basically Polina is going to do that. Whatever black plays, apart from, bishop c5, I am going to play knight f8 check.
Yeah.
That is a very easy draw. I think Polina has managed to save this, and Harika will be, just wondering, did she have a chance that she missed?
Yeah, but I think it was a very brief moment when she potentially could have pushed. Just to highlight, so bishop c6 feels like it wins the knight. It's pinned now, but there is knight f8 check, king g8, and now knight d7 check again, and this would be a repetition. So I think this should be a draw, and likely I think we'll have competition between which game ends first. Will it be Divya or this? Let's have a look at the Divya game right now. By the way,
g5 played, yes.
So knight f6, bishop g5 has been played, and now queen e6 is the last trap that Munguntuul has, with the idea of queen f5 check, winning the bishop, and you can't play f4 as you pointed out, Rakesh, because you save the bishop, but you lose the rook on h1. So to bishop g5 after queen e6, Rakesh, maybe king to a1.
What did she play? Queen e6 played.
The simplest way to win would be king to a1, I feel, getting out of all checks, and that should take care of everything.
Yeah. Last throw of the dice by the Mongolian. I think I'm pretty sure Divya will find king a1.
Yeah.
The only try that black has.
Yeah. So, yeah, Divya has played a flawless game here. It's all about conversion. By the way, Rakesh, what if you do the simplest variation? Yeah, bishop f6, queen f6, queen f6, king f6. So this endgame, if you look at white has 4 pawns, black has only 3. The problem for black is you cannot really activate the pieces. Whenever you activate the rook, I will queen. So I can simply play king c2 and this is just lost. King g7, a4 or king c3. Like, does black have any chance? No chance here.
Absolutely no chance. I mean, this is something which even we could win.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, black has no play. The only play she has is g5, a4, trying to create a pass pawn like this. But at the correct moment, I will keep pushing the pawn g3. And at the correct moment, I just play rook g1 and take this with check. So rook g1, let's say you take, rook check, king f7, and king comes up, and this should be lost. So Divya, if she really wants to make it very simple, she can simply take everything on f6, head off into the endgame, and that is just an elementary win, Rakesh.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think she'll spoil the win like this. You want to show your dominance. So king, like, it's rare that opponent resigns to a king move.
Yeah,
So king a1, and I think Munguntuul might resign that because it's completely game over. And Sahil, action coming in all games actually. Now Salimova is suddenly better.
Oh, wow. So let's have a look at that. I think rook takes c3 was played, queen a7. They traded queens. And now white is, this position seems even. The only difference is black has an isolated pawn on d5, king f2, g6, rook e2. And the rooks are coming on the second rank. Rakesh, I still think this should be a draw after rook takes c2, rook takes c2. I think this one slight weakness should not be enough for either side to win. So I expect a very, very quick draw here. So we might get 3 results again in a row, Rakesh.
Yeah, and let's quickly go to Polina versus Harika, where we'll see the perpetual coming in very soon.
Yeah.
Queen e4, threat is queen g2. So white has to play knight f8 check.
Yeah.
King goes back. Now knight e6 check,
blocking the path.
And king h7, knight f8 is a draw.
Unless white wants to push and play queen takes e4, maybe they feel, but I think, double bishop can't really be the case. So this should be a draw now.
Yeah.
So this game, I think, who do you think will be more happy with this, Rakesh? Will it be Polina or will it be Harika with this draw?
I think Harika would be happy. She played the perfect game with the Petrov with the black pieces.
Yep. 5 minutes of Polina. I think she can take all the time in the world. She has a draw in hand and she can decide whether she wants to push this, because black does have pressure on the d4 pawn. So knight f8 and the repetition seems like it's the best way forward. And that should be a quick draw. Meanwhile, if there are any other updates in the other games, maybe Humpy against Jiner, a brief look at that important game.
Missed a chance, Sahil.
But she found b4, Rakesh. That's a great move. Knight a4.
Later.
Bishop finally drops to c1, the square it belonged on. Queen c7, and apparently queen a8 was the only move. But very difficult to find queen a8, Rakesh. Like, it's the a7 pawn is defended. And why, first the check, king goes to g7, and apparently bishop h6 check was the move. Yeah, not easy. Not easy at all to find this. She plays bishop f4, which is more logical. And I would say black again has some chances with knight coming to c3, which is a great square. And until that pawn is on the board, she will always have some pressure. The pass pawn is very strong. White has double pawns. That doesn't really help too much in terms of that. And this pawn is well blockaded by the knight on e6. So unless you can grab this pawn or you can activate these bishops, which are not activated right now, very importantly, the c4 square also controlled, I think this could go either way.
Yeah, all results possible. In fact, in this position, it's imperative for black to move the knight to b2 or c3. Otherwise, white gets almost a 0.9 advantage, and you do not want to give that to your opponent, especially with the time control being reached in 2 moves.
By the way, important question. Black has the option of taking this bishop. Would you grab this?
I don't think so. There's just too many weaknesses around the king. I like that bishop. I like that knight to be there.
Yeah, queen d7 now, and suddenly, defending the passed pawn, defending the, attacking some pressure there. Once d3 happens, then this pawn can also be hanging. And the knight is ripe to kind of support the journey of that pawn to the queening square, giving the queen a friend on d1. So let's see what happens. And by the way, both players will not face any time pressure here. That's a good sign, because 38 moves have been played. So that means we'll get the result here. Like, we'll get to know who has played better chess today, there'll be no time trouble issues. So as of now, accuracy wise, 92.7 from white and 92.2 from black. So pretty even Stevens. Black has more time on the clock, but we are 2 moves away from the time control.
And somebody who will be joining Jiner in the lead at least until finishes her game is Divya Deshmukh, because she played King C1. Sahil,
Wow.
instead of King in the corner.
So King C1, no more checks. I think this was the square we can check from, but it's been controlled by both pieces. Queen F5 anyway, so maybe I can't check the bishop, but I can attack it anyways. And now pawn to F4, and this is an eternal pin. So she doesn't want to simplify into an endgame, and she's maybe threatening, I don't know what she's threatening. It's just A4, A5, A6, A7, A8, and what can black do? You can't really stop that pawn.
I don't know. I mean, we saw that zigzag motif from a long time, and it's just that black is stuck.
Yeah. You don't have any moves, you don't have any checks, and it takes courage to play King C1. I think it feels like it's right in the center, right? You don't want to move the king towards the center, but it makes a lot of sense. Because after King A1, once you push the A pawn, there could be some checks, some queen attacking the A4 pawn. So
that's why King C1 was better. Queen E6 played.
Yeah. What is just play A4 now, Rakesh? There is no
play A4.
There is no move. Oh, Queen C6, is that the plan? But now I can take. At some point, Divya will have to take, I think. Because black does control the A6 square, so you can't really get the pawn past the A6 square, right? So defending the knight. So you can push it to A5, but at some point you will have to take the knight.
In fact, you can take it now as well, but just A4 is that better technique that we have heard about. She's 5 minutes for 5 moves. I don't think. And she plays A4, Sahil.
Yeah, A4 played, I think, after Queen C6, Rakesh, which is attacking both pieces. Do not forget that rook on H1. I would miss that easily. I've missed it already in my calculations. So I think this is where you probably should take the knight. Like, I would just trust that rook endgame and make it simple.
Yeah, and another thing that is extremely simple is for the 750 people in chat to just like the stream and get more people to this exciting day 7 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
Yep. And as of now, we will check out the game of Vaishali against Alina, where we have had some updates. I think Queen G4, it did feel like white was better. Now Queen D7, allowing Knight F5. So there's pressure on G7. There's pressure on E7. For example, let's say black plays pawn to H6, a random move. There is rook takes E7, Rakesh. Knight takes, and Queen G7 is made. So black plays, I think, pawn to H5 here, sacrificing the H5 pawn. Queen H5, bishop F6, and now white is a pawn up. And black has activated her pieces. But is it enough counterplay for a pawn?
I don't think so, Sahil. It's like it was not a sacrifice, it was lost, the pawn.
And I think a couple of people, forgot the name, Mr. Bake Shield is very anxious in the chat, wondering why is this an Indian-centric commentary? That's not the case. I think we have 5 games in total, right? And we have an Indian in 4 out of those 5 games. So unfortunately, we will talk about an Indian by pure, luck. And of course, I think right now the Indian player is doing very well in most of those games. And I think Alina, after her game yesterday, might be very disappointed, Rakesh, because she played a flawless game. I mean, it was so exciting to watch. How can she create counterplay in this game?
We saw her resilient defense yesterday, and Vaishali has played...
Oh, she plays pawn to G3, I think. Right? Yeah, pawn to G3. That feels a bit slow. And knight C4 could be the resource Alina needs here. It does weaken the light squares quite a lot, Rakesh, somehow. Apparently, the best move was like activating the rook to E4, preventing knight C4, maybe activating the G4 as well. And knight C4 played in an instant.
The game has equalized, Sahil. You see 0.00.
Absolutely. And now the bishop is hanging. So where do you move the bishop? For example, I would love to move it to G5, but that loses the knight again. So you can see how there's no easy square. Bishop F4. There is knight F4 also winning the game. So where do you move the bishop now?
Can I go bishop E3?
Bishop E3. But now I can take that bishop maybe. Do I want to take it though? Maybe 95 also, Rakesh. Using those light squares. Knight takes, queen D5, knight F3 check. And I would rather be black here now, even though white has an extra pawn. So Alina again doing what she does best, kind of creating
What a
some...
fighter. And 20 seconds for Vaishali for
Ooh.
13 moves.
Rakesh, white or black? Which side would you prefer now?
Black.
Yeah, I think black looks like she has the better practical position. And she chooses bishop e3. Now 95 would be a great practical drive. She can find it.
Because, it just feels the momentum has shifted once again, Sahil.
Yep. And this could be a huge win for black if she can somehow play knight to e5, the trickiest move there. You could take the bishop, but that also simplifies the position. Now my king is safe. I'm kind of controlling a bunch of squares with my knights, and the queen will come back safely. So I think as of now, it feels like knight e5 is a very, very tricky move, activating the worst place piece.
Yeah, I think knight e5, bring your knight to the center, exchanging a pair of knights, and then that queen d5 knight f3 check idea is just so strong.
Yeah.
And I would be worried if I was playing white here.
Yeah, very interesting. One look at the Humpy against Zuj in a game now where bishop f4. Black also made a mistake with king g7 and gave white another chance to play queen c6. We are seeing twist after twist in this game, and queen d8. So black is putting all the support that the pawn needs, and the pawn is ready to move forward 3 squares away, march the d1 square and queen. And Rakesh, you have to choose, yeah, as white, either you play bishop d3 or you play bishop d2. So one of these bishops will have to do defensive task. But if you play bishop d3, there is knight f4, gf4, queen h4, and guess what? Black is close to winning here already. So you have to move the bishop
That's
first.
why bishop d2 played by Humpy.
Bishop d2 played, stopping the pawn. Rakesh, do you push the pawn already? Because it might turn out to be weak, I feel.
That is possible. And they say passed pawns should be pushed. So we might see that on the board. And
Yeah.
I think 40th move played. You can see that's why Humpy got up from.
Yeah, and Humpy is, standing next to her chair. Yeah, she's feeling a bit more confident than earlier, I think. So as of now, time situation, by the way, is not a problem. 40th move, as you said, Rakesh. Black needs to make one more move. I think great time management skills by both players. But it's amazing to see that we are seeing those slight errors either way, and the game keeps shifting. Yeah, it's amazing to watch that.
Of course, and it's like both sides putting in their best, and great chess overall, as you can see.
Yeah, and we can see earlier we saw only one game with the bar in one side, so now we have 3 games there. So let's
go to Vaishali's game, please, because 10 seconds left.
Oh, she does not find 95. That was a great tactic, but Rook E8 also activating queen g4 and now queen d5.
They are blitzing.
Yeah, they have to play 11 moves.
Just 25 seconds for Vaishali.
Wow. By the way, Divya still not taking the knight on f6. We'll move to that game soon, but as of now, queen d5, and that's a great move, controlling this important diagonal, putting pressure here. What can Vaishali? It's like 10 seconds now.
She has to play.
She has to put
11 moves to go.
She plays.
I think that's a mistake, sir.
Oh, that's a mistake. Now 95, and black can take control of the game. If Alina finds 95, Vaishali might struggle with 30 seconds on the clock.
And Alina has 90 seconds. Can she score her first win of the event, Sahil?
The time situation matters a lot in time, Rakesh, because it's 3x the time that Vaishali has. She has to find 95.
95 looks pretty.
She looks at the clock now. She looks at the clock and again comes back.
And you see 34 seconds for Vaishali. That means she made her last move with only 4 seconds on the clock.
No, yeah, but she's supposed to make 10 more moves, Rakesh.
That is tough.
Oh, another glance at the clock. She's making rapid glances at the clock right now. She is panicking. Alina has a great chance. 95, even 93 works, of course. I didn't expect this game to become this sharp. Felt like a equal position that should end in a draw, but somehow it's becoming very interesting.
And wow, oh wow. I mean, with the exciting games, another exciting number in the chat.
Yeah.
800 people in the chat. Let's go. Hit that like button and let's see more decisive results.
Yeah.
Alina down to 30 seconds. We are more excited.
Chat, let's focus on supporting the players. Whosoever is your favorite one, tell us their name. And as of now, Alina, can she find 95? That would be a huge chat. Oh, Vaishali, she's very trying to move at 95 on the ball.
95 played. Alina on the brink of a fantastic comeback here.
Okay, 95 has to be played. There's no other move because the queen is also hanging.
We see that blue arrow.
Yeah. Taken. And of course, you take back with the knight, attack the queen, a free tempo, and you put Vaishali back under time pressure. Vaishali, of course, is okay right now thanks to the extra pawn, but it does mean that there are a lot of weak squares, light squares near the king. Vaishali would love to trade this bishop for a light square bishop right now, Rakesh.
Absolutely. And you have to watch out for ideas like, queen d4 check and knight f3 check. It's like a family folk that is possible as well. 20 seconds, 9 moves to make for white.
Yeah.
What do you do? Like queen d1 is the best one. It's so difficult to find.
9 seconds now for Vaishali.
She goes queen f5.
Ooh, queen f5. Looks very logical, right? You're kind of semi-pinning the knight on e5. If you move the knight, I trade the queens, and queen trades will be in white's favor because then I can solidify with my pawn up.
Alina looks like she is going to move her rook. And she does. Rook to b8.
Rook to b8, putting pressure on the b4 pawn.
And do not get excited to trade queens by playing pawn to f4 because then knight f3 is a deadly check, Sahil.
Wow. Meanwhile, chat, Polina against Harika seems to have simplified to an opposite color bishop endgame. So white did not repeat but exchanged queens, and this game should end in a draw any second. So another game about to end any moment. They've already crossed the 40th move mark. So I expect a draw offer to come in from either player.
I agree, Sahil. And let's stick to the Vaishali game if possible because I feel that's the most action-packed game.
$25 seconds for Vaishali, 63 seconds for Alina.
Oh. 35 seconds for Vaishali, 47 seconds for Kashlinskaya. Sahil, all 3 results possible, right? That's what we want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great fighting chess by both players.
But you know what these 30 seconds mean? This means one side might just blunder. And that means the other will be heartbroken because this game has been kind of equal throughout, these 3-4 hours. And if one side blunders, the other will be heartbroken. So, another glance at the clock by Alina.
So many glances.
Another glance, actually. The clock really plays with your mind. You're constantly checking it. Am I about to lose on the clock?
10 seconds. Rook takes pawn. Coming up.
But Rakesh, is a repetition there. Queen c8 and queen f5 is a repetition.
Queen c8 check, only move for Vaishali to stay in the game. Yeah, a repetition is highly possible there, Sahil. Queen c8, king f7, and king h7, queen f5. Divya is about to win, Sahil. Let's go to that game. Our first, and
we have a draw between Polina and Harika as expected. The first result, and that is a draw. So a decent game by both players there, Rakesh.
Yeah, a great fighting game. Let's go to our first result of the game, which, let's go to our first decisive win of the round, which might be about to come in.
Yeah, c6 played. Rook h2 played by Divya, not hurrying with the capture. Queen e6, a5, c4, and now she finally takes on f6. And I think this just means that it is completely done because there's no time. So there's no time there. The a pawn will be over. And by the way, if you go to Nurgyul against Salome game, rook a3, and this feels like a completely even position, Rakesh. Nothing crazy happening there. Both players, I think, 3 moves away from the time control as well.
Yeah.
So I expect a draw offer to come in pretty soon.
Yeah, this game doesn't look like we'll have a winner, but where we might have a winner is Vaishali versus Alina. Okay, still pretty equal.
So we head off to the game of, I think maybe Divya now. I think that should be the next one.
Yeah,
to be
because
finished, yeah?
we might see a resignation.
Yeah.
We see Munguntuul just wondering what could she have done better. Now White is simply, going to push the pawn to a queen, and there is absolutely nothing that she can do. White has two pass pawns, both the leftmost file and the rightmost file, and it is completely game over. Is she waiting for Divya to come?
By the
that she
way,
can resign?
just to highlight, yeah, if you play King F5, this just wins on the spot. Like it's just
you
over.
just promote.
So let's say King F4, 8 queens, Rook takes A8, H8, and this is over. So you probably have to go King G7, Rakesh, now.
Yeah.
And A7, and this is, yeah. I mean, if Rook, you move the Rook, I will Queen, and I will distract your Rook to Queen the A pawns. So the pawn on A7 seems to be a beast. F6, for example, now the King walks up, simply grabs this pawn, and it should be game over.
Yeah, I think no iota of counterplay possible.
Yeah.
Just absolutely over. Looks like she's about to resign there.
I don't know, Rakesh. The games are so exciting. I'm going to bake a cake today somehow. I feel like that would be awesome. By the way, oh wait, what? She played King F5, but that's just over, right? I mean, she's trying to use these two pawns. So what she's hoping for is A7, King F4, 8 queens, Rook takes, H7, Rook takes, and she's kind of hoping that these two pawns will be enough counterplay. But the problem is Rook C8, G5, Rook takes check, King G3, and I mean B4 should be just winning, yeah? That's the problem for Black, that this pawn is just too fast. I will sacrifice my Rook for the first pawn that promotes, and I will queen this pawn. So, yeah, hard luck for Munguntuul there. I think she is one of the most exciting players of this entire tournament, I feel. Always promises an attack either way.
Very true. And I just, you feel bad for her because it's a fourth loss in a row. So that's very tough.
A7 played, let's go.
Do you sense a resignation coming in?
I don't know. I think Munguntuul might play till the very end, or she might, resign. I think it's very hard to decide. Either way, I think the game is about to be over. This is the second result, Rakesh, today. So that means we'll have one draw and one win for the white pieces. And in the remaining 3 games, how many results do you expect? So you had predicted 3 results.
Predicted 2.
I think 2 as of now looks a bit more likely.
Yeah, I think I overestimated. So definitely. And she resigns.
Yeah.
Divya Deshmukh winning a huge game in round 7 with amazing prep. And she goes up to 5 out of 7, Sal.
Yeah, she is right now leading the event, tied with Jiner, who is fighting out against Humpy. So Divya, a very, very important win if she wants to maintain her chances of winning this event. And that Zugzwang, I think, that position is so beautiful. Yeah, there is nothing Black can do. And just sit tight, and that King C1, just flawless game. And that, the opening itself was just so good. And Munguntuul, of course, again, giving us a great attacking game either way, but results have not been flowing her way, and she can try to find a way to change that tomorrow, because she will be playing some strong opposition in Polina and Harika.
Yeah, but I mean, commiserations to her, but what a game by Divya Deshmukh. And if Indian players are winning, we got to talk about them. We can't do anything about that. And it's always nice to see. Speaking of Indian players, let's quickly go to Vaishali's game just before we might head into a short break. Because all games have reached the time control.
Yeah, Rook C8, Bishop D8, Bishop D4, Knight F3. She sacrificed her queen, and this feels like some level of fortress, Rakesh.
Yeah, it looks like a fortress that has been reached. All moves have reached the time control. And with that, we'll be showing you the cameras of Humpy versus Jiner, because that is the most important clash. And we'll be back with you very soon. Thank you. Hello, 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 chat. We are back after that short break. All games have reached the time control that have been going. Divya has beaten Munguntuul, whereas Shuvalova versus Harika was a draw. Now, this is the most important clash that has been going on. Humpy pushing for the win. She is in second place. She wants to get a win very badly in this game because that helps her to reach number one rank in the standings, and she is trying to find out a way to get it going. And Zujina, the tournament leader, is putting up a very nice defense, and 48 moves were completed. So both players getting 30 minutes each. So, but now White has only 16 minutes. So Humpy has been thinking for 15 minutes already. So using up 50% of her bonus time, and she's trying to figure out how she can get the most out of the position. So bishop c4 is the best move for white, hitting the knight here, trying to win a pawn. Whereas after bishop c4, queen e7 is the best move. Looks like that should give Humpy enough chances to create some counterplay. And note that you should not be capturing the pawn like this. I mean, getting one pawn up, because black has a lot of counterplay with queen coming down to d1. So as we see, Humpy still trying to figure out a way. She's used up almost half of her time. It's maybe she's not finding the best plan here for white. All three results possible, chat. I still feel, we can have a very, very exciting finish here. White should have a plan. I mean, bishop c4 definitely looks possible. Bishop h3 is also possible. Let's check out some of the other games that are remaining as well. So Vaishali versus Kashlinskaya is another game that is, heading to a draw, because the queen definitely a strong piece, but the rook, bishop, and an extra pawn, which is almost equivalent to the queen, look completely equal. I don't think any side can really push in this game. White still might try out something, but the queen just has enough counterplay, always heading out, looking for the checks. And even though, if you have something like pawn to h6, let's put in a null move. So pawn to h6, if you push, even that's no good, because let's say queen to a6, pawn to h6, and you always have this queen c6 check, king coming down, and you can also capture this pawn. So no big threat ever is going to come from white. And a queen c6 check on the board played by Kashlinskaya, a heroic defense by her, and king goes to the side. And I think just maintaining the queen on the sixth rank on these three squares that were highlighted, and it should be a draw. And now I feel black has enough in it to draw the game. And queen f3 has come in, and rook f4 should be a possibility. And Kashlinskaya only has to watch out for tricks like this, because rook f4, do not play queen into h5, losing your queen, because you might think it's a check, but the rook comes in and it's a pin, and that is one of the ways in which Vaishali could win the game. And yeah, exciting. It's amazing to see all the comments. More than 900 people watching the stream and rooting for all the players. It's wonderful to see all the amazing support to all the players and the insightful feedback and comments in the chat. Let's go to the last game, that is between Salimova and Salome. That is our board one clash. And if we can go to the cameras as well on board one and see the developments there. We last saw the position somewhere around here. Rook goes back to a8, knight e2, rook d8, rook to d4, pawn to g5, and Nurgyul Salimova, one of the most enterprising players who's been playing fighting chess, who made a queen sacrifice in round 5, and then yesterday also played a very, very fighting game with Alina. Is looking for her win because she has been playing very good attacking chess, but somehow keeps missing the win. But after knight g3, knight goes back to e8. I think in this position, white is the only one who's pushing for a win. And after knight h5, trying to control these important squares near the black king, and rook to d6, just having enough control on these dark squares. The pawn on d5 is an isolated pawn, which both the rooks are attacking and both of black's rooks are defending. So I would say only two results are possible, out of which 80% of it is a draw, and only about 15 to 20% is which Salimova could win. She can press, but it just looks that much more equal because black has only one weakness, and normally you need two weaknesses to win. And you see, it's the engine evaluation 0.02, so definitely not anything of substance here for either player. And if we go to the Humpy game very quickly, it looks like she found the best move. That is great news for the tournament as well as if you're a Humpy fan. So bishop c4, knight to b1, not the best move, and it looks like Humpy might register her first win. I mean, an important win against Nurgyul. And while one Indian star can take the tournament lead, here we have somebody who is in second place for sure. Welcome, Divya. What an amazing game played by you once again.
Thank you.
So, if you could
I'm
quickly,
still playing on the screen.
yeah, I think that's managed. But if you could quickly take us through your game. And just to start off, till what point it was your prep?
Okay, so it was my prep till here. I think rook c8 is not a good move.
Yeah,
I checked a6 c5. So here I was a bit lost, but for a6 I wanted to go king b1 anyway, so I proceeded with it. Also makes sense because her plan is b4 c5. And I was surprised when she castled. It's like she has no fear that I might attack.
And she, you did you notice she has been having decisive results throughout this tournament?
No.
So she was on 2 wins and 4 losses, and you gave her the 5th loss. Yeah, with her style play. Yeah. So h4. Did you sense a6 was a mistake?
Since it was so slow,
Yeah.
because everything will come on the king side, and a6, I don't think it even has a point because c5 doesn't really make sense anymore. So I thought that it's time to break through. h5, I was expecting gh5 actually, not g5, because g5 I thought I'll just have free flow play. I can go e4, e5, bishop g5, everything. So, okay, at this point I already knew I was better. I was just trying to find a complete way to win. And I really liked that 6.
Yeah, there you go. You see the brilliancy on the board, and it just felt like so easy to play from the white side, right?
Yeah, I think the opening just went horrible for her, and then it just got worse and worse.
Yeah.
I wanted to play bishop g5 here, but knight h7, and I didn't find a concrete win, so I just decided to go with the flow. And
Bishop a6 was it easy to
it's
find?
so greedy.
Yeah, it's like such an engine move, and it's so I mean so greedy. Like you're right, something Vidit would play maybe. But did you consider bishop e7? I think there was another move which we were looking
I
at.
was looking at everything.
Yeah, knight a4 or something.
It felt too slow, but I did see it. I thought maybe some rook c6 and I wouldn't get the pawn. I was just being greedy.
And in the end, that pawn helped
that pawn is the
a4,
one.
a5.
Yeah.
So yeah, bishop a6.
b3 was a shock to me because I think she just missed h7 here.
Yeah.
And worst case, if she had not taken, I would have gone bishop c4 and then just finish. So yeah, here initially when I saw this, I thought I'll just go bishop h6 and take the rook. But I thought, okay, why allow counterplay? and it just felt like such a dominating position.
Absolutely. And you know, I think this is like a zugzwang for black in a way.
Knight, bishop, rook, queen, nothing. So, okay, after this, it was just, I had a mini panic attack because when I took rook e7 and
Yeah.
this line, when I initially calculated the line, I thought queen e6, bishop x6, king h7, bishop g5, and I win the knight. But she had knight h5. So then I had to think a little bit here, but I knew that even if I take now, it should be winning. But I just wanted to put my pawn up there and then make it.
I think that's just good technique. But I think one position which you could really be proud of is this, like when you played bishop g5 and
Yeah, like,
f4. This is like just locked in. None of her pieces can move, and it's
that's been the situation the whole game. None of her pieces can move the whole game.
and at what point you thought it was winning? Like after a6, because we have
Not
been seeing it
a6, after d5.
after d5. Awesome, man! Great win, and you will go to 5 out of 7 now. So 2 games to go. Your thoughts on those 2 games?
Just trying to take it game by game.
All right, and just you are in second place for sure. Doesn't matter about the result. But what do you think about this game that is between Humpy and Zujina? What are your thoughts on this position?
It's not actually. Okay. Okay. Knowing Humpy, I think she will convert this because her end games are quite good. So I would say more chances for Humpy to win.
Yeah, and that's great news for her because she goes in the tournament lead. But it's good news for you also in a way because you play Zujina, who will be coming off with a loss today.
It doesn't really matter.
All right, Divya. Thank you so much for your thoughts and good luck in the next 2 games. And chat, with that, we have a very important update in the Humpy versus Zujina game because it looks like the tide has turned and we might have Koneru Humpy taking the lead for the first time in this event. Zujina has played amazing chess from round 1 up until now. She has led for all the 6 rounds, but for the first time, Humpy might go into the sole lead of this tournament. It is very important for her because she wants to win the tournament outright to get those precious Grand Prix points. Divya might have other ideas and might want to win the tournament herself, but for the women's candidates qualification, it is important for Humpy to win it sole first. Do note that joint first does not get her enough points, so she has to win sole first. And here, as we can see, the 2 bishops that we were, talking about have finally come good. The knights look kind of uncoordinated. The queen is alone here. The knight on b1 is, kind of offside from its other friends. And look at that beautiful coordination by white. And here, let's try a random move, something like knight c3, trying to get the knight back into the game. That is absolutely lost because of bishop e6 and let's say f into e6. You just win because of queen b7 check. King goes back and I think something like bishop h6 is game over. So you can see Zujina in the tank. Humpy is just sitting very relaxed, very chill because she knows she has a potential win incoming. And if not for knight c3, an interesting move is, let's say, queen to e7. White always has these ideas, of queen f3 and then some trying to, use ideas like bishop e6 and bishop g5. So I think, Sahil, Humpy's win incoming.
Oh, really? So what's the live position? So this is the... Oh, how did it get so bad for Zujina? Maybe Bake Sheet in the chat can tell us. Yeah, Rakesh.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough and kind of, tough to defend against a player of Humpy's stature for a long time.
So I think this is where I remember bishop f4, queen c6, queen d8, bishop d2, Knight c3, great move, activating it. So bishop c4 was the tricky move, yeah, and knight b1, bishop c1, queen e7, and basically it's the double bishop kind of dominating the game, Rakesh. That's what I get a feeling of, and somehow the knights are not able to catch up with the bishops.
I agree. And what a time to win. I mean, against the tournament leader.
But Rakesh, knowing how Jiner has played this tournament,
For sure.
I am not gonna bet on her losing this easily, especially when she has such a time edge. We saw her survive that game against Nurgyul, which was, we all expected the game to be over. A beautiful queen sacrifice, perfect conversion, but somehow she survived and even pushed in that position. So I think she has that, that drive to win, and that's super important. So I would say, even right now, even though the bar tells us it's better with 10 minutes on the clock, thrice the time for Jiner, I get a feeling that the game is not yet over. So Humpy needs to find a clean way to win here. Otherwise, I think there will be complications as her time falls with the 5-minute mark.
True, I completely agree, Ines Island. Queen f3 is a nice idea there for her, trying to reorganize that. And the knight on b1, just got offside, can't do much, can't really come back into the game very easily. And you can't do stuff like queen takes pawn. Like, you can't be greedy because queen f6 check is just game over.
Wow, that is insane, Rakesh. If you can't take the pawn and there's queen f6 check and there's queen d3 to win the knight, what's your move? So let's say I play a random move, king g8, just to kind of highlight the problem. Can I just kind of attack the knight somehow? Where's the knight headed? Oh, if queen d3 and queen b4, then
yeah, and in fact, in this situation, king g8 was not a random move. In fact, the best, Engine's best suggestion.
Okay, I actually didn't look at the engine there. I was just playing a random move. Apparently, it's the best one. So that's not a good sign for Jiner, I think. But knowing her, she's resilient. And queen f3 does seem to be a pretty active move, Rakesh. Bring the queen closer to the king. But what's the winning plan for white here? Is there a plan white is kind of implementing the next 5 moves?
I think the plan is to make use of black's, bad coordination of those pieces. If you could magically pick up the knight on b1 and put it in black's camp somewhere around f8 or something, it could have been, in the game. But because this knight is out of play, the whole game is going to revolve around that. Let's put it this way: if Jiner can get the knight back to safety without losing material, she draws the game.
That's a great point. King f1. So Rakesh, is the king, moving towards the center? Because that's not something that came to my mind, because there's always this check. So you don't want to step to the e1 square. So what's the idea of king f1 here?
I think I'm not quite sure about that, because definitely it wasn't on my mind as well.
So first was like, I was thinking, why not bishop d3? Apparently queen b4 again is the problem, and there's queen e1 check.
Maybe she wants to stop that check.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. So if I play king f1, let's say black waits, and now I play bishop d3 and queen b4. If you play queen e, but that's not a correct mating move, unfortunately. I'm getting a check there. Maybe it's Zugzwang. Maybe that's the point.
That's the, I think, word of the day, Zugzwang. We saw Divya, who was very proud of her win today, and it is a big problem that Jiner has, even though she has more times ahead. But what do you do with the extra time, because your position is close to lost?
Yeah, this is not easy. And as of now, king f1 on the board. So the knight on b1 is not a happy camper there. There should be a white knight there. It just switch sides.
yeah.
That's the feeling I get. Yeah, it switch colors.
Pretty much, and it's tough to play as black.
Yeah, it's like a spy hiding in white's camp. It just switch colors, so that's crazy. But of course, Jiner has good plans for that knight. She has time to kind of, figure out the best plan there. But of course, the king. When the king is not safe, Rakesh, that's not a good sign. And here, queen f3, queen f6, bishop e6, bishop g5. We even saw bishop h6 move somewhere when the queen was on 8. Right?
Correct.
Queen h8 mating idea. So that means there's a lot of possibilities. And thankfully for Zhu, she does have that time. And knowing her, this game is far from over. And what's happening in the other games, Rakesh? We've only had 2 results. Draw between Polina and Harika. Win for Divya against Munguntuul. I would say a flawless game. can we have the bird's eye view to kind of understand what's happening in the remaining 3 games? Let's try to see, apart from Humpy Zoo, is there a game where one side is better? So let's have a look at the game one by one. Let's have board number 1. Some people in the chat really wondering, what's happening in this game. We've not covered it as much because this game is stuck right to the close, to the equal level throughout the entire game. And this is the current position, and it's not changed much, Rakesh. I do like the knight square for f5. So I can imagine knight g3, knight f5 being an active square for the white pieces. But there are very few pawns remaining in the position. That's the problem. And I can imagine knight g7 here just equalizing the game on the spot. Because after knight g7, you can't really ignore this because knight e6 is forking both your rooks.
Yeah, that's a great point, Sal. And the d5 pawn, though isolated, is quite good, controlling a couple of key squares.
Yeah.
And they normally say you need 2 weaknesses to win a chess game, but here d5 pawn is the only weakness, and that's why I think Salome could save this game.
Yeah, and of course after knight g7, if you're forced to take, we all know all rook endgames are drawn, and this one is not an exception, unfortunately. So I expect a draw in the next 10 minutes or so in this game. Now going to board number 2, where Vaishali at one point had that advantage. Then even Alina had a chance with that knight e5 idea to get some initiative against the white king, but she could not do that.
Go to that game with the cameras, Vaishali against Alina, because I think Jiner is going to think a little here.
Yeah. So in this game, Rakesh, we've seen a bunch of queen moves from Alina. White is trying to expand. I at first thought was White is kind of defending this, so might just stay tight. But she's kind of advancing her pawns. Is Vaishali being a little ambitious? Because I remember there was this endgame between Magnus and Nepo in the World Championship match where Magnus had like king, rook, bishop, and 2 pawns against an only queen. Something like that. That was so hard to win because of the constant checks that the queen had. So with 2 black pawns, I don't think there's any chance for White to win this. But of course, we've had a few moves here, a bunch of checks, not many changes. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's pretty much like White has 0 risk of losing. It just have a fortress whenever she wants. Trying a bit and just trying to put some pressure on the tail ender Alina here. But I think Alina has defended very well. She found a nice defense, a nice tactic to force this. And I would be very shocked if this game does not end in a draw, unless even people in chat might be thinking otherwise.
No, I think this is a draw. I agree with you. I think the material is also even. It's rook, bishop, and pawn for a queen. So 9 points each. And although this might last a while, I think that is totally possible. The end result will not really change much. And the queen is a very active piece. And Alina has been playing very well in the last few moves, not giving White any chances. And Vaishali also not giving the black queen any chances. So feels like an even fight. So this should end in a draw in some. So board 1 and 2 looking like likely draws, Rakesh. So we've only had 1 result so far. So will Humpy kind of win? Can we go to her game now? Or will we only have 1 result today? And that's the first time we only had 1 result.
No, we had 1 result in round 5 as well, right? Just before the...
I think
it was like we thought Salimova will do that queen sacrifice and win, but she couldn't convert. But it's been a very exciting. But Sahil, if Humpy wins, we'll have 2 decisive results, and which was your prediction like 4 hours ago.
That is true. So let's see what happens. This is the game where this is not only a game where one side is better, but also a game which could decide the tournament. He knows how impressive Zuzina's play has been. Her resilience kind of has impressed us all. But this one will also be difficult. Right now, the knight on b1 seems to have, as we switched colors, it's on its enemy squares, enemy territory. And now the black king is also a bit weak. And whenever the black queen tries to go on the initiative, there'll be bishop e6, winning a pawn and getting a passed pawn on the e file. And the black king will be weak, so White will never be risking anything. Yeah, White will at least always have a repetition with this and maybe even a better position. So Rakesh, 23 minutes for Zuzina, 9 for Humpy. Is time potential problem for either player?
I don't think that much, because White has very a very good position and can easily gain time by making a couple of moves here and there just to gain time, and should definitely think about getting the next winning attack. So knight c3 played, which is the best move in the position. And I think, do you go knight? Oh, knight c3, king g2.
Yeah, knight c3 on the board. So that tells me, Rakesh, again, that the king does not belong on f1, right? So it just feels too open. For example, if you play king to e1 here, queen b4,
No.
already a great move
Yeah.
for black, threatening some discover attack, bishop e6, f e6, queen e6, knight d5 check, and again that queen knight creating a lot of problems. So again, the king should go to g2.
Bishop d2 played, Sahil. Not the best move.
Ooh, that's a big mistake from Humpy apparently. And now knight d8, attacking the queen and attacking the e5 pawn would really, really give through great chances to hold. As we have seen, she's all resilient and she always finds these resources. She does not miss these, Rakesh.
And knight d8, the point is queen is attacked, pawn on b4 is attacked, pawn on e5 is attacked. If you're white, you can't defend all three. Oh my god, what a miss by Humpy.
But yeah, that's what happens, Rakesh. You are low on the clock. There's not enough time to calculate, and bishop 2 feels very logical, right? You want to attack this knight, which doesn't have any great squares to go to. So where can you move the knight? E4, E2, D1. All are controlled. A2, you've just come from B1 and knight A4. I mean, I can't imagine that being a legal move. So I think it makes sense to play bishop D2. And of course, there's queen C F3 incoming as well. But apparently, knight D8 seems to be.
And normally they say it's not easy to see the knight coming back, like backwards. It's not easy to see those moves. In fact, knight C3 is also knight coming backward, as shocking as it may seem. But Sahil, one important point is knight D8 now, and you can't play queen E4 because that knight is controlling it.
Yeah.
It was not being controlled one move ago. Maybe Humpy missed that, Sahil, at some moment.
Absolutely, and very important, queen F3, there is simply queen takes E5. And I think only black can be better here, Rakesh. The knight are doing a splendid job of defending that F7 point. And you can see Zhu locked in. She tries to figure out what is the best defense. Rakesh, yes or no? Does she find knight D8?
I think it's very easy. It is completely up her alley. I mean, Jiner has had minus positions in the last two games, but she's defended so tenaciously and has always gotten the draw or the win yesterday.
She is taking her time, and I think that's a good sign because as we saw even against her game in round 2 against Munguntuul, it felt completely winning. She would have had a million ways to win this, but she took that time to figure out the the cleanest way to basically convert that game. So I like that style from her. Like, she doesn't panic regardless of how the position looks like. She will take that extra time, and right now she's doing that to great effect. And knight d8, Rakesh, would be a great move. Does knight f8 also work? Well, the problem is after queen f3 you can't really take because of queen f7, and that's why knight d8 is the only move because it kind of
only move that actually saves it.
Yeah.
And it's good for Zhu that she has 20 minutes and not 9 minutes like her opponent, because you need that 20 minutes if you want to figure out the only defensive resource in the current position.
Yeah. Pepsi is saying Zhu and Humpy have both performed well. Zhu's been a beast this tournament. I absolutely agree. I think she's by far been the best player in the tournament with that, defending those worst positions and winning the chances she gets. But this is a tough challenge, and both number 1 and number 2 in the standings battling it out. And of course, Divya also kind of joining them now. So it's going to be an epic finish, Rakesh, in the final 2 rounds.
Definitely, and it's Divya versus Zhu Jiner tomorrow. So it's like a semi-final before the final.
Can you the standing and the pairings for tomorrow once, because we love to see who are the players playing, who is Humpy playing. So first of all, Salome against Harika, that will be an important match, of course. Munguntuul against Polina. So looking forward to a result there.
For sure.
Win or loss, we don't know. Zhu Jiner against Divya Deshmukh. I sense That is a very, very important game. Along with Alina against Humpy. That is such a crazy game because Alina was not in form. Then she had that, crazy game yesterday. And now she's kind of playing good chess again. But of course, Humpy will like to put pressure even with the black pieces and try to win that game. And of course, Nurgyul against Vaishali, another, match between two youngsters. So tomorrow promises to be amazing, Rakesh. But of course, all depends on whether Humpy can strike today.
Definitely, the strategies for tomorrow might change
Yeah.
depending on today's result.
And for all players, not just the
Exactly.
Zoo and Humpy. So
For all players.
if Zoo loses somehow, Humpy takes the lead, then of course Divya has already played Humpy and she cannot catch up with Humpy. So
Yeah.
if Zoo somehow draws, maintains lead, then Divya has a chance to beat Zoo and gain the lead. So it's a lot of ifs and buts there, and with enough games to go that you can't really predict who will end up winning.
True, and you see, it's going to be different for everyone. For Divya, it's also different tournament situation. Maybe GM now, or she's in sole second place.
Yeah.
So many possibilities there, and we'll see how that happens at the end of the day. But for now, Sahil, 98 only move for Zujana.
Yeah,
Otherwise, she might be in trouble.
As she thinks, let's have a quick look at the other two games just to understand why it's a dead draw. First of all, this is the game between Nurgyul against Sun. This is where we left it. I think King G3 was the last move. Yeah, knight g7 did happen. And Rakesh, I can't imagine this winning for either side. This should be an elementary draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you have an advanced king. You have the pressure against the pawn. But what's your winning plan?
Yeah, there is no plan. And even if black sacrifices this pawn, exchanges one pair of rooks, even that endgame should be extremely comfortable draw. The king is in front of the pawn. The rook controls the 7th rank. There is no stress for.
And just
Salome.
a quick example to the chat, like rook goes to the left side. You chill.
And just king f7, Rakesh, and there is no way. Whenever the rook moves up, I will give a check, push your king back, and move the king to g6, and it should be a very simple draw.
Yep.
That means this game likely in a draw. Other game is Vaishali against Alina. Again, both players trying to really, play on, but they have enough time on the clock.
Yeah.
I think if both had 30 seconds, I would imagine somebody making a mistake. But I think this game should end in a draw as well. And very important, so move number 50 is when the last pawn move was played, and we are at move 60, of course, 11 moves only. So good to keep an eye out on that one. And finally, the result, Humpy against Zoo. Who will win this, Rakesh? Could decide the bet.
Yeah, it's a very important game between first place Zujuna and second place Humpy. I wouldn't say all three results possible here, but most likely draw or Humpy win is the probable outcome here. Humpy getting up from the chair. She has 9 minutes to go, whereas Zoo is thinking for the last 7 minutes now.
Yeah, 15 minutes remaining. That's very interesting, Rakesh. Because if she doesn't see 98, then again she's back in that zone where she will need another help from Humpy there. I predict knight d8 on the board though. I think she will find these resources.
I also think 98 is not that hard to find, but still somehow at the end Humpy will win. Because it's not easy to defend, and she knows the pressure. And it is, this game can literally decide the candidate spot for them.
Yeah.
Because both players are eyeing for the second spot. Remember, this is Zujana's second event, whereas it is, Koneru Humpy's third and last event of the Women's Grand Prix in this season. So, Zoo about to play. She looks ready. The last check of her calculation. This is great, Sahil. She doesn't play.
14 minutes. This is getting right down to the wire, Rakesh. I can see calm on Zoo's face though. I don't know. I see stress. I also see calm. I think she's found 98. That's my guess.
I also think so, but why isn't she played it yet, Sahil?
I think she's just trying to make sure everything works because it's very difficult. Again, Chad, when you have the two bishops, sometimes they are so difficult to play against. because they cover every single square on the board, and that just makes it extremely difficult.
Yeah, and so under 14 minutes now, Sahil. Still thinking, hasn't played yet. Yet queen d6, like challenging the queen and allowing white to have a passed pawn is quite interesting.
Oh, what? Oh, I thought was it queen c5.
But queen b4 is also a blunder. Humpy is completely winning.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh
Bishop
my god! That
takes
is
e6 and it's game over. Jiner has just blundered her candidate spot.
But Rakesh, that's exactly how she plays. Ambitious play. She will force you to find only moves. Let's have a look. How is it winning exactly?
Tell us the only moves.
Black has grabbed that pawn, and now white has to prove that she's better. And there's only one move, and that is b6. First of all, if you play, something like queen b5 check, trading queens, I will take, and I'm simply going to win this endgame. So you cannot do that.
Yeah.
If you give this check now, king g2, and there is no more checks, queen e4 again. Trading queens and the bishop. Oh, I cannot take this. Wow. King h2 you have to play.
I think that is what Jiner missed, maybe.
Oh, that's what she missed. She missed king h2, I think.
No way.
Wow, that's insane. So, first of all, Chad, if this happens, f takes e6, there is simply queen d7 check. If your king cannot come up to s6, the bishop is there. Let's say king to g8, queen e6 check, king g7, queen f6 check. Everything is happening with checks, Rakesh. Check. This is over.
Yeah, just bishop h6 at the end of it all.
Bishop h6, apparently queen b5 is not clear.
Oh, and our king is, now we want the king on g1. But Jiner does not know. She looks very confident.
Rakesh, e6 wins, however. There is nothing. Queen b5, king g2, and you will have queen d5, but king h2. The h2 square is key. If the king reaches h2, Jiner likely will not survive in this game. So that's a huge, and she's taken on e6.
And has she taken the FIDE women's candidate spot from Jiner?
Oh, queen budget. That's what she missed. She missed king h2.
She missed king h2.
Queen e4 check after king g2, and king h2 would be winning. For Humpy. Look at that. King g2, queen e4, king h2. It still feels like it works. Queen c6, pawn c6, but the pawn cannot be stopped. That's the point.
That's game over. Completely game over. Wow. And just queen e4 check. Let's just show that line. King in the corner. Let's say you capture the bishop now. But now the black king is stuck in a mating net. Pawn takes bishop, queen check, and bishop h6. Our king is safe. Black king is in danger, and it's game over.
Oh, it's heartbreak for Jiner fans. She is so resilient, but I don't know if she can come back here. This would be heartbreaking to handle. She's been playing flawlessly in this tournament, coming back in those worst games. And Humpy now has 7 minutes to figure everything out over the board. Can she find that winning continuation? Because Chad, to point
100%. I think she's finding that. Heartbreak for Jiner fans and heartbreak for many people in the chat as well, Sahil. But this is what sport is.
Yeah, queen e4, you do not want to take the queen because knight e4, you attack the bishop and both bishops are hanging. And this is where I would even prefer to be black as Jiner.
Yeah, this is what she thought. But remember, you are not obliged to take the queen.
Yeah, this is chess, not checkers. And as of now, queen b1 check, king g2, of course, is the only move. Bishop e1, by the way, would be another mistake because black can just take the point bishop and somehow your bishop doesn't have the ability to join the attack later. So you need the bishop on d2. Humpy, if she plays bishop e1, that will be another chance for Zoo.
I think no way. She has 6 minutes. I don't think she's missing. King g2 played.
Oh, king g2 played. It's completely lost for Jiner right now. Will there be another twist, chat?
Oh my god, I'm shaking.
Rakesh, this would push Humpy into sole lead if she converts this.
Yeah.
She would go to 5.5 points with Divya and Zoo in second place with 5 points. They play each other.
So it's like a dream scenario for Humpy because only one of them can catch up. And tomorrow, in case Humpy wins and both of them draw, maybe Humpy has clear first, 1 round to go.
And she plays Alina with the black pieces tomorrow, and she plays Nurgyul with the white piece in the final round. So relatively, as compared to, I think maybe she doesn't have, compared to the others who are playing each other, she might have the easier opposition by a slightly. So I think Humpy has a great chance to win this tournament.
Definitely, but I think let's get to the pairings once Humpy's win is registered.
Yeah.
Let's stick to the live position because 13 minutes and Sahil, looking at Zoo, it looks like she has just noticed that amazing king h2 move.
Yeah, I think she might have, and she's very, very tricky though, Rakesh. I still expect, I would expect.
No way.
Yeah, there might be a twist, Rakesh. I have full faith in Jiner there. She's going to come with another trap there.
Yeah, there might be a trap, but I don't think there will be a twist.
Yeah, there'll definitely be a trap at least. And whether Humpy can find that, what's the best continuation here will be very, very important. So 6.5 minutes, I think that's enough for Humpy to convert this, and black is now struggling.
What do you play? Queen e4 check has to be played.
Yeah, I mean, if fe6, I think we saw those checks, right? It's literally mate in 8 now. Queen d7 check, king g8, queen e6, king g7, queen e7, king g8, and bishop h6. And now there is no queen e5, Rakesh, which we had previously. So this is mate here. It's over.
Yeah, and queen e4 check.
Oh, there's a move, yeah? Oh,
Yeah.
I think there's somebody blocking the view. Can we change the camera quickly? The board is not perfectly fit for this one. Maybe we can check which is the best version. Yeah, we can see the board from here actually. But good to have one on the bottom right, maybe.
King g2. And I don't know, I think Zoo thinking, can she go queen e4 check? Can she play pawn takes bishop? Because currently, remember, black is a piece down. You have to do something. Jiner has 11 minutes. Humpy has 6 minutes, 38 seconds. Maybe if you have clear cameras, we can cut to the front angle because would be great to see the expressions of both the players here. And that's amazing. And we see, Jiner not happy at all. Sahil, look at her. She does not look confident.
But she's planning a trap, Rakesh. She's planning a trap.
What's your trap? Can you tell me?
I don't know. If I knew, I would be playing this, Rakesh. I think, but we know how good she is. We know how good she is. And
definitely, yeah. We've seen it in live in the last
She's planning a trap there, and she succeeded a couple of times in kind of letting her opponents fall into them. So what that trap is, it's not clear yet though.
But wow, what a twist to the tournament, and Humpy winning and blowing up the tournament wide open, giving her a big chance to play for the women's candidate spot.
Absolutely. And we can see 10 minutes for black now. Rakesh getting too excited, dropping from his chair. Rakesh, it's okay, but I get your feelings, Rakesh. I get your feelings. It is indeed a very, very sharp game. As the players calculate the other two games, meanwhile, seem like they're moving towards a draw. No updates there, chat. That's why we're sticking to this game. This is the star game for today and potentially could decide the Women's Grand Prix and the candidates and the World Championship.
Imagine if Humpy, wins the Women's World Championship. Sahil, this would be the moment where it all began.
Absolutely. And
it's like, Gukesh winning that all-important Chennai Grandmasters tournament. Otherwise, he was not going to play the event at all.
And like Arvind, winning the second version of that, also now reaching world number 11.
Yeah, shout out to our producers who organized that and not anyone else.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow, Queen e4 check has to be played, I think, to have any chance of some trap.
9 minutes. Oh, I think Zoo senses.
She's just socking h2, but you have to play Queen e4 check and pray that Humpy does not play King h2.
Rakesh, so let's imagine Queen e4 check, King h2. Maybe the best plan here is a move like Queen e2, threatening Queen f2 and Queen d2 at the same time.
Sahil, this is the traps that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Very tricky. Sucheni will not give up without a fight.
This is tricky because the best move here is Bishop c4. Sacrificing both of these. which is not easy to find for a human. So there could be a twist. And now if Queen F2, there is Queen G2 saving everything.
Oh, wow.
And if Queen D2, there is Queen F6. So again, there could be a twist, chat. Do not underestimate Zuzhiner here. Queen E4, Queen E2 could be one way to create some chances.
And she has been thinking so that. Sahil, do you think Humpy is fully confident that she's winning now?
I'm not sure.
Queen E4
Queen
played.
played.
We'll find out.
Yeah. So here King H2 or King G1 would be the winning move.
King G1 also works.
King G1, Queen B1 check would be repetition, so you will then have to play
Uh-huh.
to H2, I think. But I think King H2 is the cleanest, and then it depends on what Black sets up as her last trap.
Remember, just don't. If White captures the Queen, then it's a draw. So you should not be playing Queen takes E4. King H2 played, Sahil. Humpy is winning.
Humpy is indeed winning, Rakesh. If you can have a better angle there, the board covering up another board.
Yeah, this is a great angle there.
Yeah, this is amazing. And Rakesh and chat, question for you.
Yeah.
Will there be another twist? Yes or no?
No. Yesterday you asked me in the Alina game. I said we will see a twist, but now I think Humpy is winning this. There are no twists. There might be traps. I agree, because Zuzhiner is a fighter. She does not give up very easily.
This is how hard chess is. Sometimes you can play an amazing game and defend amazingly well, but somehow one move, that Queen B4 idea. But Rakesh, that's how Zuzhiner plays. Yeah, she goes for counter-attacking chances.
Yeah.
She doesn't like defending passively. That's what we saw in multiple of our games. But sometimes
And Queen E2 played.
Rakesh, this is the move. Now attacking both of these. By the way, Bishop C3 also seems to win. And after, D takes C3, there is simply... Oh, now you have to find Bishop B3.
Only move.
Okay, I mean, this is... I think if Humpy survives the next 3 moves, I think she will win the game.
And she plays immediately. Bishop C4 on the board. She has calculated everything.
Wow.
Sahil, you underestimated Humpy's tactical prowess.
Yeah. And by the way, we have a result there. So we have a draw between Nurgyul and Salome. I think pretty expected. King remaining on the board.
Great fighting spirit by both players. Playing on the bare kings. And let's go back to Humpy's. Queen takes F2 check. Queen's going to come down now to G2, protecting the king. And Sahil, this looks all over.
Rakesh, I think Queen G2 now. Queen will have to go to F5. She's basically a piece up. The only counterplay for Black is to win that E5 pawn. But to be honest, I see Bishop F4 here, and I don't see.
I can also go Queen F1, right? To force queen trades. Because if you can't take my pawn, because I'll capture your pawn and give check.
Wow, that is actually very clinical. Queen F1, Rakesh. That's game over, according to me, if Queen F1 happens. Because the only way you do is Queen D7, but now I have Queen F6. And if you move the king, there's
Bishop F6
or E6. This is all.
GG.
Even Queen G6 is actually possible.
Oh my god.
So Queen F1 is a winning move for Humpy then.
I think we might expect resignation at Queen F1 side.
Wow. So Koneru Humpy coming up with a stunning game today. I think there were chances for either side, both ways, that both players missed, but overall a very, very smooth game. And if she wins this, she'll be in sole lead after 7 rounds, Rakesh, with 2 rounds to go, and she'll be the favorite to win the Women's Grand Prix in India.
Yeah, 5.5 out of 7. If she converts, Queen F1 is the most clinical line to victory. And Humpy thinking she has 5.5 minutes. And Sahil, she plays Queen F1.
Queen F1
wow.
on the board. And just to highlight how difficult this is, White's accuracy is 93.1, Black's is 92. Only 1 point difference there, but that is enough. And I think we are going to see resignation from Zuzhiner, and Koneru Humpy will take sole lead at the Women's Grand Prix Pune for the first time in this tournament with 2 rounds to go.
And Sahil, look at Zuzhiner. She played a great game, but also the tournament led from round 1 to round 6.
Yeah.
It's like almost sole lead throughout. And now it all comes down to this moment. Let's see what's going to happen.
Rakesh, sometimes, you want to do something once, but some people do it thrice. And thrice, I think Humpy had to kind of come back and gain that edge, I feel.
Pretty true. I mean, and she captures queen takes
Oh,
queen.
she takes. She's playing on for now, Rakesh.
Of course, bishop f1. And now, this knight is also kind of...
The problem...
Yeah, king f8 played. We'll have action coming in very soon now.
I think she should not take the knight. I think this would be a bit tricky now because the bishop is always stuck. I think the best way forward is to just kind of put the bishop on c4, pressure this weakness. So that means black king cannot move forward. Then you bring the king and then you simply take.
Yeah, as they say, king must be used as a piece in the end game. So makes sense to bring play king g2. The knight on c3 isn't attacking anything at all. It's not really threatening anything, and it's like Jiner is completely lost. It says white is plus 5.5, which is almost a rook and half a pawn. Sahil, this is game over, right? Any chance, any percentage chance that you give for Jiner?
No, I think this is over because two bishops already are pretty strong against two knights, and we have only one knight here. So I think this should be over. But hard luck for Zuya. You really feel for her because she's led the tournament throughout, and she's fought back in many of these games, and she's kind of had some brilliant attacks. For example, yesterday as well, definite attack from Vaishali and then attack on her own. But today was just not her day.
Yeah. And bishop c4 played. We were thinking we might get 4 results today, but Silent, in fact, it's going to be just 2 results. Your prediction is coming right, and 2 Indians winning. Big day for Indian women chess.
Absolutely, and I think Black's last tries to hope that somehow the bishop moves and I push the pawn to d2.
No way.
But the bishop is not going anywhere, and I think this is over.
Yeah, just maybe save the bishop with bishop h6 check, king g2. That's going to be game over. Vaishali also still trying in that game, Sahil. We might see another win, but that game is going to take a few more minutes. So let's stick till here. Bishop b4 check.
Yeah, that one will be a draw. I think Alina is defending very well. So
we have to focus on this game.
Bishop b4 check, king e8, and now Rakesh, I expect simplest plan. King g2, king f3, and I think Zu will have to resign.
And the knight is trapped. You're right.
Knight is absolutely trapped.
King e8 on the board, king g2, king f3, and we expect resignation in the next minute or two, Sahil.
Yeah, king g2 and bishop d5 is just trapping the knight instantly.
Wow.
So king g2 is over.
Humpy definitely no. And she plays king g2. Koneru Humpy on the brink of a historic win, giving herself the best chance to qualify for the women's candidates via the Grand Prix route.
And taking down the leader, Rakesh.
Exactly.
It always takes incredible courage to take down the leader who's in great form. You sometimes think about playing it safe, but not for Humpy. f6 is the last try, Rakesh. But just king f3 seems to be winning. You will have to play f5 actually to save the knight. But then I think I can even start pushing the passed pawn. It should be completely winning.
Yeah, and it's plus 8.5, Sahil. Can you imagine?
And Chad, by the way, going crazy after they've realized that Humpy is winning. That mistake with, queen f1 idea, they've realized that white is winning. So Zu goes down, Rakesh, in this crucial game. And who is she playing in the final 2 games? She's playing
Divya
and Polina. So not easy matchups for her.
Not at all.
An informed Divya, by the way, who just won a crushing game. So tomorrow's game will be very, very important.
Yeah, and Jiner, winner of the previous Grand Prix, he was already on the brink of winning her second Grand Prix, but if Humpy finds king f3, it would be resignation time.
And after this win, Humpy slowly inching towards a 25-50 rating, Rakesh. That's also, I think we'll have to see her cross 2600. That'll be amazing.
Yeah, she already has.
Yeah,
so
but again,
yeah, definitely. And in fact, play the Women's World Championship as well. So this is a big step towards that. And she's playing king f3 side. She's played it.
Yeah. And now I think it's over because the knight has no squares. You will have to play f5. But I'm guessing, I mean, there could be a million ways to win this.
Resignation, Koneru Humpy wins a very, very crucial game, beats Zujina, the tournament leader, and goes into the sole lead with 5.5 out of 7 games.
That is insane, Rakesh. And, that means the tournament has been blown wide open. Now, after leading for 6 rounds, in the 7th round, Humpy is in sole lead. Half a point behind, we have 2 players, Zujiner and Divya Deshmukh chasing her. And of course, both of the players placed in second place battle each other tomorrow. What high stakes game is that? And of course, Humpy has also an important game tomorrow, Rakesh. If she keeps winning the remaining 2 games, nobody can stop her.
And we spoke this at the start. It was not in her hands until now, but now with Humpy being in the sole lead, it is completely up to her. And if Humpy wins the next 2 games, she has a great chance of qualifying to the women's candidates. And Sahil, what an important win!
Yeah, and Rakesh, that's an important win. Let's have the final game for today. That's Vaishali against Alina, and not much has happened in the last 20-25 moves here. So overall, Rakesh, 2 results today so far. So my prediction is correct, unless somebody can pull off a win here.
Which looks unlikely. I mean, the queen is quite active, but the rook and bishop just don't have enough juice to create something here.
Yeah. Bishop e3, and of course, once you play g5, you're also opening up your king quite a bit. So I think you have to be absolutely sure that this works for you. So I am expecting a quick draw here, Rakesh, in the next 5 minutes.
Also engine evaluation looks like 0.00, so not much there for either player. And in fact, Sahil, I don't even know who's pushing. It was looking like Vaishali was trying to win, but now just absolutely nothing.
Yeah. By the way, we have 4 games over, Rakesh. 1 game to go. How has your experience been in this entire tournament, Rakesh? Because we've seen a bunch of results, a lot of exciting games. Back and forth games where one side was winning, then the other was winning. I think it's been a treat to watch overall.
Absolutely, and it's been so much fighting chess, so many decisive games, and chat loves it. We love it. Everyone is happy to see results, and nice to see exciting chess. Pawn to g6 play.
So Black says, you know what? Let's just exchange that H pawn. So we are down to move 1 again, Rakesh. No 50 moves. That doesn't really change much. In fact, as Black, I wouldn't play this because my king has opened up on the 7th rank.
There's no need to, right?
I can't imagine Black pushing for a win here. I mean, the dream scenario is takes. Let's say White plays king f3, f5, and now you play g5. I don't know, you're hoping somehow the king gets to g4, but I mean, it's too far-fetched somehow.
And why Black played g6 is, I think White was afraid of Black was afraid of White playing g5, g6 herself. So, pushing that pawn. Yeah, and the king is into some kind of a mating net, so he just thought, let's get out of it.
Yeah, I get it, but also very risky, yeah, because...
I would not have done it.
Yeah, it's very risky for both sides, actually, to play this. Because the rook, I mean, if you opened up your king somehow, the king is much wide open now. But if we have a move, so taken the pawn.
Takes, king captures the pawn, and we are inching closer to a draw. And I think it's clear that White is the only one who's pushing and who actually can win. So let's see if Alina can defend it. I think 99.9% Alina defends this position.
I think the only White wins this is somehow if you get the rook to the 6th rank, put the bishop here, take on f6. But then you can start flying also, Rakesh. Many things can happen. And of course, even if White just plays g5 here, takes, I mean, there's no way either side can be honest.
Yeah. It's great. Another camera angle we show Vaishali, who has 12 minutes and Alina 15 minutes. So time would not be a factor, a game factor in this. White wants to try to get in f5 check maybe, and try to get the rook around the side, because otherwise it looks very, very tough to make progress. Black has no check, no good check actually currently in the position, so she is happy to defend. I think we're just also trying to get in the big winner of the day, Koneru Humpy, join us in the studio, but that'll be in a few minutes. So till then, we'll focus and see if Vaishali can score the third win of the day, and it might be also the third Indian win of the day. So Vaishali plays pawn to f5 check played. That's a committal move. King f7 now. White really wants, to somehow protect the bishop first and try to get a check on the 7th rank, which puts the black king under some pressure. And more often than not, this is one of the only, winning plans there, and not easy to execute at all. Like a sample variation would be queen check, and if you play rook e2, I just go queen back, hitting the pawn, and king g3. The rook does not have enough time to go around and give a check, because this coordination is very tough, and that is why the engine also shows it as 0.00. King f3 played. Okay, let's continue. And I think you can go queen. Can you go queen d5 check? Yeah. White played queen d5 check. Black is just mopping up the floor, very easily. Just all the pawns are going to be gone if white is not careful. So Vaishali has to keep the king near the pawns, and king f2, maybe queen a2 check. We can have a repetition as early as in the next couple of moves. It was very nice here actually. It wasn't heating up until the 4th hour of play, but during time pressure, it became very exciting, and then we got this rook, bishop, and a pawn versus queen end game. Queen a2 looks like a great move. You can in fact just take queen e4 is also possible, hitting that pawn. I think that's the cleanest way. Queen a2 check played by Alina, the human move. What does Vaishali do here? If you go king f3, there's queen d5 check. He goes king to g3, and yeah, you just pin the bishop again with queen b3, and Alina about to play that, and she does. So there's no time, absolutely zero time for white to play this maneuver, and as soon as you go king f3, Alina will be happy to play queen d5 check. I think with that, Alina, who had a slow start to the tournament, has finally will be very happy with her play in the last two games. King f2 played, queen a2 check incoming, and Alina does that. We might have a repetition now. So it's rook e2 played by Vaishali. That makes sense. You want to keep fighting. Looks unlikely, but queen c4. Alina is playing supremely fast. She has now, in fact, 17 minutes. King f3. You got to throw in a check. Queen d5 check. And there you go. She plays it. King goes to the side. King g3. And you can play queen e5 check as well. Do not touch your bishop, because you end up losing your rook and the game. So queen d5 check. King g3 played. Queen d3. And I think this might be the repetition. And there you go. Vaishali plays king f3. Queen d5 check. What a nice fighting draw over 83 moves. I think this is one of our longest games of the tournament. And Queen D3, King F3. Kudos. And there we go. Handshakes. Vaishali versus Alina. Kashlinskaya is a draw. Wow, wow, wow. Day 7 has ended here with 4 draws and 1 decisive game, Sahil.
But Rakesh, the game that was decisive was the critical game, and
Made the tournament only decisive.
and, a couple of decisive games, right? So Humpy won and Divya won. Both those games were the crucial ones. So the players who are in second place now, Divya ties in second place, and of course we will have some very, very important games.
Yeah, and we can show the pairings for tomorrow, which are like round 8 pairings. Salome versus Harika on board 1. Salome winless until now, but would like to end on a high in the penultimate round. Munguntuul versus Polina. Munguntuul has had 7 games and she has won 2 games and lost 5. So a very attacking player, very aggressive player who wants to have those results. Sadly, they are not going in her favor. Polina, who is going to play an important role in determining the champion of this event as she plays Jiner in the last round. Then today's only loser and tournament leader until yesterday, Jiner, takes on Divya Deshmukh. Divya, who is in second position, is also on course for a GM norm. That is going to be tomorrow's highlight and tomorrow's game of the day. So we'll be featuring that a lot. And but before we forget, it is Alina Kashlinskaya versus Humpy, and in the end, Salimova versus Vaishali. We'll be back with you guys after a very short break, and we might have Koneru Humpy with us in the studio. we have a very special guest with us. Welcome, Humpy ma'am. A nice, important win in round 7. Take us through your thoughts overall first.
Yeah, it's a quite unexpected opening, and she got a very pleasant position once I made this mistake of playing bishop f4. Uh, so then she should have captured knight into d4, queen d4, bishop c5, queen f4, bishop d6, and knight f7. I felt that was quite a nice position for black to get out of the opening, utilizing my mistake. But when she went for c5, e3, yes, it is kind of equal position until she played bishop a6.
Yeah,
So bishop a6 was the mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here, yeah, she had to play a6 for sure, just to maintain the position. And once she played bishop a6, I felt I was completely better here because my knight is jumping c6.
Yeah.
But I'm not interested on that a7 pawn anyhow. But probably it might have made sense to start with knight c6 to make sure that queen on f8 is struck for some time.
Yeah.
But I felt this was quite decent as well over the board. But here the queen came out to the game. But I believe this is a big advantage for black. And this is the crucial point where I made a mistake. So knight e5 was a big mistake. Though I need to convert, I need to shift the pieces to the king side, like try to get bishop c1, rook e2, knight e5, and then maybe even g4 at some points, bishop g5 or something like that. But the start was bad. I should start with the rook e2 directly or bishop c1.
Yeah, I think bishop c1, bishop g1, you also have this queen.
Yeah, right.
check once.
Yeah. So these two moves are much better than what I played. But I thought I'll go knight e5, queen moves, then rook e2. But then after making, I realized that it's bishop into e5, what she played in the game. Like my bishop on b2 is becoming very bad in certain positions. Like I need to be very careful. I understood that my whole advantage got evaporated at this point. I know
Did you miss any move?
No, I just simply overlooked this plan of just taking everything and going to this double knight, double bishop endgame. I thought I'm just keeping everything in hanging, but I only after playing knight e5 I realized I made a mistake. I overlooked it because I couldn't take any of the pawns. Like the e6 knight is like it's doing a great job over there. So yeah, I need to be very careful at this point. And here I think d4 was the mistake.
Just opens up the diagonal.
Yeah. Because she's not able to maintain that c5 knight. There is no pawn roll happening.
Yeah.
But okay, it's quite tricky as well. I need to be careful in playing these positions. I don't know. Here I felt she has to play knight f4, queen f4, queen d7, e6, queen e6, queen d4.
So just for the people watching, takes queen d7, e6.
E6, queen e6, queen d4. I don't know. Maybe this is still equal, even though knight is not. But still, I'm not sure. But this is what I was seeing over the board. But when she played king g7, I felt again I had an advantage because now I could take the initiative with this queen c6. Yeah. And she cannot capture, and now I'm saving the double bishops. And this a4 knight is out of the game. So yeah, and this is the crucial point where 40 moves got completed, and I spent a lot of time here.
I think almost 50%.
Yes,
15 minutes
right.
you spent. Yeah.
So taking on c3 doesn't give me anything, but I was accurate to calculate all these lines because this pawn could be dangerous in some of the lines. But
did you like knight b1 for her?
Not really, but she is having a quite unpleasant position.
Correct.
Like probably she felt she had some tricks. Maybe after making a move, she realized d3 is not working.
Yeah.
Bishop into e6, fe6, queen b7 is.
It's just bishop
because I can't go bg5 or d3.
Correct.
Oh no, sorry. I can. So bishop e6, fe6.
So let's.
Yeah, pawn is already on
D3,
D3, right? D2 will come. So queen B7 check. Yeah,
Correct.
right. So, yeah. So, I think this is a nice move to
King
like.
F1 was a very
Yeah,
tricky
because black couldn't improve anything. Like, whenever black is capturing on B4, I'm taking on E6 and utilizing my queen and dark square weakness at that.
Yeah.
And the king is always in the mating net. So here I expected knight B1 again. Then I thought of playing bishop E1.
Okay.
So my plan was to go bishop E1 because knight C3 I always have bishop into E6. This is the plan. Like now she can't take queen E6, take everything and bishop C3, king and pawn ending is queen.
And that's why your move King F1.
King F1 is important. When she takes with FE6, then this queen and pawn ending is better version than the where I could capture the pawn in the earlier positions. This is much better version, but it's still quite a long game to play. I was expecting something like this, but but oh sorry, she went queen. All of a sudden she blundered.
It's a blunder.
Yeah, it's a blunder.
Had you seen
Yeah,
this as a
I've seen
blunder?
this. Yeah. No, I was checking all these lines when I went for the 41st move bishop c4 because I wanted to shoot like what's happening in the position.
And just after she played, I think you were not at the board, right? Or you like what went through your
already
mind
too stressed out.
emotionally?
No,
Did you see
like
the
I
way-
know this is winning for me because this was my plan.
And I think maybe what Zoo missed was Queen E4 check. She thought Queen E4 is forced.
I doubt she missed bishop c4. I'm not sure.
I think she missed that. She missed King H2.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe because
I really don't know what she missed. So it's just.
It feels she has to take because Queen E4, Knight E4, and she is back in the game. But yeah, King H2 is just completely winning. And of course, I think she tried a few moves, but it was lost. And yeah, very big, important win over the tournament leader. Your thoughts on that? You knew this was a must-win game, right?
Yeah, like the position just happened. So like we both played few mistakes from both sides, and the game was seesaw in many positions. But towards the end, I managed to capitalize her mistakes. Yeah.
And yeah, 2 games to go. What's your strategy going into those 2 games?
I know right now I'm very tired, so I just want to rest and then think of the other matches. Yeah.
And good luck on those 2 games, and we let you go. And that was Koneru Humpy, winner of the day, the only winner of the day. And as we have the results, that we can see Humpy is the only winner. And Divya also winning a very important game. And Humpy plays Alina Kashlinskaya tomorrow with the black pieces. And yep, very big thanks to Humpy, and we hope to have you again as the champion of the event. So rooting for that. And with that, let's show the pairings quickly for round 8 before we wrap up. So Salome versus Harika, Munguntuul versus Polina on board 2. Most important clash is Jiner versus Divya Deshmukh Sahib.
Yeah, those 2 games will be very important, and thanks a lot for the players to giving us time.
Yeah.
Divya, Humpy both coming off with some amazing victories there. Rakesh, I think last 2 days remaining. We have one leader, that is Humpy on 5.5. We have a couple of people chasing up with half a point behind.
Yeah.
I expect all those 3 people to just kind of go after this first place. First, the coveted winner spot there, of course, with the first place could mean qualifying to the candidates and potentially winning the world championship. So there's huge stakes, chat. Do not miss the last 2 days, as we are going to have a winner in just about 48 hours from now. So Rakesh, thanks a lot for joining the commentary. It was amazing to commentate with you. Thanks a lot to our amazing production team, and thanks a lot for all the players for joining us and playing some spectacular games.
And the wonderful chat, like super friendly and very excited for seeing the Indian players win. So big shout out to everyone in chat. We appreciate you, and we'll be back same time, same place, 3 p.m. IST Thank you so much and take care.